A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. The family is gathered together in the hospital where Sammy is being readied to be moved back to Glastonbury, back home. The question that is uppermost in their minds is, should Sylvia be permitted to return with the Goldbergs? Sammy wants her along. He even wants to marry her because he feels he is partly to blame for everything that happened. But Jake doesn't want the girl, even though Molly told Sylvia she could come. Listen.
Please, this is not the place and this is not the time. Now is not the moment for discussion.
Now is the moment and this is the place. Sylvia is not going to Glastonbury with us, and that's final.
That's it. Sammy wants it.
Sammy is in no condition to know and have what he wants.
Mama, darling, stop, please. This is a hospital. Baby, this is a hospital. Please, this is a hospital. Did you saw the doctor? He's coming over? Yes, soon, Ma. Can I go in to see Sammy now? The nurse said no. Oh, they're getting him ready to be moved to the station. There isn't much time. No, there's not much time. Where are you going, Jake?
I want to see the doctor.
I told him you wanted to see him, Pa.
If he'll say Sylvia can go to Glastonbury...
You're going to ask the doctor?
Who then should I ask?
But what does the doctor know?
Why is he a doctor if he doesn't know?
Ask him more if Papa wants you to. If Sammy wants Sylvia to go, Jake, it's mental, Jake.
If it's mental, that's also physical.
But, Jake...
Molly, I'm in no condition at this moment. Molly, please, consider me. I don't want that girl.
Ma, do I want her? If you don't want her, I don't want her neither, Margaret, darling. For the same reason. But why did I say yes, Secretary? Why did I say yes? Only for Sammy.
I repeat, Sammy don't know what he wants.
He does, sir. You see, Sammy had an emotional upset.
Who said that?
I heard the nurse say it. Huh? Before the chief said it, another nurse or to a doctor, I don't know who, but I know she said it. That's what I mean, sir. Emotional.
That's what I also mean. What good can Sylvia do from his emotions?
Here's the doctor.
If you don't mind, Molly, I'll do the talking.
Why not, Mr. Rich?
Doctor?
Just a minute, Mr. Goldberg. I'll be in room 18.
Tell him everything, sir.
Mr. Goldberg, I think it's better if you don't go into your son's room. The excitement of moving him.
That's not what I want to ask you, Doctor.
Oh, sorry.
Doctor, dear, Mr. Goldberg wishes to ask your opinion. I don't think you know exactly what led up to my son's accident, Doctor.
Yes, I do.
If you do, Doctor, what is your opinion?
About what?
About the young lady, about Sylvia, Doctor, about Miss Allison. You see, Doctor, dear, she wishes, you see, she says the wishes to return with us to our home in Connecticut.
Her wishes are nothing whatsoever to me.
We want to know what's best for our son, Doctor. Doctor, dear, whatever you say, we'll do, Doctor.
Well, let me have a little talk with the boy before I tell you what I think.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Very much. Should he be disturbed now, Doctor?
Molly.
What did I say, Jake?
Should he be disturbed now? That's what you said.
So, please, Mom. All right, sir. All right. Oh, Jake, I mean, if, for instance, the doctor says yes.
Doctors are not mothers. They don't say yes so quickly.
But, I mean, darling, if, for instance...
Don't start with this for instance.
But we have to start with the for instance, dear. We have to start. There's not much time. We're leaving on the train on the schedule. They're getting family ready. We're leaving soon. and Miss Sylvia has to leave with us. We're standing already by the station, Jake. We have to decide. We have to know how to act, Jake.
Don't give me a lesson in deportment, Molly, please.
Oh, say, dear. This is only going to stay in Glastonbury until family gets well.
What guarantee do you have for that statement?
What guarantee? Her voice.
What does that mean?
She promised me, Jake.
Her promises are words written on sand that vanish with each wind. What if you don't keep her promise?
Why don't you wait until the doctor tells you whether Sylvia can come or not? Don't ask you about it now.
We are not arguing. We're discussing.
We're not arguing, Rosalie, dear. Stop saying we're not
Whatever it
arguing.
sounds like, it's discussion, not argument.
I only meant that...
You said what you meant.
Here comes the doctor, Clark. And let him talk and let him tell you. And you promise whatever he said you do. Doctor? Well, Doctor, how is Sammy feeling, Doctor?
Let's go into my office, please.
Yes, Sammy's all right, Doctor?
Molly.
Rosalie, you wait here. Why, Ma? Without the wise, darling. Come on.
Without the wise.
All right, goodbye.
Come in, please.
Yes, thank you.
Won't you sit down, please?
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Of course, you realize that my opinion is based on the very slightest evidence.
Yes, well, of course.
Your son hasn't been here long enough for me to know much more than a stranger could.
Oh.
And, in the first place, barring accidents and unforeseen events, Sammy's physical condition is going to improve rapidly. But, on the other hand, he's bound to be on his back for a long time.
A long time, I see.
However, the accident that happened,
Yes,
and for purposes of discussion, we'll call it an accident.
Yes, Doctor.
The accident has a curious effect on your son's mind. In the first place, Mrs. Goldberg,
Yes,
the concussion was slight and passed off harmlessly.
Oh.
So you have no problem there.
Oh.
However, there's been a strong emotional hangover.
Hangover?
Yes. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Goldberg, people get well whether they feel like getting well or not.
I see.
You see, the body goes right on doing business, generally. But there's always a chance that a mental depression will aggravate a downtrend in recovery.
Oh.
In other words, Mrs. Goldberg, if Sammy, for some reason, didn't feel like getting better, he could get worse. Much worse. In fact, I've known cases, but that's beyond the point.
So what do you advise, Doctor?
Well, that's the point.
Yes, Doctor, the point I want.
Sammy's temperament, character, and history are the main factors in his recovery. Right now, he's a very confused, conscience-stricken boy.
Yes.
In fact, I would go so far as to say that he's in a quiet stage of emotional unbalance.
Oh, that's so. So your opinion, Doctor, is
My opinion is not either this way or that way.
Oh.
Whatever way we choose, there are arguments on the other side.
So there's always two sides.
Yes, of course. Now, your son wants this girl to go along. But she is the main cause of his psychic disturbance.
You see, Molly? She unbalances him.
But in Sammy's condition, the way he feels things, the way he feels, plus the fact that he's physically injured, his mental state, his desire to get better is an all-important element in his recovery.
Well, that's what I said, dear. It's Sammy's wrong.
But on the other hand, we can't be guided only by what he thinks either. See, it's what we think.
Oh, that's why we asked your opinion. But Doctor, dear, what do you think, Doctor?
Well, in terms of medical probability, and in previous cases which have come under my observation,
Yes, Doctor?
I would go so far as to say that... What is the doctor leading up to, and just what situation will Molly and Jake have to face with Sammy and Glastonbury?
Everyman's Theater, written and directed by Arch Oboler. Oxidol invites you. Everyman's Theater. You'll hear it every Friday at this time and over this station. Yes, each Friday night at this time you'll hear a play, sometimes romance, sometimes tragedy, sometimes comedy, especially written for radio by Arch Oboler. We think you'll look forward to it each week. Plan to listen to every program of Everyman's Theater because we believe these Arch Oboler plays will interest you as few radio programs have ever done before. Tonight is the first program. Everyman's Theater presents one of the world's greatest love stories. A true love story with one of the world's greatest actresses, Nazimova. A great love story deserves great music. So tonight we have a symphony orchestra under the direction of Gordon Jenkins. But first, a word from our writer-director, Arch Oboler.
Aren't you tired of all this cruelty and bitterness between men? I know I am. So, come. Let's have a play of love. A strange love.
In a darkened room sits a woman, an old woman. She sits very quietly, white hands motionless. This is a room in a fashionable house in a city of the Imperial Russia of 1893. The Russia of great poverty and great riches, of great ignorance and great art. The old woman sits, listening to the thoughts in her mind.
Piotr, why are you in my mind? Why do I think of you now? Why is your son with me here in the darkness? Why today, Piotr? I had put you away from me. Why have you come back today, Piotr?
Madame, it is of the utmost importance that you listen to me.
Who is it said that to me?
Madame, it is of the utmost importance that you listen to me.
Oh, yes. 16 years ago. It was you, Nikolai Rubinstein. Oh, you have been dead so long. And yet I remember what you said that day. How strange. I should remember.
Nadyezhda Valetovna, my mission here is of the utmost importance.
Really, Nikolai, I find very little of importance in this world.
There was a young man in my music school of great poverty and pride and shyness.
Of what interest is that to an old widow with a house full of children?
If you will let me speak, Nadyezhda Valetovna.
Well?
There is one more quality this young man possesses which may interest you. His ability. Listen closely.
Nikolai, I have neither a time nor the inclination for music now. What music was this? What music was this you began to play, Nikolai Rubinstein? So many years, and yet I hear it. Music, and yet not music. A voice, a man's voice. Singing to me. Saying, you're tired, Nadyezhda? I tell you there will be no weariness. You're old, Nadyezhda? I tell you, you will be young. You will have life again. A glorious singing life. Oh, I tell you this, Nadyezhda. I tell you this. Finished, Nikolai. I remember I said, Nikolai, tell me, who did that?
Only a teacher in my school.
Who?
No one you've heard of. Tchaikovsky. Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky.
So I heard your name for the first time, Pyotr.
You have helped so many musicians, Nadyezhda Valetovna. Will you help this one?
Would I help you, Pyotr? No. Would you help me?
The wealthy widow Van Meck. Private railroads. Townhouse.
Yes,
Country house.
I had all
On
those.
Riviera.
Milochka, George, Julia.
Yes, I had my children, I had them, but...
Nothing.
Yes. Nothing for me. How could I explain to Nikolai, to anyone, to run a house, to count my money? Oh, was this enough a life for me? I wanted...
A letter for you, madame.
Your first letter, Piotr.
I am sincerely grateful for the kind and flattering words that you were good enough to write me. It is a comfort to know there is a small minority of people, like yourself, who truly and warmly love our art.
In a moment, my pen was in my hand. I would write you, yes. I was a woman past middle age. I had borne children, yes, but my husband was dead, and my children were growing in their own lives, and I had nothing, and I must have something. You, Piotr, you, the music in you. Oh, if I could give it life and reality, my life would have meaning and reality. Yes, I would write you that, Piotr. I would tell you. No. I threw the pen from me. Oh, what madness had come over me. I didn't need man nor God. I would pay you for your music and have done with you, yes. And then, at the concert, that very night, oh, your music. Suddenly the night was cold, and I wanted to be away from those smug little faces, the whole crowd of them. Oh, the night was singing with your song, Piotr. And I walked in the dark along the boulevard back to my home. And the soft flakes of snow wet in my face. And with every step, there was a singing in my heart that said,
Help me. I need your help, Nadezhda. They torture me with their indifference. I have written so much and it's meant so little. I am weary unto death. Help me.
I told myself, yes, I would always help you, Piotr. Oh, do you remember your next letter?
Dear Nadezhda Fedoryevna, thank you for your sweet, kind, and friendly letter, and your wonderful and kind generosity. I have finished the outline of my new symphony, the fourth.
A symphony?
I want very much to dedicate it to you.
A symphony? Dedicated to me? Oh, how days ran then, Piotr. I, an elderly woman, a symphony dedicated to me.
Oh, Mother, it's so good to hear you laugh. You're very pretty when you laugh, Mother. Oh, we're so happy that you're happy, Mother dear. So happy.
And then, 3 months, Piotr. 3 months and not a word from you. Oh, what has happened to you, my friend? What?
He's ill, sick, dying. Accident, cholera, fever.
Oh, no, that couldn't be true. But with every day, the voices in my head grew louder and louder. Oh, stop saying that. Look, Piotr, it couldn't. The postman. A letter. Oh, your handwriting, Piotr.
Dear Nadezhda Fedoryevna, you must forgive me for not writing before. I am now...
What was that word?
Married.
No, I must have read it wrong, I told myself. I held the letter close to my eyes.
Married.
No.
Married. Married.
Oh, no. No. And when I stopped crying, I dipped my pen in my tears, and I wrote you. With all my heart, I congratulate you, my dear friend. Who should be happy, if not you, the giver of such great joy to others? From my heart, I press your hand. Do not forget one devoted with all her soul. The days after that, like the days after someone who was close to you has gone away forever. The sun climbs the sky, and there are things to be done, and you do them. Then it's night. Everything is just the same. And yet, nothing is the same. Who was she, this woman who had taken your heart? Was she very young?
I love you, my husband.
Oh, would she understand you? Would she respect your shyness? Suffer your angers when fires of music blazed in you? Humor your child ways? Respect your greatness? I ask myself 1,000 times, would she do all these things for you, Piotr, that anyone who truly loved you would do? How could there be an answer? No. This was my destiny, old woman. To watch the days and the years spin around nothing, into nothing, always nothing. To need no one, and to have no one who needed me. How strange the night I remember now, Piotr.
Good night, Mother. Sleep well, Mother. Good night.
I lay down on my bed, shut my eyes, sleep. Yeah, sleep and forget. I closed my eyes. That sound. What? The river. Yes, the river. Rushing cool through the dark. Dream? Well, why should I dream this dream? My name? Has someone called my name? Yes, again. Who was it? And then someone coming out of the water. Who? So dark. In my dream, I wanted to see. I had to see. A man in the water. The arms lifted toward me. I saw Piotr. You.
Not yet.
The children. Servants in my room.
What is it? Mother, you're awake and smiling.
Yes, Piotr. Somehow I knew then you still needed me. Rumors. I began to hear rumors. And from what they said, I began to see the whole horrible picture of her.
Why are you doing that, Piotr? Where are you going, Piotr? What are you writing, Piotr? Will you make much money,
So
Piotr?
this was the woman my friend had taken. This was Antonina, grinding his heart away with her miserable wife, this and do this and don't do that. Oh, I'll put an end to this leech in your veins. I would. And I did.
He has gone off to Italy, of all places, this unpredictable Piotr Ilyich. To Italy, without that new wife of his, and to write a new symphony, no less. I wonder where he got the money.
Clever Nikolai Rubinstein. I think he knew Piotr. But it didn't matter. You were free. You were free to work, and as you worked, you lived. And as you lived, Piotr, I lived. At last the day.
The 22nd of February.
Oh, never to be forgotten day. The conservatory. So many lights. Oh, so many people. The conductor. Bow to the right and to the left. Why didn't he start the little puppet? Quiet. Oh, I couldn't breathe. The baton up. Out of the mind and out of the heart of you for me. I sat there. I was with you, Piotr, for the first time, even in thought, alone with you. The wings of your music lifting me to another world, where I was as young as you. Over? Oh, no, not over. Someone thrust a program into my hand.
Don't you want a souvenir of the evening?
I looked at the paper. I could hardly see. 4th Symphony of Piotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky, dedicated
to my beloved friend.
Oh, Piotr, if the rest of my life could have been as at that moment. And yet, only your letters talking to me. Oh, Piotr, walking in the night, I was lonely. I wanted your footsteps echoing mine. I wanted your voice answering mine. I wanted to see you. Piotr, why not? Why not? The thoughts in you were as my thoughts. The dreams in you were as my dreams. The music in you was mine. Oh, you'd written that to me 100 times. Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I see you? Oh, the want in me was so great. Did the heavens take pity?
Mother?
Yes, Milechka?
Mother, look. The other carriage. It stopped.
Driver, stop. Stop at once. I looked up. My heart began to beat so strangely. I could feel the pulse of it in my throat and the sound of it in my ears. You, Piotr, you. Oh, my heart beats louder and louder. I wanted to say to you, Piotr, do you hear it? Do you? And then, in your eyes, in a quick moment, I saw what you were thinking.
Nadyezhda Filaretovna, I beg you, do not speak. Your wealth has given me solitude, and in this solitude is my music. Speak, and you destroy the silence which brings me my music. Speak, and you destroy the wordless perfection of our friendship.
And so I did not speak, Piotr. What answer can there be when a young man says to an old woman, "This is our friendship. Dare to change it and you destroy it"? No, I did not speak, Piotr. Through all the years, I did not speak. But your music, always the wonder of your music. How they began to applaud you.
I always kept the man with the senior medal for the star himself.
Yes. You let them pat you on the back with a quick flattery of their useless hands. It didn't matter. As long as you wrote your music, Piotr. For me. Oh, there was no weariness now. I had life again. And you gave it to me, Piotr. You. Oh, and it would last forever. Your need of me was as great as my need of you. So all of it would last as long as we lived. And I was young again. And life was good, Piotr. Everlastingly good. Oh, everlastingly. No. That was my son.
He is dying, madame.
My son dying?
He has been working beyond his strength. The illness caught him quite weakened. He is dying, madame.
Working beyond his strength. For what? For me. For the money Oh, Piotr. I went into his room. What's this? Vladimir? My firstborn? My darling?
Mother.
Vladimir.
Mother, help me. Help me. Help me.
Whose words? Yes, you. You, Piotr. Yes. For 13 years. Forgotten children and home. Only you. My every waking thought, you. And the help of you. And now those same words from my son.
Help me.
Yes. For 13 years I have sinned against him. But now I would help him. At his bedside I said it. Not a prayer. Who was I to pray? You, up there. Whoever and whatever you are, listen to me. Let him live, my son. Let him live even a little longer. And I will give up all else but my children. Let him live, my son. And so the compact was made, Piotr, between God and me. And all these years I've kept it. My son lived a little longer, and I died when I wrote you that letter. That letter full of the bitterness of lies, telling you it was ended between us. All lies, Piotr. For now I can tell you the truth. I love you, Piotr. There, I said it at last. I love you, Piotr. I love you. As a woman loves a man. A young woman. Young. Church bells. Why do they ring so late at night? I'm so old. My thoughts. Where should the bells? Oh, yes, I remember. Piotr, they told me yesterday. They carried you through the streets. Thousands of them mourning. Carried you and put you to rest. Piotr. Why are you in my mind? Why have I thought of you now? Why was your son with me here in the darkness? Why today, Pyotr? To talk to me as I have talked to you?
Dear friend, be assured I shall remember you and bless you until my last breath.
Ah, your last letter to me.
You yourself do not realize the extent of what you have done for me. Never for one moment have I forgotten you, nor will I forget you. Because every thought I have concerning myself concerns you also. I kiss your hand with all the warmth my heart contains.
I kiss your hand with all the warmth my heart contains. Oh, Pyotr. Pyotr, I'm so weary. I want to rest. Sing me to sleep. Now. Beloved. Friend.
Oboler. Tonight we've had the honor of bringing you Nazimova in This Lonely Heart, featured with Madame Nazimova as Elliot Lewis. I hope you've enjoyed our program tonight, and I hope you'll be a regular listener to Every Man's Theater. Now, that name has been carefully chosen, for we think Every Man's Theater will bring you week by week the kind of radio plays that will appeal to every man and every woman. Now, for instance, next week you'll hear Raymond Massey in a new play about a tomorrow we hope will never happen. Then the week after that, Betty Winkler, Raymond Edward Johnson, and Catwife. And for that one, you'd better have all the lights turned on. The third week, an entirely different sort of play. Mr. and Mrs. Chump, with Walter Houston and his talented wife, Nan Sunderland. And so you see, there'll be something different every week in Every Man's Theater. Until next Friday, then.
And now, please, a word about the sponsor of this program. Every Man's Theater is Procter & Gamble's newest radio program. It's sponsored by Oxidol, Procter & Gamble's famous granulated laundry soap. In the last few years, thousands and hundreds of thousands of women have switched to Oxidol. Oxydol, Oxidol. Have discarded old favorite soaps of every kind and use nothing but Oxidol in their laundry tub or machine today. Now, there's a reason for this. In the white washes Oxidol gets, its speed in tub or machine, and its safety to washable fabrics and colors. Ask for Oxidol when you get laundry soap tomorrow. And listen to Every Man's Theater next Friday at this same time. Raymond Massey in an exciting play of These Days We Live In, This Precious Freedom. Thank you, and good night. Every Man's Theater, written and directed by Arch Oboler.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
You like ghost stories? Do you like to feel the blood run down your spinal column like the mercury in a thermometer that's been plunged into ice-cold water? Throughout the ages, people have enjoyed listening to tales of the supernatural, although few believe the supernatural exists. I was one of those cynics myself until I heard about Kay and Larry Cowling. Now, I'm not so sure. The subject of time has a great deal to do with our preoccupation with ghosts. On one side of the fence, we have the realists. You live your own life on Earth, and you don't return. On the other side, we have the romantics, the people who feel that the past is part of the present. The scoffers make fun of them. They demand proof when a ghost appears, and so far, no one has been able to produce a genuine set of, shall we say, supernatural fingerprints. But tonight we'll leave the realists with their fingerprints and their hard, cold facts, and lend an ear to a pair of likable young romantics. The story of Kay and Larry Cowling can undoubtedly be explained logically. But that depends, of course, on whether you have a logical turn of mind.
Sleepy, darling?
No, just relax.
Too many cocktails before dinner, I guess. Where are we now?
No, not too far from New York.
I don't think we ought to drive very late tonight, Larry, especially after those drinks and that big dinner. You're liable to doze off at the wheel.
I'm being very careful. I would have stayed in New York if we could have gotten a hotel room. I will find some kind of a tourist place along the road.
It's awfully woodsy around here, isn't it?
Yeah, this whole section is pretty famous in the history books. Revolutionary War stuff.
According to the guidebooks, George Washington must have gotten around an awful lot. He seems to have slept in every house around here.
Yeah, half the tourist places use that gag to come on for gullible Middle Westerners like us.
Wasn't New York wonderful?
Oh, boy.
I wish we weren't going home so soon.
Oh, we can come back sometime. Honeymoon can't last forever, sugar. Papa's got to go back and make a little dough.
Oh, it's too bad we couldn't stay on longer, though. I was dying to buy a few antiques.
Oh, listen, half that stuff is phony. You get hold of a rocking chair, kick it around till it looks like it's been through a war, then up the price and tell you Alexander Hamilton used it.
Oh, you and your hard-headed realism. You've no romance.
None at all?
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
Now, what you driving?
Uh-oh.
Rain?
Looks that way. Been threatening for half an hour.
Now we'll have to find a place for the night.
Uh-oh, here she comes. I'll close that window, honey.
Goodness, it's a cloudburst.
We won't drown, but I can't guarantee the car. We should have kept on the main highway. This road will turn into a mud hole inside of 5 minutes.
Are you sure you know where we are, darling?
New Jersey somewhere. Oh, we'll stop at the first house and check our directions.
Larry, look out!
Phew. That was a close one. Oh, now I don't know whether we can get out or not. No, I don't think so. No, we're stuck, Kate.
Here?
Oh, darling, I didn't pick the spot. Well, we'll try it again. No, it's no use. We're stuck fast.
Now what?
Oh, we stay here until the rain stops.
But it's getting so dark, Larry.
Would you prefer to walk?
In this rain?
Wait a minute, what's that shining through the woods?
That looks like a house light.
It doesn't seem bright enough for that. Oh, well, we may as well take a chance. Come on, honey, we'll make a run for it. Ready?
Uh-huh.
Let's go. That's a house, all right. You can see it now through the trees.
Look at it, Larry. A real colonial mansion.
Oh, it's a little wet to admire the architecture. Hurry, come on.
I'm going as fast as I can.
Oh, it's coming down like crazy. Hey, get under this tree, Kay. We'll let up in a minute or so. If we try to cross that clearing, we'll get soaked. Right.
Did you see the house again when that lightning flashed?
Yeah, all shutters and white shingles.
There's some kind of a lamp burning over the door.
Looks like candlelight from here.
They seem so quiet.
Well, there must be someone there if the lights are on.
We can't stand here all night, darling. The rain's getting at us even through the trees.
Here, pull your coat over your head.
Oh, Larry, my hat, it fell off.
Oh, where is it? I can't see it. Wait a minute.
Oh, never mind. The hat's ruined anyhow.
Come on, let's make a dash for that porch. Come on. Here we are. What's that sign say over the door there, Kay?
Ye olde Sunnyside Inn.
Sunnyside is right.
Well, it must be a hotel, Larry. It's not a break.
I hope they got a room for us. Where's the doorbell?
Well, there isn't any. Oh, here's a knocker over here.
Oh, I can see it's going to be one of those quaint little joints.
Larry?
What?
Look over there.
Why, they're horses.
With saddles on them. They're hitched to those posts.
I've never seen saddles like that before. Oh, good evening.
What do you want?
Well, a room if you have one.
We're not taking strangers in tonight.
You run a hotel, don't you?
Find another spot to tether your horses. Tonight the place is closed.
Bring 'em in, Bess. There's no fit night for a dog.
But, Seth...
Do as I say, woman.
Come in.
Oh, thanks.
Go in and tend to your guests. Their throats are parched and they're calling for ale.
All right, all right.
Where are you from, Sirrah?
La Porte.
La Porte? In France?
No, Indiana.
Indiana? What in the name of Satan is Indiana?
Why, you don't know where Indiana is?
Say, what kind of a gag is this?
Gag?
Yeah, what's the idea of that get-up?
You speak the king's English, and yet your language is foreign. So is your dress. Well, no matter. You're here for the night. Set yourself at that table, and I'll see about your lodgings.
Larry, isn't he queer?
You get a load of that outfit? Knee breeches and a wig.
And the old lady, she was wearing a costume.
Well, they certainly do it up brown in here.
What do you mean?
Well, this atmosphere, it's like a masquerade.
You think they're just putting on an act?
Well, of course, Kate. I'll bet the tourists eat it up.
But why was she so rude to us? They didn't sound as if they were very anxious to have guests.
All part of the background. I think it was kind of cute if we weren't so wet.
Larry?
Yeah?
Look at this room.
Well, what about it? Just a bunch of antiques.
But these antiques are new.
So what?
And look at the candles along the walls. They don't have electric lights either.
Oh, part of the routine, that's all.
I'm not so sure.
You're not so sure of what?
There's something about this place. It frightens me.
Oh, now, look, don't be silly, honey.
But look at the guns leaning against the fireplace.
Old-fashioned muskets. Decorations, probably.
If they're decorations, why aren't they hanging on the wall? Why are they so shiny and new?
Search me.
Oh, Larry, let's get out of here.
Now, honey, it's raining cats and dogs. As long as we got a place to stay, let's keep it. We may not be able to find another, and that car won't budge.
The old woman's coming back again, Larry.
I've brought you 2 tankards of ale. It'll warm ye bones a bit.
Ale? Oh, sounds okay. I'd rather have a martini, but ale will do.
Martini?
Dry.
Is this martini fish or fowl?
A martini is a drink, lady. Well, thanks for the ale. Boy, this stuff is good.
The Hoskins house is noted for its brew.
Oh, it's awfully strong.
Who knocks?
Open up!
Your Excellency.
Has he arrived?
Not yet, Your Excellency.
Larry, he's dressed like the others.
Pray be seated, Your Excellency. I'll tell my husband you're here.
Who are these two?
Travelers, Your Excellency. We gave them shelter from the rain.
I told you to take in no guests.
It was Hoskins.
Never mind. For them to prepare my quarters.
In all haste, Your Excellency.
A pretty rough night, isn't it?
I don't know you.
Oh, my name's Cowling. This is my wife.
How do you do?
Good evening.
And your name?
You don't know who I am?
I don't believe we've ever met.
Met? Well, really.
What's he laughing at?
I don't know. But the man is rather rude.
What was that you said?
You heard me.
Larry, please don't start anything.
Yes. Tell your husband to hold his tongue. If he displeases me, I may have to cut it off.
Why, I'll kick your teeth in.
Larry!
What am I supposed to do, stand for his lip?
He's got a pistol in his hand.
Well, hey.
You needn't fail. I'm not wasting this bullet on such as you. I'm saving it for a friend.
I've never seen a pistol like that before.
It looks like a museum piece.
Your remarks are as stupid as your countenance. Keep them to yourself. This museum piece may make some conversation of its own.
Your Excellency, your quarters are ready.
Good. I'm to be called 1 hour before the dawn. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. What kind of a joint is this, anyway?
Larry, I'm afraid.
Of what? These clowns? Getting a little tired of the act, that's all.
But, Larry, maybe they're not putting on an act.
What?
Well, suppose they're insane.
What, the whole silly lot of them?
Why do they call the tall one Your Excellency? And the way they bow and scrape and talk? Larry, this isn't a musical comedy. There's something wrong.
Well, you don't think we've accidentally stumbled into a nut house, do you?
Whatever it is, Larry, I don't like it and I want to leave.
Where's your handbag?
Over here.
Come on, let's get out. Hey, I can't open the door. There's a heavy bolt on it. Wait a minute. Maybe I can pry it loose with...
And where you are, sir.
Larry, he's pointing a shotgun.
Hey, what's the idea?
Are you trying to leave?
Well, we thought we'd see if we could get our car out of the ditch.
Car?
Automobile.
Your language is the devil's own. And so are your garments. Stand away from the door. Stand back, I say.
Larry.
It's all right, honey. Take it easy. What's the idea of the artillery? This a hold-up?
You're staying for the night. No one leaves here until the dawn. Don't show your back again, Sarah, unless you like both barrels between your shoulder blades.
Your ale, Seth.
Good. We'll drink to His Excellency.
I don't think I want any more ale. It's much too strong for me.
We'll drink to His Excellency. Do I make myself clear?
Better humor him along, honey. Wait for an opening.
To His Excellency.
To His Excellency. Oh, boy, this stuff is dynamite.
A toast now to Tom, a wise president and a just one.
Tom?
President of what?
Our country, you fool.
Oh, but his name isn't Tom.
Is your woman being disrespectful, Sarah?
Oh, but
Wait. All right, Mr. Hoskins, we'll make a toast. To the President of the United States.
The Right Honorable Thomas Jefferson.
But, Larry, Jefferson was president in 1804.
$150 and more is a long, long time. And since the year of our Lord 1804, many men have gone to their just reward. How many of these have returned, even for a short space of time, is a question that might be answered by the romantics. And only a realist will insist that none have returned at all.
Your room is here. You will remain inside for the night. When the sun rises, you will be permitted to leave.
You keeping us prisoner here?
It were best for you, young man, to mind your tongue and shut your eyes until you leave. The affairs of this house tonight do not concern you.
Larry, don't argue with her.
Remember, Hoskins will use his musket if you so much as raise your voice. And when the dawn appears, keep well within this room. Your lives may depend on it. Good even to ye. Sleep well.
She's locking us in, Larry.
Yeah. Let's see where the window leads to. No, too much of a drop. We'd be taking a chance if we tried to climb down.
What do we do, Larry?
I don't know what those screwballs are up to, but maybe I can think of a way to get out of here before morning.
You know, I'm beginning to change my mind.
About what?
I'm not so sure they are crazy.
You're not? That ale had a stronger effect on you than I thought.
Well, things they say are odd, but there's one way they might make sense.
Oh, how?
If those people were living in colonial...
But they're not. They're living now. This is the 20th century. I'll bet my last $5 we've just met a bunch of refugees from a padded cell. Say, what did you mean if they were living in colonial times?
I don't know what I meant. I'm so confused I can't think straight.
Well, why don't you try to get some rest, honey?
What are you going to do?
I'll figure a way out of here.
Maybe we better not try.
No, they don't worry me.
Oh, it isn't that.
No?
Well, somehow I want to find out what she meant when she told us to keep well inside the room at dawn.
Say, what's got into you?
Larry, I have a feeling we're living something that we'll never be able to explain to anyone.
Well, I only wish you'd explain it to me.
Oh, you'd only laugh.
No, I wouldn't. Come on, what is it, Kay? Tell me.
Do you believe in the supernatural?
Well, you mean ghosts and things like that?
Oh, not exactly.
Well, then what?
Well, these people, Larry. They exist. Well, I mean, we see them, we talk to them, and yet I don't think they're alive.
Oh, hey, now, take it easy. You need some rest, honey.
I knew you wouldn't understand. Why should you? I don't understand myself.
They're nuts, that's what they are. Crackpots. And when we get out of here, I'm making a full report to the local cops.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Oh, come on, lie down over here, baby.
Aren't you going to try to get some sleep yourself?
No, I've got some heavy thinking to do between now and morning. Over here, honey.
What are you doing?
Preparing to get us out. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. I'm going to tear these sheets into strips to make a rope. I'll lower you from the window first, then follow you.
Well, suppose they see us, Larry.
We'll have to take a chance.
The dawn's coming up. It stopped raining.
Yeah.
Trees look so unreal. It's like a dream, Larry. The whole thing is like a dream.
Then it's time we woke up. Okay, baby, come over here to the window. Are you scared?
Just a little.
You'll be all right. Here, help me with... a rotten break.
What's the matter?
Oh, look at that clearing down there.
Larry!
Yeah, 6 of them. They'd spot us in a minute if we try to get out.
What are they doing?
Oh, looks like they're holding some kind of a meeting. Oh, wait. Hey!
Larry, it's a duel.
Oh, holy smoke.
Those men over there are doctors. Look at the instruments on the table.
Oh, the two in the middle must be seconds. The guy in the white shirts with the pistol.
One of them is the man we met downstairs, the one they call Excellency.
Yeah. Where have I seen the other one before?
I've seen him too, Larry. Or at least I've seen his picture.
They're back to back now. Now I know why they let us in here and kept us prisoners.
They'll kill each other, Larry.
Oh, steady, Kay, steady.
Steady, gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, 4...
Larry!
The one on the right just shot into the sky. He did it deliberately, Kay.
But the other one...
Well, look at him. Well, look at the coward. He's taking aim, Kay. He's... Wait...
Well, I hope you're enjoying our excursion into the supernatural. But I'm afraid Larry and Kay aren't.
Somebody's coming in. I'm going to take a sock at him. It's our only chance.
No, Larry, don't. They'll kill us if you do.
Easy now.
You saw the duel?
Duel? Don't make me laugh. That was murder.
You're wanted downstairs in the tap room. Come with me. And mind you don't try any tricks.
I'm going to watch for an opening, Kay. When it comes, get ready to run.
He's carrying someone in.
That's the guy who was shot.
Look at his shirt front, Larry. It's covered with blood.
He hasn't got a chance. He'll be dead inside of an hour.
Put him in the corner room. Surgeon will probe for the bullet.
Here are the strangers, sir.
I'll take care of them. You stay with him. Well, you witnessed the duel?
Oh, yes. We witnessed the duel.
Come into the tap room.
Huh? Where's the hero? Where's His Excellency? He did a very fancy job.
Be quiet.
He's got a wonderful sense of fair play. What do they call him besides Your Excellency? The butcher?
I said be quiet.
I won't be quiet. This man is a murderer. He ought to be jailed.
Were you referring to me?
You're darn tootin' I was referring to you. Your opponent deliberately fired into the air, and then you killed him in cold blood.
Your language is offensive, sir.
Well, that's too bad.
I demand an immediate apology.
How would you like a punch in the jaw instead?
Larry, please.
I see you still don't know who I am.
You young fool, he's one of the best shots in the country.
I have just got rid of a major nuisance in my life. Now I shall be forced to wipe out a minor one. You will give me satisfaction on the green tomorrow, sir.
No.
And meanwhile, you'll take my glove in your face.
I work without gloves, brother. Like this. Thanks for your hospitality. Come on, Kay, let's get out of here fast. It's the next turn, officer. About half a mile down.
We'll reach our car in just a minute.
That story of yours isn't straight, mister. You're spending a night in the cooler.
I tell you, it happened just as I described it to you.
They were all dressed in those funny clothes, and we saw the duel.
Yeah, and one of them was killed. No question about it. He was hit in the heart. He didn't have a chance.
Oh, Larry, there's the car.
You see, officer? See, it's still stuck in the road.
Well, where's the house?
On the left, about 300 yards up behind the trees.
Wasn't it on the right, Larry?
No, the left.
Will you make up your mind?
Oh, okay, but this way. Come with me.
You know, I thought I knew every inch of this country. What kind of a house was it?
Look, colonial. Look, brand new. It's just being freshly painted.
Well, there was a porch and a garden in the back.
Hey, what's them branches? They're sharp.
Well, that's funny. It wasn't as wild as this last night.
We didn't have to go through all this underbrush to reach the house. There was a path here.
Yeah, and it was clear behind those trees.
You sure we're going right?
Well, maybe we're...
Oh, Larry, look, my hat. I lost it last night, remember?
Oh, sure, yeah, look, there it is. Why, we probably came...
Larry?
Is that the house you're talking about?
Why, it couldn't be.
Let's go up.
That house is old, officer. The weeds are growing right up to the door.
Freshly painted, huh? This stump ain't had a paintbrush on it for 100 years. Oh, just look at the inside. It's falling apart.
Well, we must have made a mistake.
Larry, look at it closely. It could be the same house if it were new.
You know, I got a half a mind to yank you in.
Look, I tell you, officer, we weren't trying to kid you. I swear we weren't.
Did you have any drinks last night?
Just one or two.
No, one or two, huh? You must have been plastered, that's what. This shack's been standing here ever since the Revolution, and nobody's lived in it for 90 years.
But I just can't believe that.
Here you are, wise guy. You answer this ticket in the county court tomorrow. I ain't sure what the charge is going to be yet, but I'll figure out one by the time you show up. Screwballs.
What does it mean, Kate?
I don't know.
Could we have dreamed it?
Oh, you know we didn't.
Maybe we didn't find the right house. Maybe it's off in the woods over there.
Larry, no.
Huh?
Let's not look for it any longer.
Oh, you're right. Better leave well enough alone. Well, we may as well start back to town. I'll get a tow truck to pick up the car. Oh, which reminds me, I hope I got enough cash on me. Let's see. 20, 40, 50. Kay.
What is it, Larry?
You remember the guy who was shot in the duel?
Yeah.
You said he looked familiar? Oh, take a look at the face on this $10 bill.
It's the same man, Larry.
Alexander Hamilton.
The glove. The one the other man hit you with. There it is on the floor.
Say, that's right.
It's a gauntlet. And look how old it is. It was new when... Larry, the initials on the wrist.
A.B.
A.B. If the other man was Alexander Hamilton, those initials must stand for...
Aaron Burr. The man who actually did kill Hamilton way back in 1804.
Well, there you are. I give you the story with no apologies and no explanations. The explanations will occur in your minds of their own accord, depending on what side of that fence you're on. A realist might say, for instance, that the Cowlings were rather flighty people, given to rather potent liquids and periodic hallucinations. But then the romantics might retort, where is the proof that it didn't happen? As for me, I take no sides. I've been around long enough to know that sooner or later the facts will out. It's only a matter of time.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Klee, and Hart Maguire was the Clock. Also heard were Leon Piers as Larry, Win Nelson as Kay, together with Fifi Banvard, Tom Farley, Owen Weingott, and Ken Warren. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes,
I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Whistler. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Panic.
Leora had been on his mind all morning. He tried not to think of her, tried to throw himself into the office routine, dragged out all the things he'd set aside during the past month, told his secretary they were going to work late. Then, by 1 in the afternoon, he found himself slipping, letting his mind relax and settle on Leora again. And at 3, he discovered he was dictating nonsense to his secretary. At that point, he stopped suddenly and deliberately thought of Leora, of her leaving tonight, walking out of his life forever. An hour later, he was hurrying out of the passport office on his way to the steamship agency.
Yes, sir?
I believe a Mr. and Mrs. Charles Moffat are listed on tonight's sailing. Would you check it for me, please?
Of course, sir. Midnight sailing Baratania. Yes, here we are. Mr. and Mrs. Charles Moffat, A-deck cabin 12.
Is there any space left on that ship?
Well, as a matter of fact, sir, I have a cancellation right here.
I'll take it. The name's Kent Buckley. That's the way it is, isn't it, Kent? You agree to be sensible, to remember that she's married to respectable, wealthy Charles Moffat, surrounded by signs that say, "Keep off the grass," in big red letters. But it's always been hard for you to be reasonable where Leora's concerned, hasn't it? Yes, Kent. And it's certainly not reasonable for you to be taking the elevator to the 10th floor of the Park Lane Apartments that night at 9 o'clock, just 3 hours before sailing time, and walking down the corridor to Leora's door.
Ken.
Leora, darling, I had to come.
Charles is back in the study. You've got to go.
I don't give a hang where Charles is. I'd just as soon have it out with him right now. I couldn't get you out of my mind.
But we agreed to forget it.
Did you?
No.
Neither did I.
There's no sense to this, Kent. We're leaving in an hour.
That's why I came, Leora. I'm going too.
What are you talking about?
I got passage this afternoon. I'm not going to let him take you away.
Oh, Kent. Kent, darling.
Leora.
Charles.
Hello, Buckley. Go on upstairs, Leora.
Charles, please.
Get out of here, you two-timing little brat.
Wait a minute, Moffat.
Did you hear what I said, Leora?
Get away from her.
Well, find yourself an answer for this one.
Charles! Charles! Stop! Don't hit him again! Oh. All right. All right, Charles. There!
Leora, that poker, you... Wait a minute. He's not breathing. He's not... You killed him.
Yes. I meant to kill him.
You better answer the phone.
Yes, of course. Hello? Oh, yes, the package. I'll call down when it's ready. The expressman's downstairs.
Wait a minute. Let me think. I gotta think. Oh, Leora, please.
Oh, what have I done? Ken, what have I done?
Come on, you better sit down. There. Think. We gotta get rid of him some way.
There's no way. We're on the 10th floor.
We get 3 hours till sailing time. 3 hours.
We'll never get away. There's no use trying.
The baggage. Wait a minute. Leora, where are the steamer trunks?
In the study.
Come on.
Oh, Ben. It's no use.
Oh, we've got a chance. Whose trunk is this?
Charles. His clothes.
It's big enough. Yeah. Sure. He's going in it. Come on. Help me get it open.
Hello? Just a minute. It's the expressman again.
Tell him to come up in 5 minutes.
Oh. Hello? Trunks will be ready in 5 minutes. Yeah. Yes, please come up.
Listen, Leora, you've got to get hold of yourself.
Oh.
This is going to take nerve.
Yes, Kent.
All right, now listen. I'm going to leave now. I'll meet you on the pier. The trunks will be sent aboard. You and I are going up the gangplank as Mr. and Mrs. Charles Moffat.
They'll check.
Not until later. The cabin check comes after we get to sea. Maybe not till tomorrow morning.
Kent,
it's got to work. You know what happens if it doesn't?
Yes, I do.
All right, now listen. Your husband's going to commit suicide tonight, right after we sail. He's going over the side. If I'm right about that cabin check, if it doesn't come off till tomorrow morning,
what if it does?
We'll find a way somehow. I gotta go now. Remember, I'll see you on the dock.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Panic, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. You hear people say there's a reason for everything. Well, there's certainly a reason why, in just 14 years, the Signal Oil Organization has grown from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 dealers, serving 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. Briefly, that reason is quality of product. 14 years ago, it was Signal Oil Company that introduced the first guaranteed anti-knock gasoline at no extra price. And since then, Signal gasoline has been constantly improved to give you the benefit of every latest development in the automotive and petroleum industry. In today's new Signal gasoline, for instance, the atoms in gasoline molecules have actually been rearranged to create amazing new power. Power that not only helps you enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter anti-knock performance from your car, but also helps you go farther than ever on each gallon of Signal. So you see, there's good reason for the swing to Signal. Good reason for you to get acquainted soon with the friendly station in your neighborhood displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle sign. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Kent, you know what panic is now. The blind, paralyzing terror that begins somewhere in your stomach and creeps upward towards your brain. You feel it as you stand on the dock, waiting for Leora, watching the stevedores load baggage, trying to recognize the tan, brass-bound trunk that holds the body of Charles Moffat. You've got his overcoat on, dark glasses, his hat and muffler pulled close around your face, so your features are hardly visible. You stand out of the crowd, moving toward the gangplank, waiting. 5 minutes. 10. Then...
Kent.
Oh, Leora.
Get out of sight, quickly.
What's the matter?
Hurry.
There's no one in the freight office. Come on. What's the matter?
She's here. I forgot all about her.
Who's here?
Alice Merton, the friend of Charles. I just saw her, then I remembered. Kent, she's going too. She's on the same ship.
Good Lord, where is she now?
Wait a minute. Let me look. Over there. That woman in blue talking to the purser.
Yeah.
Oh, Kent, if she ever sees you,
Wait. She's turning away. Going back to the waiting room.
Looking for us, probably.
If we can get to the cabin we're in, you can tell her I'm sick, can't see anyone.
Well...
As soon as I can get away, I'll leave the ship by the visitor's gangplank and come back on board under my own name. Understand?
I think so.
All right. Let's go. Remember what I told you. I'll do the talking. Just keep calm.
722, right? Tickets, please.
Here you are.
Mr. and Mrs. Charles Moffat. A-deck cabin 12, right? There you are.
Come on.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, Mr. Moffat.
Yes?
I'm awfully sorry, sir. I have a note here about cabin 12. Apparently the agent made an error. It's been sold to two parties.
What do you mean?
Well, would cabin 60 be all right? It's on the same deck and it's double.
Yes. That'll be all right. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
This way, Mr. Moffat. Right down at the end of the deck. Your hand baggage is down there now.
All right, Leora.
What about the purser?
I don't know. It was dark. He couldn't have seen my face.
Oh, here we are. Cabin 60. Oh, darn it. It's stuck again. I'm going to have it fixed, I keep telling myself.
Kent, shh. Kent, look.
Mrs. Merton.
Have to hurry.
Doggone key.
Here, let me try.
It's stuck.
Charles, I've been looking all over for you.
Hey, look out. Let me have that key here.
Wait a minute, Charles.
All right, there. Get rid of her quick.
Leora, darling, where have you been?
Hello, Alice.
About your trunks, Mrs. Moffat. They're on their way to the baggage room, but I can have
Excuse me, Leora. I simply must see Charles.
Wait a minute. Alice, Charles is quite ill.
He's ill?
I've got to get below, Mrs. Moffat, if you'll just tell me
I'll talk to you later.
Well, I'm sure Charles won't mind it.
Please, Alice, please. I said Charles is ill. He doesn't want to see anyone now. You understand?
Why, of course. If he feels that way.
Okay, I'll send the trunks to the
I'm sorry, Alice. He's been very low lately. I'm sure he'll feel better tomorrow.
Why, of course. Good night, Leora.
Well, that was a close one.
I've got to sit down.
What about the baggage?
I don't know. I couldn't hear what he was saying. Something about the baggage.
We'll have to get it later. I hope they don't make the cabin check tonight.
All ashore, let's go ashore.
Oh, I gotta get off.
The overcoat.
Oh, here. There. Now listen. Forget about the body. We'll get rid of it later. Wait until about 3 in the morning.
3 in the morning?
Check the deck carefully. Then run out and scream that Charles has jumped overboard. Shoot the works, collapse everything. Scatter his personal stuff around the room so it'll look like he's been here. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, Kent. Panic is a terrible thing, isn't it? And it's eating away at you as you leave the ship with the bon voyageurs. As you return and present your own ticket. Then, an hour later, after the ship is pulled out, you discover to your horror that they're making the cabin check.
Who is it?
Kent, open up, quick. They're making the cabin check right now. Be here in 20 minutes. We gotta do it now.
That man outside.
What man?
He's hung around here ever since you left. Out there by the rail. Yes. There, he's back again.
I'll have to get rid of him. You know what to do?
I think so.
Good luck, darling. I'll wait till he's looking the other way.
There. Now.
Okay.
Nice night. Oh, you startled me. I didn't see you.
Sorry. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I got a cigar here.
Buckley is my name.
Grayson. Glad to know you, Buckley.
Uh-huh. First trip?
Well, matter of fact, it is.
We'll have a drink on this bar down on the next deck.
No, thanks. I don't drink.
Oh. Been over the ship?
Yeah, nice stuff at that.
Well, I was just about to take a walk around the deck. How about joining me?
Oh, you better stick around. Purser's collecting the tickets. Maybe afterwards, huh?
Yeah, all right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there they are now.
Yeah, there they...
Oh, what's wrong?
Doctor...
Hey, good Lord, Purser! Purser!
Yes, sir?
This man's had a heart attack.
That was the only way out, wasn't it, Kent? Grayson and the purser carry you down to the ship's hospital, and the doctor examines your heart, then leaves you to rest on the couch. You can almost see the purser now, moving closer and closer to Leora in cabin 60. There's nothing you can do except wait, and your mind takes up the rhythm of the clock. He's at cabin 20 now. 22. 24.
26. 28. 30. 32. She made it.
You race up on deck. The ship is turning around. Searchlights are playing in long arcs across the water. The passengers, officers, members of the crew stand at the railings, trying to see through the blackness. And Leora's on deck outside the cabin, following instructions.
Now, Mrs. Moffat.
I don't know why he did it. He just got up all of a sudden and said he was going for a walk. I looked out the window just in time to see him climb over the railing.
I see. That's rather odd, isn't it?
Leora, darling.
Oh, Alice, dear, I'm so glad you're here.
There was something wrong, wasn't there? That's why he acted so strangely a while ago.
Pardon me, what's your name, please?
Alice Merton. I'm a friend of Mr. Moffat.
You say he was acting strangely?
Yes, he was ill.
Yes, that's it. He wasn't himself all afternoon. He said he was ill.
That's hardly a reason for suicide.
I beg your pardon.
Yes?
Mr. Moffat had every reason for suicide. My name's Grayson. I'm one of his creditors.
I see.
I took passage on this ship because I suspected he was leaving the country to escape his financial obligations.
What? I didn't know.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Moffat.
I'd better take you down to the dispensary, Mrs. Moffat. The doctor will give you a sedative.
Oh, this is...
There, now. Everything is going to be all right.
Well, that's one important hurdle, isn't it, Kent? But the rest is going to be more difficult. There must be no way for anyone to connect you and Leora, to link up your convenient heart attack with Charles Moffat's suicide. You have to take advantage of every moment the two of you are alone together. For example, as you are resting side by side on the beds in the ship's hospital, the doctor goes out for a moment.
Did I sound convincing?
Wonderful. Grayson was a blessing in disguise.
We can take our time now.
Yeah, 3 more nights. Get into Southampton in the morning of the 16th. If that trunk ever gets into customs...
Don't even think about it.
We gotta be careful. I'm worried about Grayson.
I know.
Look, I'll be in the lounge tomorrow morning after breakfast reading a magazine. You can come in.
Here you are, Mrs. Moffat. Take 2 tablets tonight and a glass of water. Make you sleep.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Buckley, I'm awfully puzzled about your heart.
Oh, it's only happened once or twice.
Seems perfectly normal. Strange, isn't it?
You see her again the next morning as you sit in the ship's lounge, reading a magazine, back to back with Leora and Alice Merton on the sofa behind you.
I understand, dear. I know it's hard. After all, I thought as much of Charles as you did, but it's not going to help any to sit alone in your room and brood over it.
I know it, Alice.
I'm going to see the deck steward. Perhaps we can arrange a game of shuffleboard. I'll be right back.
Kent.
Grayson's been talking to the doctor.
Your heart?
Yeah, he's beginning to wonder, too.
Check the baggage clerk. I'll send the trunk up any time I want it.
Good.
When?
Not till we're ready.
You'll have to help me. I can't lift him alone.
I know it.
Leora, dear, it's all arranged. The steward has it all ready for us.
But, Alice,
No, not a word. That nice Mrs. Broderick's going to join us, and, let's see, we need one more. How about this young man? I beg your pardon.
Oh.
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Merton.
How do you do? Kent Buckley.
I'd like you to meet Mrs. Moffat, Mr. Buckley.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello. Would you like to join us in a game of shuffleboard, Mr. Buckley?
I'm sorry, not quite up to it today. Perhaps tomorrow.
All right, tomorrow. It's a date. Good shot, Leora. Your turn, Mr. Buckley.
All right, here goes.
deck watches last night.
Yes?
Here comes another one, Mrs. Merton.
All right. Oh, not bad. 10 points.
Just getting warmed up. We'll do it during the captain's dinner.
That's on the last night. Why are we doing
What are you waiting for? Hurry up.
Oh, just a second. It's our best chance. Everyone will be there. Nobody on deck. All right, here's the last one. How's that?
Oh, you're too good for me. Another 10.
Now, where'll I get going?
I don't see why.
Skip it for now. Look, leave your green purse in the dining room today at lunch. I'll pick it up.
My goodness, you two seem to be old hands at this game.
Oh, we've just had a run of luck. Kent's never played.
Oh, it's Kent, is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Buckley.
Oh, well, you're up, Mrs. Merton.
Is this your purse, Mrs. Moffat?
Well, yes, it is.
A gentleman found it in the dining room.
Thank you very much. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Everyone will show at captain's dinner except deck watches. Get front to cabin by 6. Dinner starts 6:30. Watch me and leave when I do. Meet at cabin. Kent.
The waiting is the worst part of it, isn't it, Kent? Sitting, wondering what she's thinking, wondering if she'll be successful in getting the trunk to the stateroom. A whole day of waiting, then a night and another day. You're 24 hours out of Southampton and the customs. But you were right. Your best chance is during the captain's dinner, attended by all the passengers and officers. No one to worry about except the deck watches. And you've been careful to note the exact time the watch on the afterdeck goes down to the galley for coffee. You're at the table in the dining salon at 6:30, seated next to your friend, Mr. Grayson, the man who represents the creditor.
I saw you out playing shuffleboard yesterday, Buckley.
Yeah.
Enjoy it?
Yeah, great game.
A little strenuous.
You don't mean that.
I mean, for a man with a weak heart.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, if it hadn't been for that, I might have been able to stop Moffat before he went over the side. Matter of fact, I'd intended to go into his cabin and talk things over with him. That's how I happened to be standing out there on the deck.
Well.
And then you had to go and pull a heart attack at exactly the right moment.
Always pick the worst time.
Yeah. Almost peculiar the way it happened.
You got a cigarette?
How about a cigar?
Oh, thanks, no. I better get some cigarettes. I'll be right back.
That's right, Kent. Make sure Leora sees you leave, then head for the cabin. Once the body is gone, Grayson and the whole lot of them can be as suspicious as they choose. The decks are deserted. Everything is right, isn't it, Kent? Exactly right.
Is the trunk in the room?
I had an awful time. He didn't want to send us out.
Never mind that. Is it there now?
Yes, it's
all
there.
Right. We can't be gone too long. Let's get going. Hurry. Don't touch the lights.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Where is it?
Right over. It's gone.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a question. Have you forgotten anything lately? Just anything? Well, of course, we all forget occasionally. But consider what might happen if even one part were forgotten when your car is lubricated. Excessive wear, a damaged part, and your car laid up. That's why your Signal gasoline dealer never trusts to memory when he lubricates your car. Instead, he uses Signal's famous check chart, on which the maker of your car shows every lubrication point. And your Signal dealer checks each point against this chart not just once, but twice, which is why it's called Signal Double Check Lubrication. What's more, your Signal dealer uses 9 specialized Signal lubricants, so each part will have the exact type of protection it needs for long, trouble-free service. This is just another example of the more thorough, conscientious service you get at independently operated Signal stations. Another reason why your signal man is a mighty good man to know these days when you really want your car to go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Kent, the panic is back again, isn't it? The blind black panic you felt when you looked down at Charles, dead at your feet back in the apartment. The trunk with Charles's body is gone. Everything. All the planning, the careful meetings, the dodging and lying was useless. The trunk is gone. You forget about caution now as you and Leora hurry down to the baggage room on C deck and call the clerk to the window.
Clerk!
Yes, sir.
What happened to the trunk Mrs. Moffat had sent up to her room this evening?
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Where is it?
Well, it seems...
Well, come on, where is it?
Perhaps the purser can explain.
Excuse me, Mackay.
Where is it, Purser? It was in my cabin at 6 o'clock.
It was an error on my part, Mrs. Moffat. I neglected to inform the clerk.
Inform him of what?
Of the fact that due to Mr. Moffat's death, we have to impound all his personal effects as a matter of form.
What?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Moffat. It's simply routine.
What do you mean?
We'll have to hold the trunk here till we arrive. But it will be available to you after its contents are examined and itemized by the authorities.
Oh.
So you see, really there's no reason at all to become alarmed, is there?
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Popular radio program on the West Coast. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. 6-letter word for death.
Thursday night was the climax. Every element in the marriage of George and Priscilla Haynes came to a sharp focus on that foggy Thursday night. 5 years of it. 60 months. 1,826 days, each adding a little pressure, each day contributing a little more water behind the dam that was destined to give way on that Thursday night, when the fog hung like a blanket over the campus of State College. George Haynes had known the marriage wouldn't work from the first. Yes, George, as far back as a month after your wedding, when you first felt the cold, sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach, And these 5 years have proven it. But no one but you seems to recognize it. No, George, not even Priscilla.
George. George, I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Priscilla.
George, what's a four-letter word meaning former?
Please, dear, I'm awfully busy and...
Just this one.
You say four-letter word meaning former?
Yes.
Let's see, try Erst.
What?
Erst. E-R-S-T.
That's a silly word. You sure?
You might try it and see.
E-R-S-T. Looks funny.
Now, I've got to get to this lecture for tomorrow, dear. Let's see. Better open with Page's work on Cambodia. There's Angkor Wat, of course. Fundamentals first, general aspects.
George.
Distinction from South Chinese. Yes, of
George.
course. Yes, dear.
I'm stuck again. There's a six-letter word.
Priscilla, darling, I've really got to get at this. Would you mind, please?
Oh, don't be a stuffed shirt, George. Just this one.
All right, Priscilla. Just this one.
No, George. No one seemed to recognize the real trouble. The president of State College, Dr. Dawes, didn't get it either, did he, George? There was no way to explain it to anybody.
Tell me, George, what's wrong?
I'm afraid I don't understand, Dr. Dawes.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't either. As you know, the Regents have been considering you and Larry Price as possibilities for the chairmanship of the history department. I put a lot of faith in you, George. Now I'm beginning to wonder.
I know my work has fallen off.
What's the matter, George?
I guess it's nerves or something.
Maybe you need a rest. Why don't you take Priscilla and go...
No. I'm sorry, Dr. Dawes. I'd better go.
Darling, I'm glad you're home.
Hello, dear.
Larry tells me you've declined the faculty dinner. I told him there must be a mistake, George. Surely we're not...
It's not a mistake, Priscilla. My work is in such bad shape that I've got to get down to business.
But everyone will be there, dear. Larry and Dan and all the rest. They'll think something's the matter.
But don't you see, Priscilla, my work is more important.
Oh, so that's it. Your work is more important than my happiness. You don't care, do you? You just as soon wrap yourself up in those stuffy...
All right, we'll go.
I can't understand why we have to go...
Priscilla, please! Please!
Larry and Ann and all the rest. They didn't get it either, did they, George? They can't understand the terror you feel when you realize Dr. Dawes is right. Your work is slipping. George Haynes, full professor of history, candidate for chairman of the department, is slipping. You feel as if you're standing at the edge of a cliff, and Priscilla, with her inane remarks, her perpetual round of afternoon teas, faculty dinners, and 1,000 other distractions, is easing you over the brink. 5 years of it, George. 5 long years. And each day, each hour, building like a tower of blocks, designed to topple into ruins on that foggy Thursday night. The night Priscilla invited Larry and Ann to the house for an evening of bridge.
George, of all the stupid plays, that one takes the prize. First you double them into game, and then... Well, he wouldn't have doubled if you hadn't bid clubs, Priscilla. Oh, that had nothing to do with it. He was
I'm
simply...
sorry, Priscilla. I guess I wasn't paying much attention to the game.
Lucky for you, we're not playing for 0.25%, George.
That's enough, Larry.
Huh? What's the matter, Ann?
George is tired. Maybe we better go. Go? Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andy. The evening's just started.
I really have got to admit that I am a bit bushed.
Nonsense. Let's see, that's 120 below the line. Where's the pencil?
Here, take mine.
Oh, thanks. 120. 700 rubber. You are tired, aren't you, George?
Oh, would you think I was awfully rude if I...
Don't be silly. Of course you're being rude. George just wants an excuse to get at those dusty old books of
I
his.
don't mean that at all. I'm very tired
And terribly stupid, according to the score here.
Priscilla.
Larry, that makes your total score 2,700.
I'm talking to you, Priscilla.
George, dear, let's not have another one of your scenes, shall we?
That's just the trouble. There haven't been enough of them.
Why, George, dear.
I've kept quiet too long. That's the trouble. You can't keep quiet too long or it gets inside of you.
Oh, wait a minute.
Take your hands off of me.
George, you're making a fool of yourself.
I ought to wring your neck.
believe he meant that.
I suppose I ought to feel embarrassed. We'd better go, Larry.
Yeah, I guess we'd better.
So the blocks toppled, didn't they, George? You've spoken your piece, told Priscilla you could wring a neck, and you almost feel as if you could, don't you? She won't speak to you now, and for the first time in 5 years, the house is silent. Larry and Anne have gone home to the house next to yours on Faculty Row. Outside, the fog is cool and clean, and you suddenly want to lose yourself in it, to feel it press around you and clear some of the haze out of your mind. 15 minutes later, you find yourself near the bell tower on the campus.
Here, boy. Here, come on. That's a fella. Well, where'd you come from, fella, huh? Say, looks like you ran away. You're a nice dog. Yes, you are.
Here, Thunder. Where'd that pup go?
Come here, Cinder. Oh, hello. I see his name's Cinder.
Well, thanks. He slipped his leash in the fog.
Cinder's a good name for him. Black as ink.
Haven't had a chance to do much with him. Only had him a couple of weeks.
Well, I'm quite fond of cockers, particularly black ones. May I ask you where you got him?
Certainly at the Coldwater Kennels, about 3 miles from here.
There you are, boy.
Well, we better run along, Senator. Thanks for catching him.
Not at all. Night.
Good night.
Cute cocker. Cindy. 11 o'clock. That air's good. Well, better be getting back. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you in the fog. Here, let me help. Anne, wait a minute. That's strange.
Yes, George, that was strange, wasn't it? You're sure it was Anne, as sure as you could be of anything in that fog. But why should she run from you? Why should she scream when you reached out to help her? You're puzzled as you turn and start for home, and worried. The fog takes on an ominous quality, closing in on you, causing you to hurry faster and faster as you get closer and closer to home. Then a strange evening, the quarrel with Priscilla, Anne's terror when she ran into you. Then, 10 minutes later, as you arrive back at the house and open the door, it suddenly takes on a horrible meaning.
Priscilla? 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 Dead. Strangled.
With the prologue of tonight's story, 6-letter word for death. The Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. A friend of mine, who was never too keen about babies, recently became a papa himself. When I dropped in the other night and found him, of all things, bathing the baby, he grinningly remarked, "Well, it's different when it's your own." Well, friends, right there you have the reason why you just naturally get a different brand of service, more conscientious and more thorough, from a man who has his own money in his own business, such as your Signal gasoline dealer. It's why, for instance, when a Signal dealer lubricates your car, he takes no chance of forgetting some hidden part. Instead, he uses the famous Signal check chart that specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized lubricants each point should have. And he checks each point against the chart not just once, but twice, so not one part can be missed. Incidentally, while you're having your Signal man lubricate your car, don't forget what engineers of the American Petroleum Institute have proved, that every 1,000 miles is also time for clean motor oil. To get the best performance and longest life from your motor, be sure you get today's super quality pure paraffin base oil. Signal 4-star motor oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, George. Priscilla is dead, strangled, lying on the floor by the window, a crossword puzzle and pencil beside her. For 15 seconds, all you can do is stand there staring at her. Then, terrified, you pick up the phone. Operator, get the police. Hurry.
Police station, Sergeant Holland. Hello. Hello. Police station, Sergeant Holland.
Wait a minute. Good Lord.
I've kept quiet too long. That's the trouble. You can't keep quiet too long or it gets inside you. Ready to fool yourself. I ought to wring your neck.
Gotta get away. Get some air. Get out of here.
Well, Professor, what's the hurry?
Officer Cabin.
What's up?
Well, nothing, officer.
Well, what's the matter? You look pretty worked up.
There's nothing wrong. Nothing at all, officer. Good night, Captain.
Hey, wait a minute, Professor. That's funny.
The fog, George. All you can think of is losing yourself in it, trying to erase the horrible picture of Priscilla from your mind. Gavin, the campus policeman, saw you rush blindly from the house, saw the terror on your face that came with a realization that less than an hour after your exasperated statement at the bridge table, your wife Priscilla lies dead on the living room floor, strangled. You walk aimlessly in the fog for several minutes, trying to get a grip on yourself. Then finally you realize you can't go on this way, and you force yourself to go back to the house, back to the living room and the chair by the window. She's gone. It's like a nightmare, isn't it, George? The body's gone from its place by the living room window. Frantically, you search the house and finally discover it in the bedroom, stretched out on the floor. And something new has been added, George. One of your silk neckties is tightly knotted around her neck. Well, George, it's clear now. You're being framed. The minute it takes your fumbling fingers to take off the necktie seems a year. You can almost hear the police outside as you burn it in the stove. Then you dash next door to Larry's. Larry.
Well, George.
Larry, you've got to help me. I don't know what's behind it, but...
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
What's that in your pocket, Larry?
Huh? Oh, this?
Yes.
My pencil. Why?
Your pencil?
Yeah. What's wrong with that? Say, what's happened, George? Tell me.
Nothing, Larry. Nothing. Hey, you need another cup of coffee, Prof. Here, let me get it.
Why did he do it? What reason could he have for
Get ahead of yourself, Professor. You're not sure?
I'm positive, Charlie. The pencil was right next to her body when I first went in. When I went back, she'd been moved, and the pencil was in Larry Price's pocket.
That's pretty serious stuff.
Charlie, you believe me, don't you? You don't think
I know. Almost makes me sick to think of it.
I came here because I had to go somewhere. I thought that you'd...
Sure, I believe you, Prof.
Thanks.
Brother, you're in a tough spot.
Yes, I know.
What are you going to do?
You mean I have a choice?
Well, I don't know.
You sure that campus cop recognized you when you ran out of the house?
Oh, of course he did. I talked to him.
Yeah, that's where you made your mistake. You should have spilled it then.
I didn't know what I was doing. All I could think of was to get away from
I know. What about an alibi? What happened after you left the house the first time?
I just took a walk, that's all.
Alone?
Yes.
No one saw you, huh?
Well, there was Anne, of course, Larry's wife. She was...
Well, you can write that one off.
You think she'd deny seeing me?
If it met her husband's neck, she would.
Oh, but she's not the kind
Well,
who...
you're wasting your time, I tell you. They're all the same. Wouldn't steal second in a Sunday school baseball game, but put them on the stand when their husband's in a jackpot and... no, Professor, that one's out.
But there's no one else. Wait a minute. That dog, huh? I saw a black cocker and talked to his owner by the bell tower. He'd remember me.
Well, who is he?
I don't know his name.
Oh, great.
But the dog came from the cold water kennels.
Oh. Did you see anyone else?
No. After that, I started back. And I didn't see anyone until I ran into Gavin when I left the house again.
Oh. Well, that's a pretty important dog, isn't it?
I guess it is. I'm awfully sorry. I would have telephoned, but the telephone...
But the telephone was disconnected. Now, look. It's 1 a.m. in the morning, and I have no intention...
Wait a minute, will you? I told you this was a matter of life and death, or we wouldn't have come.
My good man, the cold water kennels deal exclusive in Cocker Spaniels. Over 100 dogs we have. More than half of them are black. How in thunder do you expect...
But he said he bought in 2 weeks ago.
Look, we've sold 30 dogs in the last 2 weeks. You don't know the man's name, don't even know what he looks like. You come here and get me out of bed at 1 a.m. in the morning and expect me to make miracles with a sales record. It don't make sense.
All right, Mr. Coldwater. Come on, Professor.
Believe me, I'm sorry, but if you only had something else to go on...
Wait a minute. The dog's name was Cinder. Does that help?
Yeah, there was a man. Wait. Called him Cinder. I remember now. Uh-huh.
Who is it?
Got it here. A man by the name of Morgenstern. He's new here. Staying at the Penn Hotel.
Morgenstern?
Let me check the register.
Morgenstern. Where have I heard that name? Morgenstern.
We had him here a couple of weeks ago. Kendrick P. Morgenstern. Yeah, I remember him now. He came in one night with a dog, and we had to tell him it wouldn't go here against the house rules.
I've seen that name. I know it.
You've got a forwarding address? No, he just moved out. He was kind of sore.
It's 3 o'clock, Charlie.
Yeah. Kendrick P. Morgenstern. I remember seeing the name. It's such a funny handle.
Well, try and picture it. You sure you saw it?
Oh, yeah.
Or was it printed or written? Maybe a sign on a store window?
It was written. I remember the K was funny.
Well, it was a signature then. You saw him sign his name?
It was a check. That's right. He came here to cash a check this morning.
Wait a minute. You sent the deposits?
No, I didn't.
Where is it?
In the safe. And it's got his name and an address on it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Brendan. I know it's late, but we've got to find him. You say he was staying here?
Well, it was funny. A nice man, Mr. Morgenstern, but odd. He come here from the hotel with his dog about 2 weeks back. Thought the world and all that.
But you said he's gone now. Where is he?
Well, I'm getting to that. He only took the room for 2 weeks, being he's due to go east tonight on the plane.
East where?
Well, I don't know.
When? What plane?
Left at midnight. But come 11 o'clock, he decides to take his dog walking. Well, I don't see him for over an hour. 12:30 it was, but then the plane's gone.
But then he's here.
Oh, no, left in an awful hurry. Think he was going to catch the next plane at 2 a.m.
But I've called all the other lines. Haven't you a record of a canceled reservation on the midnight flight? Very well. Thank you.
Something's haywire somewhere, Prof.
Oh, it's useless, Charlie. Nothing else I can do.
What time is it?
4:30. You better go home and get some sleep. Charlie.
Oh, that's okay. Gosh, Prof, I hate to give up.
Well, there's one chance left.
What's that?
Anne Price.
It's a slim chance, George, but it's the only one you have. After you leave Charlie, as you walk slowly through the campus toward Faculty Row, you try for the first time to think it through, to reason it out somehow. Lara's motive for killing Priscilla, Anne's terror when she ran into you, the brutal, heartless frame-up that hit you between the eyes when you went back the second time. It doesn't make sense, and you're too tired to think, too tired to play with an impossible jigsaw puzzle.
Professor Haynes?
Oh, yes,
Schultz, Homicide Squad. You know Mrs. Price, I believe.
Hello, Anne.
Oh, George.
And Gavin, the campus policeman? I saw Professor Haynes earlier this evening. Nice of you to come back, Haynes. There are 9 squad cars out looking for you right now.
All right, I'm here now. What do you want?
Why did you burn that necktie?
Well, I didn't know that...
It was used to kill your wife, Haynes. We found some of the ashes. Some of the threads were left on her neck. You tossed it in the stove, didn't you?
Well, I'd rather...
Did you burn that tie?
Yes. Yes, I did.
All right, Haynes, that's all we want to know.
No, wait a minute. You can't. I can explain. Listen, Lieutenant, please. Anne, you're my last chance. You've got to help me. Tell them. Tell them you saw me on the campus. You know, Anne, by the clock. You've got to help me, Anne. Tell them, will you?
Oh, George, I don't know what you're talking about.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. But now, in honor of the Boy Scouts of America, our sponsor, the Signal Oil Company, has asked me to bring you a special message. What is a Boy Scout? Well, a Boy Scout is a boy who keeps himself physically fit. He avoids alcohol and tobacco. He guards his tongue from loose speech or boasting or a sacrilege. When he speaks of anyone, he tries to speak well of him. His scout good turns to someone each day make him many friends. For the way to have friends is to first be one. He always tries to be a useful citizen. He helps his community. Another big thing a scout enjoys is camping. There he finds fun in games or swimming, finds new friends in woods and other fellows. And there among the trees or under the silent stars or by the campfire's ruddy embers, he dreams out his great tomorrow. Those excerpts from the Scout Handbook tell you better than any words of mine why the Boy Scouts deserve your wholehearted cooperation. Tell you why. If there's a boy in your family nearing the age of 12, you could do him no better turn than to encourage his joining the Boy Scouts of America. And now, back to the Whistler.
So that's it, George. Anne denies it. She didn't see you. Charlie was right, wasn't he? Women are wide-eyed and righteous until the chips are down, until something close to them is at stake. Then it doesn't seem to matter. You stand there quietly, looking at her for a minute. Then your knees begin to get weak and you sit down. You wonder for a moment where Larry is, and decide he's probably somewhere rehearsing the testimony he's going to use against you at the trial. Then suddenly you're too tired to wonder anything.
George.
Please, Anne. You don't need to say any more.
Oh, I know it sounds ridiculous for me to say I'm sorry at a time like this. I should have known it was coming. It's been written all over his face for the past month.
What? Who are you talking about?
Larry.
Perhaps I'd better explain, Mrs. Price. You see, Haynes Price was in love with your wife.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Oh, it's true, George.
It came to a climax yesterday afternoon. She refused to go away with him.
That's fantastic.
It's true, George. Oh, don't you see? That's why Priscilla was so unreasonable last night.
But how long?
Oh, months. I thought Larry was acting strangely last night after we got home. And then when I saw him leave the house, I followed him.
She saw the whole thing, Haynes.
Good Lord.
Oh, all I could think of was running. He knew I saw him and followed me across the campus. I ran into him at the bell tower, but he was so surprised.
Anne, that was I.
Why, I thought it was Larry. That's why
Of course. You were frightened.
Well, anyway, I went to the police, and Lieutenant Schultz came right out.
Apparently, Price returned after she gave him the slip and realized his only out was to incriminate you. He moved the body, planted the necktie, and so on.
How could he expect to get away with it?
He wasn't thinking very rationally, Haynes.
Oh.
And that's another thing. When Price knew the jig was up, he ran for it. Took off across the campus in the fog. We had every available man out looking for him. But it was pretty much of a needle in the haystack proposition in the fog for a while, until we got that big break.
What was that?
A little black dog. Apparently the dog got excited when Price ran by his master and broke away and ran after Price. One of our men was attracted by the barking. All he had to do was follow the dog, and there was Price. Forgot to introduce our star witness, Professor.
How do you do?
This is the dog's owner, Mr. Morgenstern.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Robert Reif, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called, Is This Murder?
Thank you very much for coming to see me. I would have come to your office, but I'm sorry, infirmities prevent my going out. That's why I have to have it so dark in here, too. I hope you won't mind. Thank you. Do sit down. Just put your coat on the chair there. Anywhere. Would you care for a drink? There's some excellent sherry there on the sideboard. At least I've been told it's excellent. Amontillado, I think. I don't indulge myself, but you help yourself. Please do. Amontillado. Like the stuff that the good Montresor was drowned in Poe's delightful story, The Cask of Amontillado. You remember the story, of course. Yes. Well, help yourself. I asked you to come here because I think I need some legal advice. About murder, I'm afraid. Yes, quite. I'm afraid I'm a little hazy about things legal, so, do you mind? Like the sherry? I've been told it's excellent. Help yourself, too. Way, I hardly know where to start, but, that door? That's my workshop. I haven't been in there in quite some time. Artificial limbs. Rather unusual ones, if I do say so myself. Well, I've invented a few devices, you see, and they've been quite successful. Oh, yes, a great many persons wear hands, arms, legs, and so on that I invented. You didn't know my assistant, of course. Why, I don't know. I don't know where he is. As a matter of fact, it's Dan I wanted to talk to you about. Dan and Joyce. Joyce was his sweetheart. No, I didn't murder them. It's rather an awkward story to tell. Are you sure you're comfortable? Good. Have you ever read the works of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley? Ever heard of her? Well, she was the wife of the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley. She was a novelist. She died in 1890, nearly 60 years ago. But I'm afraid one of her novels is more or less responsible for what I'm going to ask you about. You aren't familiar with her works. Why, the best-known novel she wrote was Frankenstein. Oh, it's nothing at all like the Frankenstein you've seen in pictures. No Boris Karloff, no Bela Lugosi with a flageolet, no weird castles. But it's a powerful book with a very important message. You haven't read it? Well, perhaps you ought to. I was talking with Dan about it one day in the workshop there.
We could just about make us a monster with all this equipment, Ernest.
Not a monster, Dan, old boy. I did better than Mr. Frankenstein did. At least mine would be good looking.
Wouldn't need any spare parts of dead people either.
No, indeed.
How'd you get it to work, though?
That's the problem.
His new arm almost has its own brain.
Not much like the one that, Lionel Atwell, was that his name?
Yes, Lionel.
Wore in the picture. The one he had to manipulate with his other hand.
That's good looking, too.
No good without a brain and some live muscles to put it to work, though, is it?
Nothing is.
That's an intriguing thought, isn't it?
What?
A synthetic man.
Wouldn't have to feed him, wouldn't have to pay him wages. Great idea.
And he'd be good and strong. Duralumin arms and legs.
Chrome steel fingers and plastic muscles.
Chromium-plated head with wide-angle lenses for eyes.
Microphones for ears.
And what for a brain?
You know what Frankenstein used.
A brain?
The wrong kind of brain.
That was in the picture. He got a criminal brain by mistake, remember?
I wonder what would have happened if he'd got a good brain.
You've got the book and the pictures. Mixed up, boy.
All right. But what would happen if you could make a synthetic man and put a real good human brain in it, huh? Wouldn't it be something? Wouldn't it be... Just think of muscles that never tire. A man, a thinking man, that couldn't be harmed by disease. That would be capable of superhuman things. And that would live forever.
Nice. But impracticable, boy.
I wonder.
Well, now, look, Dan, don't you go messing up my nice, clean workshop with mechanical men. Ordinary ones are trouble enough.
Well, that's what Joyce thinks, too.
Get to work, boy. And be careful with that elbow, will you? It bends the other way. You try some more sherry. I'm told it's exit. Oh, yes. Murder we were talking about. Well, me see. Let me collect my thoughts. Oh, yes. This first conversation that I've repeated to you, it took place about 6 months ago. I beg your pardon? Where is Dan? Well, I'm sure I haven't the faintest idea. If you don't mind, I like to be orderly, methodical. I think the next occurrence was Joyce's visit to me. Or rather, I met her in a cocktail lounge downtown. Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time. I dropped in one afternoon. It was 3 or 4 weeks later. And I was drinking a lemonade, I remember. My, how long it's been since I've had a lemonade. Oh, no thanks, no sherry. But you help yourself. Can you find a bottle, all right? It's so dark in here, but I'm afraid I have to have it that way. Forgive me, do. Well, I was sitting quietly, drinking my lemonade, and she suddenly appeared alongside me, sat down at the table before I saw her almost. Why, Joyce, I said. Why, Joyce.
Hello, Ernest. What are you drinking?
Lemonade. Of course. Will you have one?
No, thanks. I've got to run.
Oh, but do have it.
No, I had a drink. I'm just leaving. Matter of fact, I had 2 drinks. 3, if you must know. I don't want any more.
Why, what's the matter?
Dan stood me up again.
Dan? Stood you up?
3rd time in a week now.
Why, how come, Joyce? I thought you were...
You tell me.
What? Well, I'm sure I don't know.
You mean you aren't making him work nights at the workshop?
I certainly am not.
Well, that's where he is, all right.
At the workshop?
That's what he says.
Joyce, my dear, the workshop's right in my own home. If Dan has been in there...
Oh,
my goodness, now what have I said?
if he isn't at the shop, where is he?
Oh, I don't know.
Look, Ernest, I happen to love that guy.
Now, I'd stake my life, Joyce, he isn't out with somebody else. Another girl, I mean.
For his sake, I hope he's not Ernest.
Well,
Because if I catch him cheating on me, do you know what I'll do? I'll murder him.
I beg your pardon? No, she didn't murder him. I'm sorry to keep you in suspense, but I'm afraid I'll have to tell you the story in my own way, if you please. Well, Joyce went away, and I thought to myself, my goodness, that Dan is a very foolish fellow. That's a very attractive girl, I said to myself. Dan oughtn't to play fast and loose with her. And she loves him, too, I said to myself. But I shuddered a little when I said it. I didn't like the way she said, I'll murder him. No, sir. I didn't like it. But she was a very attractive girl. But, yes, I know I said was a very attractive girl. A slip of the tongue, sir. As far as I know, she still is. Well, anyway, I taxed Dan with it the next morning. Dan, I said, Dan, you look tired.
I am tired, Ernest.
Sleeping all right?
All right.
Here you've been working nights.
Who told you that?
Joyce.
Oh.
Said you were working here at the shop.
She did.
I know you haven't been working here at the shop. Because I'd have known it.
Of course you would.
Have you been working?
If I hadn't been on my own time, Ernest.
Joyce seems to think it's her time, too.
It does, huh?
What are you up to, Dan?
Listen, Ernest, do I have a pry into your affairs?
Now, you don't need to take that tone with me, Dan. Dan, that girl loves you.
So what?
Well, now, really, Dan.
I'm sorry, Ernest, but I've got so many things to think about now. I'm sorry.
Can I help you, Dan?
You'd think I'd gone crazy.
You've never shown any signs of it, old boy.
Well...
All right. Let's get to work. But I really do think you ought to give more consideration to Joyce, old boy.
Listen, Ernest.
That?
You know that talk we had a few weeks ago?
Talk?
Frankenstein?
Frankenstein? Oh.
That's right.
Have you been letting that play on your mind, then?
I've done more than that.
Huh?
Come here.
Why, what?
Come here. See?
Well,
I told you I've done more than just think.
Do you know what he done? I looked. A gleaming chromium-plated head. Duralumin arms and legs.
And the fingers are high-test chrome steel, Ernest. I used your industrial type hand, you see? I haven't installed the lenses for the eyes, but there's the selenium cells for light to react on. I've got 2 small microphones for the ears. And look, the hands and arms and the legs are controlled by this solenoid.
Why, you're a fool, Dan.
Sure. But isn't he a beauty, Ernest?
You're a fool.
If he only had a brain.
Who's that? You idiot.
Think so, huh?
I'll go. Lock that thing up.
It's locked up. Who is it?
Why? Good morning, Joyce.
Is Dan here? Oh, there he is. Well, hello, Dan.
Hello.
I wonder if you remember we had a date last night.
I'm sorry, I was busy.
Busy? Where? Here?
Yeah, here.
Was he here, Ernest?
Yes. He was here.
Oh. Alone?
Yeah.
Well, he was.
Well?
He was alone, Joyce.
I don't believe it.
Now, look here, Joyce.
Tell her, Dan.
Listen.
Tell me what? Tell me what, Dan?
Look, this is all foolishness. Joyce, he...
Cut it out, Ernest.
Go ahead, Ernest.
I tell you that. Hold it, Dan. Look here, Joyce. Dan's been working on a project to resume.
What's her name?
It isn't a her, Joyce.
No?
Show her, Dan.
Now, look here.
Stop being a fool. Show her. Unlock the cabinet there. Don't you see you're being a fool, Dan? Open the cabinet.
I don't want... Well...
What in the world's that?
It's a mechanical...
It's a monster. Oh, who do you think you are, Dan? Frankenstein?
I told you.
Let's see it. Does it work?
It certainly does work.
Can it walk?
It's made out of some of the artificial limbs I invented.
And a lot of other things, too.
Can it talk? Bring it out, Dan.
It can't talk yet.
Why, how marvelous. Make it move, Dan.
Look out. I'll make it raise its arms. Press this button here. See?
The other arm, Dan. Why, how wonderful. Dan!
Yes. That was the first mishap. That mechanical arm, that arm of sturdy duralumin, with the fingers of chrome steel, smashed down in the back of Dan's neck like a sledgehammer. Oh, no, he wasn't killed. That's not the murder I'm going to ask you about. He was paralyzed. That is, his legs were paralyzed. He was in the hospital 3.5 months. The doctors did everything they could for him, but there wasn't anything that really could be done. He was helpless. Do have another glass of the sherry. It's excellent, I'm told. Dan used to drink it. And Joyce loved it. Huh? Yes, I know I didn't mean to use the past tense. I suppose she still loved it. Huh? No, sir, I assure you I'm telling you, what do they say in court? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, indeed. Oh, why, we brought him back here, of course. No relatives, so far as I know. And we were very close, Dan and I. Oh, yes, Joyce was here frequently. Yeah, that girl really loves that boy. I suppose it was really pretty frightful having to lie in bed all the time, unable to move. Joyce used to stay here all day and sit with him. Then at night, I'd come in his room, and the three of us would sit around and talk. Mostly about robots, mechanical men, monsters. And I brought the machine, into his room so we could tinker with it while we talked. And we talked a great deal about it.
How do you know it won't work if we put a brain in it, Ernest?
It isn't possible, Dan.
Frankenstein's worked.
Dan, that's a story.
Maybe. Maybe it's true.
How would you get a brain, Dan?
Frankenstein got a brain.
And look what happened.
But that was a criminal brain.
Look, Dan. Even if you could, by some miracle, attach a brain to this thing, it'd work. But it wouldn't work right.
Why, Ernest?
Because man has no business playing around with such things.
You think any brain would turn out to be evil just to punish a man for trying to create a superhuman thing like this?
That's exactly what I think.
Where would you get a brain, Dan?
I don't know.
Stop talking this nonsense.
The thing is, Ernest, I don't think it's nonsense.
Well, it is.
Where would you get a brain?
If I knew a doctor.
Well, you don't.
How would you know the brain wouldn't be evil?
I'd make sure of that.
How?
I'd select it very carefully.
Will you stop talking about this?
Scare you, Ernest.
You don't have to be so gruesome.
I'd pick a woman's brain, I think. Women are smarter than men.
Dick.
Want to lend me a brain, Joyce?
Well, I should say not.
You'd have a fine time, Joyce. You'd live forever.
I don't want to live forever.
Nothing could hurt you. You could do anything you wanted.
And have to live in that metal skeleton? No, thanks.
You'd never be hungry.
I like being hungry. It's too much fun to eat. And drink.
Never be tired.
Yeah, I like to be tired, boy. Good night's sleep.
Oh, I wish I could put my own brain into it. Then I could get up and walk around. Do things. Go places.
Oh, stop this morbid talk. This is a play toy, Dan. You talk as if it's coming to life any minute.
All it needs is a good brain, Ernest.
Well, I tell you what I'll do, Dan. You tell me where to get a brain, and I'll get it for you. And we'll make $1 million. How's that? Well, good night. I'm going home. Gee, I'd certainly hate to have Frankenstein here put his arms around me.
Is this murder? I mean, suppose a man does take a human brain and put it into the frame of a mechanical robot. Charge it with colloids that simulate blood in the very brain structure itself. Suppose he does it successfully. Is this murder? No. Wait before you answer. Suppose that the brain goes right on living. Suppose that the operation, if you want to call it an operation, suppose it works. The brain will never die. Life goes on. The only thing that's missing is the body it once inhabited. Is this murder? The only effect is that somehow or other, while it's in the body, the brain is capable of fine, noble feelings of love, affection, friendship, of all the virtues, in addition to all the vices. Yes, that's true, but when it's transplanted, well, look at the Frankenstein story. When it's transplanted, the virtues are missing. Only the vices remain. Intelligence? Yes. Awareness. Sentience. But good is gone. Only evil remains. But that's not the question, sir. If the body only is killed and the mind survives forever, is this murder? You don't have to answer yet. Oh, you think you know what I'm driving at. Well, we'll see. Now, have another drop of sherry, do. I've almost finished. Then you can judge. Because I have another question for you. This final thing happened night before last. I went into Dan's room, He was soldering a wire onto the round, chromium-plated head of this thing, this monster. Joyce was sitting alongside him, watching closely. She didn't see Dan wink at me as I closed the door.
Hello, Ernest.
How do you feel, Dan?
Me? I feel fine.
How are you, Joyce?
Oh, I've got a little headache, Ernest.
Well, I'm sorry. Have an aspirin.
I took one.
Too bad, dear. Well, how's it going, Dan?
I'm more convinced than ever, Ernest.
If you only had a brain.
If I only had a brain.
Joyce, I wish you could do something to snap this fellow out of this.
Why?
Why? Because, are you starting to believe this nonsense, Joyce?
Well, I don't think it's nonsense, Ernest.
You see, she's got a brain, Ernest.
Well, certainly she... Oh, Dan, I'm going to take that thing away from you.
Take away my pretty Frankenstein?
Oh, well, I should say you're not. Dan, listen, I don't want to say this, but I'm afraid... Joyce, won't you help me?
Help you what?
Get Dan's mind off this thing,
No, she won't.
Joyce,
Dan could only get a brain.
Joyce.
Ernest, won't you help me?
I will not.
Please, Ernest. It's all ready now. All it needs...
Stop that.
Don't, Ernest.
Come on, Ernest. Help me.
I won't.
Ernest.
Joyce, do you know what he's going to do?
What?
He's going to...
Ernest.
I know what you're going to do. I know what's in your mind, and I won't help you.
What's he going to do, Ernest? What's in his mind?
Come here, Joyce. Lean over here.
Dan, darling.
Closer. Joyce, dear.
No, stop. Stop, Dan. Stop! And when I came to, all there was in my mind was a confused memory of a pain in my throat and bright lights. And confused voices in Joyce's laughter. I tried hard to think. I was dazed. I found I was lying on the floor. I got up slowly. I saw Dan still lying on the bed. He was smiling at me. He said something.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't make it out. And then I heard his voice.
How do you feel? Ernest.
And I tried to answer. And it was a long time before my voice came. And finally I said, "Where's Joyce?"
Why, here I am. Frankenstein.
And I stretched out my hand to steady myself. And I looked at my hand.
Arms and legs of duralumin. Fingers of chromium steel.
And I looked in the mirror. And I saw a round, chromium-plated head with lenses for eyes and... You can turn on the light now. If you want to. I ask you the question again. Is this murder? It is. And if a steel and duralumin robot takes a life, or more than one life, is this murder? Because I have been murdered, you say. I do not live. I cannot commit murder. Very well. I told you how the force of evil has taken hold of my brain. No, I didn't kill Dan. Nor Joyce. Not yet. I told you I didn't know where they are. I do. You're in the workshop back there. I locked her in the closet where my body used to be. Dan. Why, he's paralyzed, remember? His hands are strong. But against chrome steel... It won't be murder. Will it? It won't be murder either. When I kill you first. Thank you, sir. No, there isn't any more sherry. Just these
The title of today's Quiet Please story is This Murder? It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And the others were Joyce, Gordon, and Dan O'Hurley. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. For next week, I have a story for you called Summer Goodbye.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Now, a listening reminder. For predictions that have a 77% chance of coming true, and even more, listen to Drew Pearson on ABC tonight. That's ABC, Drew Pearson, tonight. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, and welcome once again, friends of the Inner Sanctum. Don't hesitate, come right in. Once you get used to these grim surroundings, you'll never leave. Nobody ever does. Once you're in, you're out. This is the kind of place that grips you. Mm-hmm. The kind of place where the bars hold and no holes are barred. So come right in. Your only ticket of admission is your promise not to tell anybody about anything you may happen to hear tonight.
Brett, what a coincidence meeting you here at the post office.
Yeah, got to mail a package.
Yeah, so do I. Hey, our packages are identical.
That is a coincidence.
Yeah.
Same size, same kind of fiberboard boxes.
Even the same reinforced wrapping tape.
Well, I'm mailing something fragile.
Oh.
You should see the cushioning.
Now, that's a coincidence. I'm mailing something fragile, too. 2 very rare unicorn lamps. I wrapped each one separately. Hey, it wasn't easy with those horns, let me tell you.
Unicorn lamps?
Yeah.
I'm mailing unicorn lamps
No.
to a special someone in Cleveland.
Cleveland? Now, that's really a coincidence.
I thought Katie was going to be the only one in Cleveland with unicorn lamps.
Katie?
Yeah.
Did you say Katie?
Yeah.
Talk about coincidences.
Whatever your package, wherever you mail it, remember the 3 C's of good packing. Appropriate container, proper cushioning, secure closure. For more information, contact your military postal service.
And now for tonight's tale. Lady with a Plan. Written especially for Inner Sanctum by Michael Sklar and Richard Manoff. And starring Elspeth Eric. It concerns a lady living in strange confinement and her fiendish scheme for escape. Moore Penitentiary is a sprawling mass of gray granite on a deserted landscape. To this grim and forbidding place has come a man with a purpose. To visit with Gladys Cross. He's a newspaper writer, and she is tomorrow's feature story.
It's not a pretty story. I'll tell it right from the beginning. I'm no stranger to Moore Prison. I was a bride when I first came here, wife of the warden. First Lady of Moore Prison. What a laugh. It was a strictly business proposition. Edward got a wife, and I got security, and what I thought was a convenient way of life. But after 2 years of living like a prisoner in a house that was inside the walls of a jail, with a man who was 15 years older than I was, I'd had enough. But Edward had other ideas.
Divorce. You don't mean a word of it, Gladys.
Stop telling me what I mean. Will you give me a divorce?
When you're feeling less excited, we can discuss this sensibly.
No, you can't put it off. I've had all I can take.
I don't understand you, Gladys. I've been a model husband.
Model husband. You've treated me the way you treat your prisoners. You don't beat them. You grind away at their nerves until their minds are so much mush. I'm getting out before it's too late.
You're staying here with me where you belong.
If you won't give me a divorce, I'll leave without it.
Gladys, don't be a fool. No matter where you go, I'll bring you back. And I don't want to hurt you.
You can't threaten me.
Not you, my dear. I'm thinking of him.
Him? How do you... What are you talking about?
So there is a man.
You're inhuman.
No, dear. Just a model husband. Trying to keep his home intact.
There was another man. Stephen Bromley and I were in love. Drawn together by a hate for Moore Prison. Stephen was the assistant warden. I got word to him that I had to see him. To meet me that night at our secret rendezvous. A deserted side road 2 miles from the prison. When I got there in my car soon after dark, I didn't have long to wait. Stephen?
Yes, Gladys. I came as fast as I could.
Here, get in the car so we can talk.
Something is wrong.
I spoke to Edward this afternoon. He refused the divorce. And he threatened me if I left. He suspects there's someone else.
What? He doesn't suspect it's me.
You, his assistant, he'd never suspect you.
He will eventually. We've got to get away.
But Edward threatened me.
Edward. Look ahead, Gladys. You know what'll happen? You've seen it happen to the prisoners. You'll snap. Your nerves will give way. He'll break you.
Stephen, stop it. You know there's no way out.
There is. If you're game.
I know what you're thinking, but that's impossible. We could never get away with it.
If we could, would you do it?
Tell me how.
Bucky Briggs.
Briggs, the lifer?
Uh-huh. You have him transferred to work in the laundry. Assigned to handle your stuff when you bring it down.
What are you getting at?
Bucky hates the warden worse than you do. Given half the chance, he'd strangle him in a second. Now talk to him. Begin to feel sorry for him. Let him think you want to help him make a break.
Then what?
Then all we've got to do is give him the chance to use his hands on Edward.
For 2 hours we talked. By the time we parted, our plan had been worked out in detail. It was a plan for murder. Murder with clean hands. The next morning, I took my soiled linens and drove across the prison yard to the laundry. Bucky Briggs came out to the car. He didn't even look up at me.
Where is it?
In the back of the car. Here, let me open the door for you. I've heard quite a bit about you, Briggs.
You want to take your fresh stuff home?
But I don't really believe what they say.
Look, lady, the warden needles me enough. I don't have to take it from you, too, see?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
You want your fresh laundry, don't you?
In a minute. I just want you to know that I'm interested in your case, Bucky.
So's your husband. I'll get your laundry now.
All right, Bucky. The seed was planted. All it needed was time. I began to plan the visits to the laundry in advance. The remarks I would use, dropped intimately and at close quarters out of the earshot of others. And after a month, it came like the fulfillment to a patient prayer. I was at the laundry waiting for Bucky to bring my clean stuff to the car. He came out, stepped into the car, took a quick glance around, and suddenly slipped close to me.
It's up to you, baby. Get me out of here, and then it'll be you and me all the way. The deal?
I've got it all figured out, Bucky.
You don't waste time, beautiful. Give me the dope.
Tomorrow, when I come back. Be ready.
Check. I'll get word to some friends to pick me up on the outside.
Just one more thing. My husband.
It'll be a pleasure, baby.
I made a final check with Stephen, and then everything was set. I was sitting in the car the next day when Bucky came out. I reached over the front seat and opened the rear door for him. Get in, Bucky, and stay down.
Spot me.
It's been fixed. The guard's busy on the other side.
Where are we going?
To the house.
What about the warden?
He's in town today. Stop asking so many questions.
Okay, baby, this is your show. Just make it good.
This is the back of the house. Not a soul in sight. Now follow me out, hurry. That's the cellar door. Open it, Bucky.
Right.
Now, down the steps.
Now what?
The coal bin. Hide in there. You may have a long wait.
I got patience, baby. I've been waiting 2 years for this.
When it's clear, I'll call you. 3 bangs on the steam pipe.
I get you. That's when I take over.
Our room is directly overhead on the second floor.
Check.
All right, Bucky. Get in the bin.
Hold on, baby. That's no way to say goodbye.
What?
I like them personal. Like this.
No, not now, Bucky. No.
That's more like it. Something to remember you by.
Edward returned an hour later. I was puttering around the dinner table, too jittery to sit and wait for the commotion to break. And then, quicker than I expected, it happened.
Siren. That must mean a break. They know they can't get away with a break here. Hello. What the devil's happened? Briggs, form a searching party and wait for me. I'm coming over. Briggs is broken out.
Any thought of how he did it?
Nobody won't get far. I'll find him. And when I do, I'll break him for good.
Attaboy, Warden. You show him. But instead of listening to that alarm, you should have paid more attention to that wife of yours. Because that siren is cooking up something that'll be a real scream.
Help. Somebody, please. Help me.
Most of us wouldn't think twice about answering a plea like that. We'd help save a life in an emergency, even if it were a total stranger.
I'm hit. Somebody get me a medic.
And if we can't depend on our buddies in time of need, who can we count on? But how do you help out when you don't know that there's an emergency? How can you meet a need you don't know about? One sure way is by giving blood to the Armed Services Blood Program, where your blood can help save someone's life. That's because the Armed Services Blood Program is the primary source of blood for military hospitals. And they need regular donations from us and our families. So contact your blood bank or the lab at your medical treatment facility. Be a lifesaver through the Armed Services Blood Program. And remember, their supply is our supply.
The Roberts?
They gave us a toaster.
Joanne and Ed.
Toaster?
Mrs. Perez.
Toaster.
When you're looking for the perfect gift for any occasion, don't forget about U.S. savings bonds. A bond is the gift that keeps giving because it pays competitive rates when held for at least 5 years and will continue to earn interest for up to 30 years.
Bill and Martha.
Toaster.
Oh, your Aunt Libby.
A hot toaster oven.
Ooh, the Phillips.
Toaster.
U.S. savings bonds, because unlike many gifts, you can never have too many bonds. Contact your finance office for more information.
And now, back to Our Lady with a plan. And what a plan. Her husband, Warden Cross of Moore Penitentiary, is searching for Bucky Briggs, an escaped convict. But Gladys had hidden Bucky in the cellar of the house. He's waiting there now to kill the warden. And Gladys, she's waiting, too, for murder.
I went up to bed after Edward left and lay there tense. The sirens had stopped. For hours, there was dead quiet everywhere. Then, close to midnight, I heard the door open downstairs. It was Edward. I could tell from his footsteps that he was tired, defeated. I lay perfectly still, waiting for him to come in.
Gladys,
Yes?
you still up?
Yes?
Got away. Incredible. Got away. No one knows how.
I didn't answer. He was a different person, harried, shaken. I watched him as he undressed. He looked suddenly older than ever, and I felt a sickening revulsion at the dejected spectacle he had become. I lay perfectly still as he slipped into bed and fell off to sleep. He was fast asleep now. I reached down over the side of the bed for my shoe and softly tapped its heel against the steam pipe. Edward was still asleep. I lay back and waited. Slowly. And Bucky's silhouette stood outlined in the half-light from the hall. He moved quietly into the room right past me. In a moment, his big, hulking figure, looking more gorilla-like than ever, stood towering over Edward's bed. I saw his hands reach out cautiously for Edward, but just a moment too late.
Get away from me. Get away.
This is the payoff, Warden.
Edward was awake, and like a flash, he twisted out of Bucky's reach. I sat there paralyzed with his throat crashing to the floor. Desperately, Edward tried to tear Bucky's hands with the approach, but Bucky held on tighter and tighter, digging his fingers deeper into the soft fleshiness of Edward's throat.
Heaven's sake. Help.
I didn't move. I didn't speak. And he understood.
You'll never get away with this.
Shut him up, Bucky.
Easy, baby, easy. Another squeeze. There. Just like you wanted him.
I want to see for myself.
You don't have to. When I twist a neck, it stays twisted.
Dead.
Now get me out of here.
There's a rope and a scaling hook behind the cellar door.
Check.
Stick close to the house until you reach the hedge. Then out across the south wall gate.
Check.
All right, now go.
You're forgetting something.
What?
Come here.
Oh, take that, Bucky, please.
Gotta do this more often. I'm getting to like it.
Please, go.
Okay. Just one thing. Remember, give me 2 hours before you turn in the alarm. I'll be waiting for you out there. Goodbye, baby.
As soon as he was gone, I glanced at my watch and followed the second hand around twice. Now I was ready.
Hello, who is this?
It's Mrs. Cross. Bucky Briggs was hiding in our cellar all the time. He's killed my husband.
What?
Do something before it's too late.
Which way to go?
Toward the south wall.
Nice.
I put the phone down. My part was over. The rest was up to Stephen in the main tower. I waited 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Then all of a sudden it came like a million shrieking demons. From the window I saw the long fingers of the searchlights pointed at the south wall. And pinned beneath the glaring lights was Bucky, frantically pulling his way up the rope. I watched as the bullets hit all around him, picking puffs of powder off the stone wall. One of them had to find his mark. Bucky shuddered, then caught himself. He was hit. He had to fall, but he didn't. Hand over hand, he started up again, higher and higher. He was hit again, but he didn't stop. And then before I could realize what had happened, he was over the top and gone.
they'll get him. Unless those bullets kill him first.
He's got to die. He can't live. He mustn't live.
Don't worry, Mrs. Cross. We'll find him. Dead or alive.
I hung up. Dazed. Now Bucky was out there, waiting for me. The lights. The machine gun. He knew now that I'd double-crossed him. And he was waiting out there to kill me. The next week was a nightmare. Edward's funeral, the messages of condolence. No chance to see Stephen alone. And then one night a week later, he came to me. Nervous, worried.
We messed it up, Gladys. No trace of Briggs, which means he's alive and out there. That's not so safe for you.
But we're safe here.
Of course, Gladys. But we just happen to be leaving here.
Oh, no, Stephen, I'm not going.
That's impossible. The new warden's arriving next Tuesday morning.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Gladys, even if you could stay on, I'd argue against it.
But what about Briggs?
It's a big world out there, remember? We'll get lost in it, you and I. So lost that no one will ever find us. Not even Briggs. Oh, say you'll go.
Well, I have no choice, I suppose.
Good girl. Now listen, I've got it all figured out. My resignation is in, takes effect next Tuesday night. Tuesday morning, you take the train to New York and head straight for the Hotel Empress. Don't budge out of your room. I'll be along in the evening, okay? You're not listening.
I was thinking of something.
What?
Something Edward said when he died.
Hmm?
You'll never get away with this. Tuesday morning, I was on the train for New York. It was a short, pleasant trip. And my fears began to disappear. Once I reached the crowds of Grand Central Station, I knew I'd be safe. I threaded my way through the crowd, just one of thousands of people. And suddenly there was a hand on my shoulder.
Hello, baby.
Bucky. What are you doing here? How did you find me?
I've been waiting for you, baby. Like I said. I got friends back there. The grapevine tipped me off when you was leaving, and here I am.
But I...
The bullets, just like nothing. Takes a lot to stop me. Come on, let's get out of here before some bulls bust me.
No, wait, Bucky, just give me a minute. I've got to call my hotel to hold my room for me.
Can't it wait?
Well, if I don't call, they'll cancel it.
Okay, but only a minute. Make your call over there so I can keep my eye on you, sweetheart. I don't want to lose you.
Bucky had nodded toward a drugstore. It was a slim chance, but it was better than I'd expected. I entered the store, made a quick dash for the other door. I flung it open and raced madly toward the taxi stand. Over my shoulder, I caught a glimpse of Bucky. He'd seen me.
Hey, wait a minute.
I ran to the cab and jumped in. Hotel Empress in a hurry. And lose that cab behind us.
Okay, lady, this is the Empress. We shook that other cab.
I headed toward the entrance. Just as I entered, I caught a quick glimpse of a cab pulling up to the curb, but I couldn't stop to see. I rushed into the hotel, up to my room, and locked myself in. Before I even had time to think, the phone rang. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Cross. I just sent a gentleman up to see you.
I banged the receiver down. So it was Bucky in that cab. I had to get out. There was only one elevator, and I couldn't try the stairs because I didn't know which Bucky would use. I had only one way out, the desperate way, and I decided to take it. I unlocked the door. I turned off the lights, and I took a pair of scissors from my handbag and waited behind the door. I wasn't a moment too soon. Come in. I pressed against the wall behind the door and watched it open slowly. Then, leaping forward, I plunged the scissors into his back. Oh!
Gladys, this is me, Stephen.
Stephen! You said you were coming at night. What?
I left earlier to surprise you.
Why didn't you phone?
I did. You hadn't arrived yet.
Oh, Stephen. Stephen. He's dead.
Hello, baby.
Bucky!
Surprised to see me, huh? Hey, who's that? Steve Bromley. You done him in. Nice work, baby, but why the chase?
I had to run.
I understand. The screw was following you. Thought you'd lead him to me.
Yes. Yes.
Sure, well, you did right, baby, but let's get out of here.
No.
You got no choice. Come
Let
on.
go of me.
Shut up. You'll have the whole hotel on our
Let go of me.
Come on, baby. Don't drag you.
Get away from me.
Come on.
What's going on in you?
The hostage. I'm getting out of here.
Here we are, both of you. Looks like that guy on the floor. You ain't going anywhere for a long time.
Next to you.
Here, reach, chum. This ain't no toy.
Neither is that. Oh, my hand.
Now, let's get going.
There isn't much more to tell. You were at the trial. You know the rest. I'm back at Moore Prison for good. As a real prisoner this time. And Bucky, he's got a few hours before they take him to the chair.
Mrs. Cross?
What is it?
Bucky Briggs is just outside the cell. He's due to go in 15 minutes. Wants to talk to you before he goes.
To me?
Yes.
All right. Doesn't matter anymore.
Briggs, it's okay. 5 minutes, Bucky. I'll wait just outside.
Hello, baby.
I don't have anything to say to you.
Yeah, but I got something I want to ask you before I go. It's bothered me ever since I was nabbed.
All right, ask it.
Why didn't you leave when I asked you to back in that hotel room? Why? What are you laughing about?
As if you didn't know.
No, what?
If I went with you, I knew it was the end for me.
What are you talking about?
You wanted to kill me.
Me kill you? How do you figure that?
Oh, stop acting, Bucky. It doesn't make any difference now. All right, so I double-crossed you the night you escaped. I called the tower exactly 2 minutes after you left.
What? So that's how they picked me up so fast.
I thought you knew.
What a sap I've been. What a sap.
Bucky!
You dirty double-crosser.
Bucky, keep away! Help!
Double-crosser. Double-crosser.
Get your hand
Break her neck.
Better go, Briggs, or I'll shoot.
You're too late, screw.
She's dead. You broke her neck.
It don't make no difference now. You can't kill me twice.
Now there's a nice, gentle character, that Bucky. Just a little too restless with his hands. Here and now, I'm starting a new movement for Inner Sanctum Mysteries. From now on, our slogan should be, when you grab a throat, stop and think, then stroke, don't choke. Before we say goodnight, friends, here's an epitaph for the tombstone of Gladys Cross. Here lies a good heart rent asunder by a man with a soul full of thunder. Her sweetheart named Stephen tried to help her get even. Now they all live in peace 6 feet under. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is I Hate Blondes. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
A Mink Coat, Inspector Danton and I had this brought sharply to mind one day last fall. A woman named Norma Luther had been found shot to death in the living room of her home in the town of Monte Vista. Inspector Danton had gone up to investigate and had phoned for me to join him. I just stepped from my car when a voice called to me.
Just a minute there.
Oh, hello. You must be Officer Culver. I'm Barton Drake.
Oh, hello, Mr. Drake. Inspector Danton's waiting for you inside.
Thank you.
How are you, Bud? My name.
Hello, Inspector. Got something interesting?
Could be. At least it's messy. Want to see the corpse?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. Over here on the couch. I'll just pull back the sheet.
Oh, face completely blown away. Go ahead, Inspector. Cover her up again.
Yeah. That'll make me happier, too.
You're sure she's Mrs. Luther?
Sure, I'm sure. The ring on her finger checks, so does her dentistry, also a fingerprint.
Fingerprint?
Sure. I had them taken off the pots and pans in the kitchen. Also a toilet article.
I see. From what you told me over the phone, it's generally agreed that Mrs. Luther committed suicide.
Yep. There's just one thing wrong with that theory.
Oh?
She didn't commit suicide.
You sound sure of yourself, Inspector.
I am. Come over here.
Right.
You see a double-barrel shotgun?
Mm-hmm.
This is the shotgun with which Mrs. Luther was supposed to have killed herself.
Oh.
When Polly Randall, a neighbor, came in, she found Mrs. Luther sitting with the gun across her knees. One barrel of the gun had been discharged, and Mrs. Luther's face was blown away.
Oh, it was Polly Randall who decided that Mrs. Luther committed suicide.
Why not? Polly isn't a detective. People who aren't detectives just jump to conclusions about these things.
Naturally. Did Mrs. Randall have any other reason for her conclusion jumping?
Oh, sure. There was a note on the floor written by Mrs. Luther stating that she had decided to take her own life.
Well, have you the note?
Natch? Here. Take a look at it.
Thank you. Ethan, I cannot stand this any longer. Every other woman in our crowd has a mink coat. I'd rather commit suicide than to have to face them again. Norma. Well, is Ethan her husband?
Yeah, he's a traveling salesman. Right now, he's on a trip up in the northern part of the state.
I see.
It sounds screwy, eh, Bart?
Yes, it certainly does, Inspector. A woman who will actually commit suicide because she can't have a mink coat is a rare woman indeed.
Yeah, that's the way I figure it. Now, here's the switch. She didn't.
Didn't what?
Commit suicide because she couldn't have a mink coat. Come over here. Take a look at this.
Well, a mink coat.
That's right, a mink coat, and it belonged to Mrs. Luther.
Are you sure, Inspector?
Yeah, Bart, don't keep asking me if I'm sure. Of course I'm sure. We found the box in which the coat came. We checked with the department store where the coat was bought.
Well, who bought it?
They don't know or care. The clerk who sold it had an acute attack of appendicitis and was taken to the hospital last night. He's still groggy from the ether. He doesn't remember anything.
So Mrs. Luther craved a fur coat and got one and still committed suicide.
Nope, I just got through telling you she didn't commit suicide. Look, don't you remember? I said Polly Randall came in and found Mrs. Luther sitting in a chair with a shotgun across her knees.
Yes, I remember that, Inspector.
Well, then, let's face it. Nobody could blow their brains out with a shotgun and then face the gun across their knees, now could they?
It doesn't seem likely, does it, Inspector?
No.
On the other hand, it's possible that the gun could have fallen into that position when Mrs. Luther pulled the trigger.
Yeah. There's about one chance in a zillion that could have happened.
Well, we mustn't overlook that zillionth chance, must we, Inspector?
No, and we mustn't overlook the fact that it's physically impossible for anyone to point a shotgun at his own noggin and pull the trigger.
All right, Inspector, you've got me. This is murder. Now tell me, you've figured everything else out and done a very good job at it. Who murdered Mrs. Luther?
Bard. Sometimes. Very often, in fact. You killed me.
But why, Inspector?
Why do you think I got you up here? Look, I don't know who murdered Mrs. Luther. If I did, I'd let you read about it in the newspapers. Now, do you want to work on this case or do you want to?
All right. Suppose we go over and have a talk with this neighbor, Polly Randall. I think she might have some interesting answers to our questions, Inspector.
Certainly. I've known Norma and Ethan Luther all my life. They lived over there, and I've lived over here. And up till the time Craig Mackey came to town, they got along fine.
And who is this Craig Mackey, Miss Anderson?
Oh, he's just a fellow who came to town and got smitten with Norma and kept pestering her for dates.
Well, what's he do for a living? Where can we find the guy? Was he around here yesterday?
Now, don't go getting your dander up at me, mister. I don't have to answer your questions, and I won't. Unless you keep a civil tongue in your head.
Oh, you won't? Well,
Take it easy, take it easy. Miss Randall, we'd appreciate it very much if you would answer our questions. Perhaps you don't realize it, but Mrs. Luther was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, but I thought...
Yes, we all thought it was suicide at first, but the evidence pointed the other way now. You see, that we have clues that turned up since that indicate foul play. Now, will you be good enough to tell us what you can about Craig Mackey?
You mean you think Craig did it?
Look, lady, we don't know who did it. Maybe you did it. Now...
Why, the very idea. How dare you?
All right, so you didn't do it. Now, are you going to tell us where we can find Craig Mackey, or do we stay here trying to get you to admit that you did do it?
I'll never admit it. It was Craig. It must have been Craig. He was here last night, and that must have been him.
What do you mean by here, Miss Randall?
I mean right here in this house. He spent the evening here. He left about 11 o'clock, and right after that I heard the shot.
Well. Why didn't you tell me that this morning, lady?
Because Craig asked me not to mention it, that's why.
But now that you think we might suspect you of the crime, you've decided to tell the truth. Is that it, Miss Randall?
Of course that's it. Maybe I'm in love with Craig, but I'm not enough in love with him to take the rap for a murder he committed.
But isn't it surprising the things that people say at times like these? Someone yells murder, and everyone else begins dreaming up motives for everyone else.
Yes, I quite agree with you, Inspector. Well, Miss Randall, where can we find this Craig Mackey?
Down at the Monte Vista Dam. He's a construction engineer.
Oh?
And while you're talking to him, you can tell him that I know all about the fur coat. He makes me sick thinking he can get away with that.
Are you referring to a mink coat that belongs to Mrs. Luther, Miss Randall?
Of course I am. Craig bought it for her. I know one of the girls who works in Hobson's department store, and she told me.
What? We'd be wasting our time talking to anyone else. This paper's got all the answers right here.
It does seem so, doesn't it, Inspector? Miss Randall, does Mrs. Luther's husband know that Craig Mackey bought her a mink coat?
Well, if he doesn't, he will as soon as he gets back from his trip up north. Norman's been yowling for a mink coat for years.
But won't he be a bit annoyed that another man bought it for her?
Are you kidding? He wouldn't even ask where it came from, so long as it shut Norma up and he could have a little peace.
Now I've heard everything. Lady, if you've got any more tidbits of information you're going to spring on us, get them over fast, will you? I'm getting a little dizzy.
I told you I wasn't going to answer your questions, and I'm not. You're not fooling me. I know how you policemen are always incriminating people.
Well, I'll be...
Miss Randall's been very helpful, Inspector. Let's not bother her anymore. I suggest that we go down to the Monte Vista Dam and have a talk with Craig Mackey, shall we?
Right now, anything seems like a good idea. Let's get out of here. You know what I think, Bart?
No, what, Inspector?
That babe was lying in her teeth. She found herself in a spot and began thinking them up as she went along.
Well, if you're right, we won't find her at home when we get back. She knows we can easily check her statements.
I don't know how we're going to check screwy statements like she made. What's the matter?
I think that shack must be the field office of the construction company. Let's go up and find out.
Okay. I hope this Craig Mackey won't be as nutty as the dame he's been playing around with.
Yes, the sign on the door says Mackey Construction Company. Well, let's go in.
Hello. Are you gentlemen looking for me?
If you're Craig Mackey, we are.
I'm Mackey. What can I do for you?
We're from police headquarters, Bub. We got a few questions we want to ask you.
Police headquarters?
Yeah.
Oh, then you must be investigating the death of Mrs. Luther. Routine checkup, I presume?
You might call it that. What's your story, Mackey?
Story? I haven't any story. If Mrs. Luther wants to shoot herself, that's her business. It doesn't concern me.
Well, now, how do you like that?
Mrs. Luther didn't shoot herself, Mackey. She was murdered.
Murdered? Well, that makes things... Are you implying that I murdered Norma Luther?
We're not that subtle, Bub. Why'd you shoot her?
Why did I... Come, gentlemen. Do you think if I murdered Norma Luther, I'd be sitting here at this desk now?
It would be smart of you to do just that, Mackey. I suppose you can account for your whereabouts last night?
Of course I can. I spent the evening in town playing poker with some of the boys who work here in the dam project.
You didn't call at the Luther home at all?
I'll give you an indirect answer to that question. As I understand it, Mrs. Luther died between 11 and 12 o'clock last night.
That's correct.
From 10 o'clock last night until 2 this morning, I was playing poker. Where I was before then is nobody's business.
Oh. I'm afraid we'll have to make it our business, Mackey. Polly Randall claims you spent the evening with her.
Yeah. She says you left her place around 11 o'clock. And right after that, she heard the shot.
She knows darn well I wasn't at her place last night, and she knows why.
Why, Mackey?
Because someone else was there, that's why.
Oh, this is getting interesting. Who was it, Bub?
Ethan Luther.
Luther? Norma Luther's husband?
Yeah, Norma Luther's husband. They've been playing around together for years.
How do you know that?
Norma told me. She also told me she was through with him.
Well. But it looks to me like we stumbled on a true romance. So you arrived at your sweetie's all unsuspecting last night and found her in the arms of a next-door neighbor. Is that right, Bub?
Crudely.
That's right. Tell me, Mackie, did you have any particular reason for going to Miss Randall's last night? I don't get it. Apparently, Miss Randall wasn't expecting you, or she wouldn't have been entertaining Luther. So I wondered if you had a surprise for her. A present, perhaps?
Yeah, to be more specific, a fur coat.
How do you know about that?
Oh, we know lots of
The fur coat was found in Mrs. Luther's home, Mackie. We think it was because of that coat that Norma was murdered.
Oh, that's crazy. I bought the coat yesterday at Hobson's. What's wrong with that?
You bought it for Polly Rando, didn't you, Mackie?
So what if I did?
But when you found her entertaining Luther, you decided to give it to Norma. First, however, you let Polly see what you had, thereby making your revenge sweet.
You're pretty clever, mister.
My guess is, Mackie, that Luther was hiding in another part of the house while you were showing the coat to Polly. You knew he was there, but he didn't know you knew it.
You still haven't got anything on me.
One more question, Mackie. Is your father, David Mackey, president of this construction company?
Sure he is. Why?
Nothing. Thank you. Come along, Inspector. We've an errand to do in town, and then we're returning to the Luther home.
Look, Bart, how is leaving that suicide note at the local police department for analysis going to help us any?
Oh, it might not help us at all, Inspector. However, we've a lot of loose ends to clear up before we solve this case.
It's all solved as far as I'm concerned. Craig Mackey's our man.
Oh, then you think Mackey was lying, too?
Sure I do. They're all lying. Look, this guy Mackey comes to town, see? He's a good-looking kid, and the babes go for him. He gets acquainted with this Norma Luther and falls for her, only he doesn't know she's married.
And then hubby appears on the scene. Craig, being the jealous type, decides to kill her, eh?
Sure, it's simple.
I think perhaps you're right, Inspector.
You do?
Yes, I do. Well, here we are. Hey, that's odd.
What's odd?
There's no light in the place. Didn't you tell Sam to stay here?
Sure I did, but I didn't tell him to sit under an arc light. Come on. Sam won't be far away.
There's something strange about this, Inspector. I don't like it.
Oh, you're always thinking there's something strange about something. Sam! Hey, Sam!
Sam must have fallen asleep, Inspector.
That's Sam. He's one of the best boys I got. Sam! Sam Calvert! Let's go around back.
All right. Inspector.
What's the matter?
Get out your flashlight. There's something here in the grounds.
Come on. Okay, here we are. Jumping Judas, it's Sam.
Yes, it's Sam. And with a bullet through his head.
With a dirty cop killer.
All right, gents, get your hands up, both of you. One false move and I'll blow your brains out. Get your hands up, both of you. One false move and I'll blow your brains out.
I think we'd better obey. The gentleman sounds as though he means business.
That's smart talk, mister. Trouble is, it's going to take more than smart talk to get you out of this murder rap.
Murder rap? Bart, did you hear what the guy said?
How could I help but hear?
Well, I reckon this proves that old saying that murderers return to the scene of their crimes. All right. Inside the house, both of you.
Just a minute.
Let's not argue. The man with the gun is always the boss.
Well, mister, like I said before, you got sense. All right, you. There's a light switch just to the right of the door. Turn it on.
Do as the gentleman says.
Okay. That's better. Now, let me get a look at you two. I always wanted to see what a couple of murderers looked like. Yeah, you're the type, all right. Especially you.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Close the door, mister.
Glad to. Well, now that you've caught us, Luther, what do you plan to do?
How'd you know my name?
Who else would be so familiar with the location of the light switch in this house, except the man who lives here? Unless, of course, you or your wife are used to having male visitors.
Hey, you sound kind of sure of yourself, mister.
I'm very sure of myself, Luther. By the way, when did you get back from your trip up north?
Up north? Who said I'd taken a trip up north?
Your girlfriend, Polly Randall.
My girlfriend? Look here, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a respectable married man.
Oh, well, then you won't mind explaining.
Look out, Michael. Go off it, Luther. Drop the gun. Stop it. My arm.
That's better. Okay, Bart, take it up.
Right. Nice work, Inspector. I have it.
All right, Luther, sit over there. So you're Ethan Luther, eh?
Murderers. I suppose now you're going to shoot me in cold blood the way you shot my wife. Well, go ahead. Nothing matters now that Norma's dead.
Before we go into this any further, I think we'd better explain who we are. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton from Police Headquarters.
Police Headquarters?
Yeah, Police Headquarters. And don't give us any of that malarkey about you didn't know it. I hate a cop killer.
Cop killer? I didn't kill that officer. He was dead when I got here. Naturally, when you two came in.
Yeah, sure. You thought we were a couple of murderers returning to the scene of our crime. That gives me a pain. Now, I suppose you're going to tell us you didn't spend last evening with your girlfriend next door.
Well,
Yeah, aye. Everybody says aye when they can't think up some kind of new fish story. Now...
That was Polly. You must have discovered the policeman's body. You're probably right, Luther. Let's find out.
Ethan, there's... Oh, it's the policeman.
That's right, Miss Randall. How do you happen to be standing outside here?
I wasn't standing outside. I saw a light in the window and knew Ethan must be home, and I came over to comfort him.
Comfort him. Now, there's one for the record. Look, lady, as far as we can figure, you did enough comforting last night to last for...
Last night? What are you talking about? I haven't seen Ethan in weeks.
Polly, they know about last night.
Know about last night? Well, then they know.
Know what, lady?
Nothing. I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to.
Fortunately, Miss Randall, it won't make any difference whether you answer our questions or not. We know who shot Mrs. Luther, and we also know who murdered Officer Culver.
You know who killed my wife?
Of course.
I don't believe it. If you know, why don't you make an arrest?
That'll come in good time, Miss Randall. Both of you are at liberty to come and go as you like for the present. Inspector, we're wasting our time here. Come along with me.
Look, Bart, weren't you being a little optimistic when you told those two last night that you knew who the murderer was?
Oh, well, possibly, Inspector. However, I think we justified my optimism with that inquiry at Hobson's department store.
Yeah, I know it was about the fur coat.
Yes. I was just wondering how many fur coats a store of that size carried in stock.
So the coat was ordered especially for Craig Mackey from New York?
Yes, and paid for by him in cash.
So now we know young Mackey bought the coat.
Inspector, in a town of this size, there wouldn't be many $5,000 coats carried in stock at any store. It was just reasonable to suppose that if a sale were made, the front office would know about it.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. You got some other plans in mind?
Oh, yes, definitely. I'm going to stop at the police headquarters now and pick up that note we left for analysis.
And what am I going to do?
You, Inspector, are going out to the dam project and pick up young Mackey and bring him out to Polly Randall's house. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, we'll find both Polly and Ethan Luther waiting for us there.
I told you, I don't have to answer your questions.
Look, lady, put on another record, will you? You've given us that routine so many times, I'm beginning to get a headache.
Well, I don't have...
All right. Nobody's asking any questions. Now, keep quiet, will you? Okay, Bart, let's get this over with.
All right, glad to, Inspector. Mackey, we've checked and found it was you who bought that Mink Coat at Hobson's department store. And so what? I've already admitted that I bought it. But you didn't tell us you paid cash for it. Your father has an account at Hobson's. You've always used it before. Why didn't you use it this time?
I didn't want to.
Well, that's fair enough. You didn't want your father to know that you were buying $5,000 coats for your girlfriends. In a moment, I'm going to prove that that's an important piece of evidence.
That I've got to see.
You will. Luther, you admitted that you came here to Miss Randall's the night before last instead of going home after you returned from your trip up north.
If it's any of your business, yeah.
We're making it our business, Junior. Answer the questions and never mind the ad-lib.
You don't have to answer the questions if you don't want to, Ethan.
There she goes again. Hey, keep quiet, will you?
I won't keep quiet. I'll talk if I want to.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and talk then. Who's stopping you?
I won't talk. I don't have to.
Oh, my gosh. Bart.
Miss Randall, perhaps you'd like to explain to us why we shouldn't accuse you of murdering Norma Luther.
Accuse me?
That's right.
Well, I certainly will explain it. I was right in this house every minute, that's why.
And how do we know that?
Because these two men were with me, that's why.
Oh, both of them? All the time?
Ethan came first. He dropped in to say hello on his way home.
Just sort of neighborly-like, eh?
Yes, just sort of neighborly-like. While he was here, a knock came at the door. Luther stepped into the next room.
Why?
Because he thought it might be someone who'd get the wrong impression. That's why.
Oh, my.
Was this new arrival Craig Mackey, Miss Randall?
Yes, it was. Craig had a mink coat in a box. He showed it to me and said he was going to give it to Ethan's wife.
And what did you say?
I said, isn't that nice? Huh. I thought it was very sweet of him.
Well, I'm a cross-eyed woodchuck.
And then what happened, Miss Randall?
Craig put the coat back in the box and left. Ethan came out of the other room. We talked a while, and then he went home.
And then?
Craig came back.
How long did Craig stay, Miss Randall?
Until 11 o'clock. I went to the door with him. As we stood there talking, we heard a shot. Or I thought we did.
Now, the last time you told that story, You were sure?
I was sure. Only Craig said he thought it was the backfire of an automobile or something.
But you didn't think so?
No. After Craig left, I went over to the Luthers and found Norma dead. I screamed.
How'd that? Was Luther there?
No, I ran home and called the police. And that's all I'm going to tell you, so you needn't ask me any more questions.
Can we count on that?
You've told us quite enough, Miss Randall. Well, Mackie, what have you to say?
There's nothing more to say. Ollie's told it all.
I see. Luther, how about you?
Well, what about me?
Did you get home before Mackie left your wife?
No.
You found her then, trying on the fur coat. You became raging mad and asked her who'd given it to her. She laughed in your face, so you picked up a shotgun and shot her.
Oh, that's a lie. I didn't. You can't prove it.
Oh, yes, I can prove it. In the first place, that suicide note that we found on the floor lying beside your wife's dead body was written a year ago.
What? How did you know?
That was easy to prove. By a chemical analysis at local police headquarters. She wrote that note a year ago hoping that you'd break down and buy her a coat.
Smart guy, huh?
Yes, smart guy. But you laughed at her. However, you kept the note. It came in handy the night before last after you'd shot your wife. You reasoned it would serve well to plant the suicide theory.
Keep your hand away from your pocket, Daniel. 3 murders and no more than one. This gun...
I hate a cop killer, Luther.
Drop that gun. Stand back, you fool. No, you won't do anything. Take this.
Killed him. Killed him.
No, Miss Randall. Even though the inspector hates a cop killer, he knows the law will take care of Luther. And you. That was a mighty brave thing for you to do, jumping Luther when he was holding that gun.
Well, I hate a cop killer.
Yes, so do we all, Inspector. And Luther was more than a cop killer.
Yeah, to my dough, none of that bunch was much good. That reminds me.
Yes, Inspector.
You told Mackie that you were going to prove that the fact that he paid cash for that mink was important evidence, and you never did.
I didn't have to.
Huh?
However, if you'd like to know why I thought so, I'll be glad to explain.
I hate to seem curious, but go ahead.
The way I looked at it, Inspector, the solution to the whole case hinged on that mink coat.
Why?
If Mackie had charged the fur coat to his father's account, it wouldn't have been terrifically important to him. But since he paid cash for it out of his own pocket, it was tremendously important.
I don't get it.
Well, Inspector, it's like this. A man who pays $5,000 for a mink coat isn't going to give it to someone he doesn't expect to live very long, especially when there was no chance of him getting it back.
Say, that's right, isn't it? If Mackie had figured on murdering Norma Luther, he wouldn't have given her the coat. By golly, that's a fact.
You have it, Inspector. So when both Luther and Mackie confirmed Polly Randall's story that she was at home until after 11 o'clock, I knew it had to be one of those two men who had murdered Norma. And since Mackie had bought the coat, it was reasonable to assume that he wouldn't murder the one he gave it to.
That's just terrific. You know, sometimes I think you ought to warn people in advance. They'd give up more easily.
Warn them? About what, Inspector?
About what, he asked.
Oh, you mean warn them that mystery is my hobby.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, today we're going to venture into a fantastic and little-known field, the human mind. It's a story I call Mind Over Murder. On a stretch of green lawn at the top of high cliffs looking over the Atlantic Ocean, the great Ricardo, who claims to be the world's greatest mind reader, is practicing his art. He's preparing for the vaudeville tour he's soon to begin. Assisting him are his lovely young wife, Ellen, and Carl of Garza.
That's it, Carl. Tie the handkerchief tightly over my eyes. Now, are you sure I can see nothing? Nothing whatever?
I know positive you can't, Mr. Ricardo. I'll bet my month's wages on it.
You are quite right. My eyes are in darkness. But my mind is not. Ellen?
Yes, Ricardo?
Did you bring out the basket of books I asked you to?
Yes. I have them here.
All right, Carl. Go pick a book out of the basket. Any book at all.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Ricardo. Now what?
Now open it to a page. Any page. Have you done this?
Yeah.
Good. Now concentrate on the book. Think about the title and the number of the page. Think about it now. Yes, it is coming to me. The title is Murder by Expert, and the page, you have opened it to page 27.
That's right, Mr. Ricardo. Gosh, I don't know how you do it.
Well, it's very simple, Carl. With the eyes of my mind, I read your thoughts. Now, I want to try something else. Ellen?
Yes, Ricardo.
Sit in the wicker chair over here on my right. Turn your back to both me and Carl.
You aren't going to...
Please do not argue. Do as I say.
I just can't. Yesterday, my head ached for hours. Please don't make me.
It will come easier in time. Sit down.
All right.
Make your mind free of all thoughts. Well, I want you to look with your mind into Carl and to read there what his eyes see on the page before him.
Must I read?
I have said that you must.
All right. I'll try.
Now, Carl.
Yes, Mr. Ricardo?
Take another book, open it to the first page of a story, and concentrate on it.
Right. I get you.
Now, Ellen, read the page at which Carl is looking. I command you, by the powers of the mind, read.
My head hurts so it's so little my lips.
Read.
I see something. Words, title, vision, judgment, by H. G. L.
Continue. Read.
No, I can't make it out so blurred. I can't see anything clearly. Oh, my head.
Carl, was she correct?
Yes.
Well, that's all I want to know. You can leave now.
Okay, Mr. Ricardo. The roses need watering. I'd better tend to them right away. Yes, right away.
That's the innocent. She's afraid of me. How do you feel, Ellen?
My head hurts.
There, my dear. It will quickly pass. And in no time you'll find the whole thing as easy as powder in your nose.
Ricardo, I can't. I just can't help you when you're acting. When you tell me to try to read something in Carl's mind, I feel as if my brain was going to split.
You will help me, my beautiful one. You will see. Now, I'm going into the house. You may sit there and look at the ocean until your head feels better. Oh, you will have company. I see my handsome young press agent coming forward. You must be nice to him, Ellen. He's really a very good press agent.
Oh, there you are, Ricardo. I was looking for you.
It's too bad your mind is one of the few I cannot penetrate, Tom, or I would have known that. Was it about something special?
Oh, just about these advanced stories to go out to the Boston editors. I have them all written.
Oh, excellent. I'm going up to the house now, and I'll read them right away. Stay and keep Ellen company, Tom. I'll see you both presently.
All right, Ricardo. What's the matter, darling? What's he been doing?
Nothing, Tom. I just have a little headache.
Been making you work with him in his act again, hasn't he?
Please, Tom, I'm all right.
Ellen, listen to me. You know things can't go on the way they are. You've got to leave Ricardo, do you hear? Leave him and divorce him.
No, Tom, I can't. I just can't.
You're scared to death of him, but there's no reason to be. He's just a phony mind reader.
No, Tom. He's not phony. He can read minds. Sometimes he tells me just what I've been thinking. Oh, Tom, it's hard to see. I wish I could, please. He won't let me. I tried and I did something terrible.
No matter what, I'm going to get you away from Ricardo. I'll kidnap you if necessary.
Here he comes back.
Well, I'm glad to see you're feeling better, Helen. Is it Tom who put that sparkle in your eye and that flush in your cheek?
Of course not.
I would not like it if I thought so. I should be very angry if my beloved had eyes for anyone but me. Of course, you haven't, have you, Ellen?
No. No, of course not.
For you love me devotedly, do you not?
I love you devotedly.
You always will in this world and in the next.
I always will. In this world and the next.
You see, Tom? You see why I dare leave my lovely Ellen alone with you? I have perfect faith in her. When we start our tour week after next, I will be quite busy much of the time, and I hope you won't mind keeping Ellen from being lonely. I'm sure the trip won't bore you. I expect it to be most entertaining.
Ellen?
Come in.
Ellen, the train's just coming into Bridgeville. Ricardo's still in the diner. Are you ready?
Yes, I just thought of putting on my hat and coat. I didn't pack anything because you said not to, but... Oh, Tom, I'm frightened.
Ellen, you've got to get hold of yourself. Ricardo's not superhuman.
No, sometimes I think he is, Tom. I'm positive that he knows everything we think. He's just playing with us. He seems so amused ever since the tour started. He seems to have been deliberately throwing us together just to see what happens.
Stop worrying. In a minute, you'll be through with him forever. The bus for Chicago leaving Bridgeville 5 minutes after we get off. In Chicago, you can stay with my mother until you can get a divorce. Then you're going to marry me.
Tom, I'm afraid.
Listen, that's the whistle for Bridgeville. We're going for the station. Quick, get your coat.
All right, Tom, help me with it.
Here, I'll give you a hand here. You got it on? What?
Ricardo!
Yes, my dear. I was worrying about your headache, so I left my lunch to come see how you were.
Well, I'm feeling a little better. I was going to take a walk on the platform and get some coffee.
Yes, I see you have your coat on. Oh, but alas, we only stopped for a minute. Hardly long enough for a walk.
No, I suppose not.
So this is Bridgeville. The busy town. On the main bus route to Chicago, I understand.
Is it?
Someday I should show you Chicago, Ellen. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes. I would like that.
Ricardo, stop torturing. Torturing? Ellen? Why, Tom, what a curious idea. I would give my life for Ellen. And she for me, wouldn't you, darling?
Yes. I'd give my life to you.
To most people, that is an empty phrase, but Ellen means it. I will prove it to you, Tom.
I'm not interested.
Oh, but you are. Ellen, my love.
Yes, Ricardo.
Ellen, I'm taking a revolver from my pocket. Here, now you take it from me.
Yes, Ricardo.
What are you up to? Point the revolver at your heart, my dear, and pull the trigger.
Yes, Ricardo.
Ellen, stop!
No, Tom.
Let go of my wrist.
You shall not interfere.
Oh.
Ellen, pull the trigger.
Yes, I'll pull it.
Ellen, you... Nothing happened.
No, of course not. The gun was empty. But Ellen didn't know that, did you, my darling?
No, I didn't know that.
So she would have died just because I asked her to. Such devotion is very rare. It is the kind that lasts through all eternity, as ours will. For we shall always be together, Ellen and I, while we live and after we die. Nothing will ever separate us. Nothing, whatever.
And so the great Ricardo's triumphal tour continued. Newspaper stories told of his amazing feat, and of the feats almost as marvelous performed at his direction by his pale and lovely wife. Twice Tom urged Ellen to flee with him, But both times Ricardo appeared upon the scene, smiling as though knowing every word that had been said. So at last Tom changed his tactics. Waiting until one evening when Ricardo was in the midst of his performance, concentrating on holding a great audience spellbound.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, someone among you is thinking of the initials E.N. Somebody quite close to me.
Tom listened for a moment, and he was quite sure that Ricardo's attention was fully absorbed. Then he left his place in the wings and slipped swiftly backstage to knock on a door marked with a gold stop.
Ellen.
Oh, yes, Tom.
I want to talk to you.
You shouldn't be here, Tom.
Never mind Ricardo. Put on your coat.
My coat? But the performance won't be over for half an hour.
Ellen, I've got a plan to fool Ricardo. Will you trust me?
But if he catches us, he might kill you.
If there's one time he's not going to be clever enough. Just put on your coat and come along without asking any questions.
Where are we, Tom? We've been driving for an hour, turning this way and that. I haven't any idea which way we've come.
You're not supposed to have, Ellen. Don't you see, if you don't know where you are, Ricardo can never know either, even if he can make contact with your mind from this distance.
I never thought of that.
But I did. So this time I made my plans without telling you.
The Hillview Inn. Oh, what a quaint little place, Tom. And what a lovely view over the hills.
Yes, isn't it? It's a funny little place. I found the ad in the paper. There. I've engaged a room for you and one for me. We'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow, Ricardo will be in Buffalo, and we'll be heading in the opposite direction.
Tom, there's someone standing in the shadow beside the porch.
That's probably the manager waiting for us. Is that you, Mr. Adams?
No, Tom. This is I, the cop.
Oh, Ricardo.
Yes, my beloved. I've been waiting for you. What took you so long, Tom?
How did you get here? How did you know we were coming here?
Why, Tom, it was I who told you to bring Ellen here.
That's a lie. No one knew we were coming here but myself.
Did you think this was your idea? On the contrary, I put the thought into your head every bit of it.
That's impossible.
I even suggested to you to look in the paper where you could find the advertisement for this delightful little inn.
I don't believe it.
Yes, Tom. At last, after painful effort, I have succeeded in forcing my thoughts into your mind. And now I have another little matter to settle with you. Your undesired attentions to my wife.
Ellen isn't your wife anymore, Ricardo. She's left you for good.
Ellen, is that true?
No, Ricardo. I love you.
Ellen, he's making you say that.
Ellen, my dear, tell Tom just how you feel towards him.
I've been playing with you, Tom, to amuse myself. You've been very stupid not to realize it.
I'm not impressed by your tricks, Ricardo. Ellen is leaving here with me now.
Ellen is not leaving. But you are. You see that railing behind you? Beyond it is a 50-foot drop to a rocky ledge.
What of it?
In a moment you are going to fall accidentally over that railing and be killed. You see, there are only the two of us. And I am far stronger than you. So, now, I will show you a trick of Oriental wrestling.
Tom, look out! He's walking down the railing.
Maybe I know some tricks too, Ricardo. Now, how do you like this one?
Tom, look. He's lying down there on the ledge. His body's all twisted.
Yeah. I'm afraid he's dead.
No, he isn't. He's alive. He's in pain. He's making me feel pain, too. No. Stop it. Stop it.
No, the great Ricardo, mind reader extraordinary, was not dead. For weeks afterwards, he hovered on the borderline between life and death, And then, as if pulling himself back to life by the sheer strength of his will, he slowly won his fight. But though he lived, his fall had paralyzed his body, leaving only his mind truly alive. He lay in a hospital bed, still breathing, but unable to move, to speak, or even to open his eyes.
So he's definitely going to live.
There's no longer any doubt of it. It's almost a miracle. I didn't think any man could survive such an injury.
He wouldn't let himself die.
Yeah, most of us want to live, I've discovered.
I mean, he deliberately refused to die. He kept saying to himself, I will not die. I will not die.
You could hear him? But he's paralyzed. He can't speak.
I could hear his voice in my mind.
Oh, I see. Yes, he's going to live. But he'll never move, nor speak, nor see again.
Yes, he knows that.
I beg your pardon?
Ricardo knows that he'll never recover. He wants to go home. I have to take him there. I will look after him.
Ellen, you
I
can't.
have to. I'll look at him. I'm his prisoner again. The prisoner of his mind. And this time I'll never escape.
And so the great Ricardo returned home, a living dead man. There in the house on the cliff, aided only by a nurse who relieved her at night, Ellen cared for him. Tom stayed close by to help her in any way he could, and did his best to persuade her to turn Ricardo's care over to professional nurses.
Ellen, listen to me. You can't ruin your life like this just to care for a man you hate.
I have to. I can't go away. He won't let me leave the house. If I do, I find myself turning back without knowing what I'm doing.
But, Ellen, you...
My mind isn't my own. Be controlled. Lying in his bed in that room there, never moving. Ricardo controls my mind.
Oh, Ellen, I'm sure that's just a delusion. A psychiatrist could prove it to you. Ricardo is injured, helpless.
But his mind isn't. More powerful than ever. All his strength is concentrated in it. If it went for the power of his will, he'd die. But more he dies. He's planning something.
Planning what?
I don't know. But he still hates you and wants revenge.
How you are letting your imagination run away with you. What can a man in Ricardo's condition do?
I don't know, but he has something in his mind.
Helen, you're overwrought. You need sleep. Look, darling. Why not take a sedative and go to bed? In the morning we can talk again.
I have to wait until the night nurse.
All right, I'll stay with you. Now, go on. Get to bed.
All right, Tom. I do need rest. But you better wait in the room with him.
I'll go in now. Good night, Ellen.
Good night, Tom.
Oh, there you are. The great Ricardo. The man who was better than anyone else in the world. And now you're a living dead man. I wish you were a dead one.
Then why don't you kill me, Tom?
What?
Why don't you kill me? Just put your hand over my mouth for a moment and you'll be rid of me.
Ricardo. You can't be talking. You're paralyzed.
I can speak to you, Tom. I speak with my mind, not with my voice.
No, I don't believe it.
Or with words, stubborn. Listen. Just now you were trying to get Ellen to leave me. But she never will. Ellen and I are joined together for all eternity.
I'm going to free her from you somehow. Do you hear, Ricardo?
Oh, now you're threatening me. That means you do believe my mind can speak to yours. Good. We'll have many interesting conversations in the days to come. Now, I'm going to rest. Good night, Tom. I shall see you tomorrow. You won't want to come, but you will. Ah, Tom, it is good of you to pay me another visit.
I was hoping you would come today. In fact, I might say I was willing it, and you came.
So it's true. I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined this.
Stubborn, stupid Tom, always fighting against the inevitable. Trying to stay away today, didn't you? But you couldn't.
No, I couldn't.
And you're convinced now you're not suffering from a delusion.
All right. Not a delusion. So what, Ricardo?
I have some interesting information for you. But first, sit down.
I think I'll stand.
Sit down.
I won't.
You see, you are seated.
Are you?
Yes. I forced you to seat yourself because my mind understands control over your mind. So sit quietly and hear what I have to say.
All right. What is this information of yours?
I am dying.
You don't think that makes me sorry, do you?
Doctors do not know it, but my heart is weakening. If I relaxed my willpower for an instant, I would go out like a candle in the wind.
Sooner the better.
I am so. I had great plans. But no matter. In your mind, now I read the thought Ellen will be free. But you are wrong. Ellen is coming with me.
What do you mean? What do you mean, coming with you?
I have said that we would be together in life and in death, and so we shall. Ellen and I will die together.
Devil, if I thought you could hurt Ellen, I'd kill you myself.
No, Tom, you won't kill me. You are going to kill Ellen.
No, that's impossible.
There is a drawer in that table beside you. Open it.
No.
Open it.
No.
In the drawer is my revolver. Pick it up.
No.
Pick it up. There.
Well?
With that gun, you are going to shoot Ellen. You will be executed for it as a murderer, and thus I will have my revenge. And because we shall die almost at the same instant, my soul and Ellen's will be forever joined.
No. You can't force me to hurt Ellen. That's one thing you can't do.
Stand up.
No, you...
You see, my mind does control yours. Though I lie here helpless, but I command you must do.
I'll shoot you instead.
You see, you cannot even lift the gun. Now listen to me. Behind that screen, across the room, is a couch. There Ellen lies asleep at my orders. You will walk over there. You will point the gun at her forehead, and you will pull the trigger.
You can't make me do that.
Walk, Tom.
No,
On. Another step. There. Now, move the screen aside.
No.
Move the screen.
Ellen.
She's dreaming of you, Tom. Aim the gun well. Fire.
No, Ellen, wake up.
She will never wake again in this world. Pull the trigger.
I won't.
Pull the trigger.
No. Ellen. Oh, Ellen.
Yes, her mind has gone blank. I can no longer sense it. You have killed her.
Ellen, I tried not to do it. Ellen, speak to me.
She is dead. And when the police come, they will arrest you, and you will die for her murder.
I don't care. Now that Ellen's dead, I don't want to live. But first, I'll make sure that you die too, Ricardo.
That is not necessary. I am going now of my own accord. I am relaxing. I will, letting myself slip into the dark silence of death, where Ellen is waiting for me. She's there. She's just across the threshold, waiting for me. She's eager for me. No, you tricked me. I won't die.
Tom.
Helen.
Where are you?
Helen.
Tom, what's happened? Oh, my head is... That's so strange.
Oh, Helen, darling, you're not dead. But I shot you. I thought I killed you.
Huh? Killed?
Yes, but I didn't. I only wounded you. Careful.
Oh, I don't understand, Tommy. Where's the cowboy? Strangest feeling. He's gone.
He's gone. He's gone. Oh, I see it all now. I thought I'd killed you. Because I thought so. Ricardo thought so, too. But I was wrong. And because I was wrong, he was wrong, too.
No. He's dead?
Yes, Helen. Free of them forever. Ricardo made a mistake and let himself die, believing that you were already dead. Oh, yes, my son. This time he's gone for good. Ricardo was clever. But in the end, he outwitted himself.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What became of Tom and Ellen? Why, Ellen's wound was serious, but far from fatal. Not nearly as fatal as Ricardo's mistake. Tom and Ellen are very happy now. But I wonder if they're as safe as they think they are. When you're dealing with a mind like Ricardo's, can you ever be quite sure? Even though he is dead? I knew a man once everybody thought was dead, and he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. You see, I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Tarplin, James Van Dyke, Jan Miner, Ian Martin, and Rod Hendrickson. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death and the Devil.
Another strange and terrifying tale of the mysterious traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now the Hermit is ready to help you spend an entertaining half hour.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of Vampire's Desire? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Forbidding-looking place, Mr. Winton?
It is at that. We can't go any farther in this downpour.
We shall most likely have to stay in this doorway then. The house looks untenanted.
Does it that? However, there may be someone in.
There's no one living in this tomb of a place, Mr. Winton.
I think you're right, John. I wonder where we are.
I haven't had the slightest idea where we are since the beginning of the storm when we lost our way.
I think you're right about the place being untenanted. Try the door. Maybe we can break in. Anything to get out of this storm. Try the door.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's opening.
Oh, good.
Well?
Good evening. We've lost our way, been caught in this storm. We're drenched to the skin.
More fools you for being out on a night like this.
Very agreeable, sir.
May we come in and get dried out?
You're not welcome.
Well, surely you're not going to turn us away on a night like this.
I don't care what kind of a night it is. You're not welcome.
Well, all right. May we come in whether we're welcome or not?
No. Good night.
She's slamming the door in your face.
Kindly soul.
When the old woman tried to slam the door, I stuck my foot in the way, and she hasn't tried to close it anymore.
Good. Let's take a chance on going in, then, whether we're welcome or not.
All right, sir. Now, which way, Mr. Winton?
Who can tell in this pitch darkness? Listen.
The old woman.
Yeah.
Mr. Winton, we're in the house of a mad woman.
It isn't a very pleasant sound, is it?
Doesn't seem to be a light in the whole place. What shall we do?
We'll go to the right. Feel along the wall for a light switch or a door.
All right.
Come along, then. Follow me. Ah, here's a door. Come along, John. Stay close by me.
Yes, sir. Oh, good Lord, sir. Is she going to keep that up all night?
Well, if she is, I wish she'd tell what the joke is so we can laugh with her. Find the light switch?
No, there doesn't seem to be one.
All right, then. We'll continue in the dark. You go to the left, I'll go to the right. Maybe we can find something to sit on.
Yes, sir. Ah. What's this? I found something.
What is it?
Well, it might be a bookcase built into the wall.
All right. There may be at least something in it that we can sit on. Even books would be better than the cold floor.
Yes, sir. Although I can't feel anything yet.
Keep talking, John, so I can find my way over to you.
Yes, sir. Why don't you strike a match?
Fine chance either of us have of doing that. They'll be soaking wet. Where are you?
Right here, sir. You're almost up to me.
Ah. Now, where's the bookcase?
Right here. Let me have your hand.
Ah, yes. Now, let's feel all through it. Maybe something of use in it. You never can tell. What was that?
Sounds like someone at the door.
What are you doing?
Trying to light a match.
Any luck?
No, sir. Just like you said, they're sopping wet.
Quiet now. Let's listen. Huh. You must have been imagining things.
I've been imagining things ever since we first heard that old woman laugh like that. It fairly makes my hair stand on end. There it is again, sir. A rustling near the door.
Who is that? Who's there?
Stay away from that bookcase. Stay away.
Who is it? Who are you?
Stay away from that bookcase.
We wouldn't be near the blessed bookcase if he'd be gracious enough to conduct us to a room with some furniture in it so that we might rest and get dry.
Stay away from the bookcase.
He's leaving, sir.
Well, this is a fine how do you do, isn't it?
Oh, I've had about enough, sir. I'd sooner we were on our way.
Oh, nonsense. However, we leave the bookcase alone if that's what we're asked to do.
He's still hereabouts?
Yes, I heard him. Are you playing some game with us? If so, we're not in the mood for it.
No answer.
No.
Oh, there she is again.
Yes. That's enough. That's enough.
What are you going to do, sir?
This is some fool game they're playing with us. I'm going to find out about it and put a stop to it. There's a man and woman living in this house. There must be some furniture in at least one of the rooms.
Some heat, sir. I'm chilled to the bone.
Yes, some heat. There isn't, and there's something going on here that we should investigate and put a stop to. Come along, John.
All right, sir, if you say so. Where to first?
We'll start right where we are. Search the whole house. From this floor up to the roof. Isn't that...
Mr. Winton, look.
Where?
Down to the end of this hall. There's the old man who was talking to us in the room downstairs, telling us to keep away from the bookcase.
I think you're right. Carrying a shaded lantern.
Yes, sir.
John, we'll follow him.
Yes.
He'll lead us somewhere. We can't wander in this house all night in the dark.
At any rate, he has a light.
I don't think he's noticed us.
We'll have to get close to him before he turns that corner down to the end of the hall.
Yes.
He's almost at the corner. There, he turned.
Hurry. He might duck into some room close by and we'll lose him. Easy now, while I peek around the corner.
You see him, sir?
Yes. Going into the first room on the left. Quiet.
The air is stale and musty here.
Yes, but never mind about that just now.
That makes me gasp for breath.
Here's the room he went into. Quiet now while I have a look.
Is he in there, sir?
Strange. I'm sure he went in there.
He might be hiding behind the door waiting to pounce on us.
Old man like that couldn't do much pouncing.
He might be armed.
Oh, take that chance. The air is stale and musty here, isn't it?
I can hardly get my breath.
The foul, fetid air coming from that room the old man went into. Well, if he can stand it, we can.
All right, sir. But be careful.
He's not in here. If he is, he's turned out the lantern. Hello. Hello.
There's no one in here.
Huh? The door just slammed shut.
Oh, there's no door here. I ran right into a blank wall.
Where the door was?
Right here, yes.
John, we're trapped. Some devilman underfoot in this house. We're right in the middle of it.
In a room with no way out. And no air. No air.
Now, don't start whimpering. We're in it, and we'll have to see what we can do to get out.
But what could they want of us?
How should I know?
What shall we do? Just sit and wait?
No, we'll start looking for a way out of this room right now. If we only had a light. Maybe we can find some other way out of this room.
We can try.
You go to your right, I'll go to the left. We'll follow the wall around till we meet.
All right.
You tap the wall as you go along. Listen for hollow spots.
No. Oh,
now what?
I stumbled over something on the floor, sir.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. I shall have to feel. Oh.
What is it, John?
A body, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. It's the body of a man.
Where is it?
No, don't touch it, sir. Don't touch it.
Why not?
I did. And a part of it crumbled to bits.
Good heaven.
Yes, sir. It crumbled under my touch.
Where is it?
Right at my feet. I'm afraid to move another step.
We'll see what this is.
Yes.
You're right. I just touched it and part of the clothing crumbled away.
Yeah.
And John, I felt bones.
Oh, sir. That's what's going to happen to us if we don't get out of this place. I just know it is.
Yeah, that fellow must have been dead for years. The clothing just crumbled away in my fingers.
Yes.
John, we must get out of this place as quickly as possible. We're in great danger, I am sure of it. In danger of our lives. We've got to find a way out of this room before we suffocate.
Why don't we try to find the place where the door was, sir?
Yes. Back to the door, John. We haven't time to look for any other exit. We'll have to find out how to open the door we came in.
It's over this way, sir. Right along this wall. Who's there? There's the hideous cackle of the old woman again.
Never mind about that cackle. We've only a few minutes to find a way out of here. When that door closed, it hermetically sealed this room. If we don't get out, we'll suffocate.
What shall I do, sir?
Feel along the floor while I search along the walls here. Feel for any loose boards or any part of the floor that might move.
Yes, sir.
Have you found anything yet?
No, sir.
Keep working. For heaven's sake, keep working.
I can't do any more, sir. I'm through.
Keep searching, John. Keep searching. There must be a secret spring somewhere in here that'll open this door. Did you find anything yet, John? John, answer me. John. He's done for. Don't let go, man. Keep on. Hang on. We're not done for yet.
man John trapped in a house of mystery, suffocating in a hermetically sealed room. Where is the old man with the lantern? The hermit will tell you before the night is done. Winton and his man John are trapped in a hermetically sealed room in a house of mystery. Yes, John has lapsed into unconsciousness. But just as Winton is about to drop off, something happens.
Listen. John, we've made it. I've found the hidden spring just in time. Now, get you out of here. There. You'll be all right in no time.
Oh, it's you, sir.
Yes. Now, come on. Pull yourself together.
Where are we?
I don't know. But at least we're out of that death trap.
How did we do it, sir?
Just before I went under, I happened on that hidden spring that works the door.
What about the old man with the lantern? And the cackling old woman? And the crumbling body of the man?
We're going to see about those things immediately. I'm going to get to the bottom of this thing. Come on.
And get suffocated all over again?
I don't think we will. Besides, I know where the release for the door is now. Come along. And careful. Take an extra long step when you enter the room. I think we tripped some kind of mechanism when we first entered.
Yes, sir.
Old man with a lantern went into this room and disappeared.
Where can he have got to? If he stayed in the room, he must have suffocated.
He didn't stay in the room. I'm positive of that. Keep your ears open. Listen for any hollow sound.
There's one, sir.
Yes, I heard it. Listen. Don't you hear someone talking?
No, sir.
Put your ear to the wall and listen.
I can't do it anymore. I tell you, I can't.
You hear it now?
Yes, sir. Two people talking.
Yes. I knew that old man couldn't have vanished into thin air. There's another door hidden here somewhere, and we're going to find it. Feel for anything movable around the wainscoting. I'll work up the sides here.
Can you hear what they're saying?
No, they're too far away to catch any of the words. However, from his tone, I'd say he was threatening her.
You found it, sir?
Yes, this little bud on the decoration here.
Look, sir. A flight of stairs.
Yes, and leading down. Come on.
Oh, haven't we had enough for one night, sir, without sticking our noses in any further?
We've gone this far and had an attempt made on our lives. We're going to clear up this business before we leave.
No telling what might be down there, sir.
That's what I'm going to find out. Well, you coming with me, or shall I go alone?
Oh, no, sir, I'm coming.
You can hear them talking a little more clearly now.
Do it, I tell you. You understand that?
We're close enough to make out their conversation.
Now there are two more up there with Gregory.
Yes. The man we saw with a lantern. He's talking about us, John.
Yes, sir.
He thinks we're dead upstairs with that body we found.
If you do not continue to obey me, that's what will happen to you.
Oh, no. No.
Cringe. Cringe. That's what I want you to do.
Come on, John. We'll see what we can do about this.
When I'm gone, you think all the money will be yours.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do.
There's a turn in the passage just ahead. I can see a light shining. Quietly now. We'll be able to see into the room in a moment or so.
Tomorrow, you will bring me another young animal to feed upon.
Yes, Brother Garnet.
It's her brother that's talking.
Yes. Easy now while I look around the corner. What in heaven's name?
What do you see, sir?
Come here.
Great heavens. A coffin.
Yes, a coffin.
With a huge lighted candle at each corner.
And look in the coffin.
A man.
The one we heard talking.
When you get back to your cottage each morning, you wonder where you've been the night before. Don't you? Huh?
Here you are, John.
But his lips don't move.
No, but that's where the voice is coming from.
You don't know that I have you under my power?
What shall we do, sir?
We dash in there and let matters take their course. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Come on, then.
Here, the candles. Quick, out with them. Stop. John, quickly, that cover over there. Slam it on the coffin. The lady. Look at her. Look at the change that's coming over.
Where am I? A coffin. You too. Where am I?
You should know better than us.
But I don't.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, please believe me. Why, I begin to understand now.
I think I do, too.
It's been this all the time. While I thought it was just a terrible nightmare.
Would you like to make yourself clear?
The coffin. Tell me. Who's in it? Who's in the coffin?
You mean to say that you don't know?
Oh, no, I swear I don't.
Well, you called him brother just a few moments ago.
Brother?
Your own brother Garnet is in that coffin.
No. No, how can that be? We buried my brother Garnet over 8 years ago.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
You are...
I'm Lydia Crampton.
Miss Crampton, I would advise you to start at the beginning so that we might unravel this maze.
Oh, I'll try. But not here, please.
Yes, here. If my deductions are correct, it would be better for everyone concerned to get the truth, right here and now.
All right. There's very little I can tell you that I know definitely. Brother Garnet died about 8 years ago. I hate to say it, but he was horrible. He was a devil. As soon as Father died and he came into the money, he started making my life miserable.
Why?
I never could find out why. Then Garnet died and was buried. And with him was buried the secret of Father's will. I know that the estate was supposed to pass on to me after Garnet's death, but I can't find any sign of the will.
What have you done?
I have a small income from my mother. I've been living in a little cottage not far from here. And now comes the part that's like a terrible dream. But I'm beginning to see it now. I'm positive that I'm right when I say that Garnet somehow was able to exercise his will upon me after death.
What makes you say that?
What I've been thinking were horrible nightmares. I now see were actual occurrences. He made me come here every night to wait upon him. He told me that Gregory, his butler, had placed him here in this coffin and had buried a dummy in his place. Then he killed Gregory.
The body in the room upstairs?
Yes. When he had me under his spell, I used to pass through that room and laugh at the remains of Gregory, call him lazy for always sleeping on the floor. To think that I would do a thing like that.
Go ahead, Miss Crampton.
He made me bring him a young animal every day or two.
What was that for?
He fed upon them.
I thought so. He feeds upon the blood of animals.
Yes. He sucked the blood from them. And when he had fed, he had the strength to get out of his coffin for a while.
This is horrible. Stop her.
Oh, quiet, John. Then that's how we saw him in the hall upstairs. Go ahead, Miss Crampton.
That is about all. He used to taunt me by the hour, telling me I'd never come into my inheritance.
I see. When we slammed the lid on the coffin, we broke his spell over you.
Yes, you must have done.
Tell me, Miss Crampton, where in this room are we in connection with the rest of the house?
I don't know. It must be on the ground floor, I suppose.
That's what I was thinking. I have an idea.
What is it, sir?
hear that?
Another hollow spot.
Exactly. Now, what's this point right here?
Yes, sir?
We'll press it and...
It's opening.
What? Why, it's the bookcase in the front room.
Look at this in the back of the bookcase. A small secret compartment.
Keep away from the bookcase.
The dead body is talking. Talking even with the coffin lid on.
All right, John, we're ready to put a stop to his talking. Here, Miss Crampton, a package from the compartment in the back of the bookcase. I think you'll find it's your father's will.
Father's will?
Yes. Now, John, take those candles out of the candlesticks. Hand the candles to Miss Crampton. Now, hand me one candlestick and use the other as a hammer.
What are we going to do, sir?
We're going to put an end to Gardener Crampton.
But how, sir? What are we going to do with the candlestick?
I'll show you. Use the ornamental pointed end of this candlestick as a spear. You use your candlestick as a hammer. We'll drive this one through the heart of that monster in the coffin.
No.
But that would be murder.
Will not. He only lives during the night. Go on, strike. We'll release his soul so that he'll never trouble anyone on earth again. Faster, John.
I'm working as fast as I can, sir.
When Miss Crampton told me of feeding on young animals...
Sucking the blood?
Yes, I knew then that we had a vampire to deal with.
What are you doing? For heaven's sakes, what are you doing?
We're ridding the face of the earth of a vampire. It's done. We've driven the point of this candlestick through the coffin and through the heart of Garnet Crampton, who's long been dead, but whose soul has been held in bondage by the result of his evil practices in life.
With a heavy candlestick used as a spear, Winton and his man John put an end to the vampire's desire. Yes. Released his soul so it could never again return to the earth. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Down the ages, man has been seeking the answer to the riddle, what happens in the unseen realm beyond? With all our science, we're as far from answering that question as man was in the beginning. But with the accumulated records of the past, the conviction is borne strongly upon some that there is a link joining us mortals with those who have passed this way before.
American newspaper correspondent's home. It is evening, and a group of guests are seated around the table enjoying their after-dinner coffee and cigars. The log fire casts a ruddy glow over the room, and the soft candlelight throws grotesque shadow shapes on the walls and ceiling as the guests settle themselves more comfortably in their chairs.
But seriously, Bert, well, that was a good story, well told. You don't really believe in ghosts.
Well, before I answer that question, let me ask you one.
Go ahead.
Do you completely, wholly, and absolutely disbelieve in them?
Oh, when you put it that way, I'm not sure that I can answer you, Bert. I suppose in their heart of hearts, most men, while they won't admit it, do have a secret belief in ghosts or something similar.
What do you say, Jackson? You're a newspaper man of wide experience. Have you ever run into what you might call a true ghost story in your newspaper work?
Yes, I have. An experience of my own, and one, in fact, which I owe my life.
Exactly, Jackson. It was that experience of yours that I had in mind.
What is that, Jackson? Something we haven't heard about? I don't tell it to many people. But you will tell it to us.
Why don't you, Jackson? It's going to be published next month anyway.
All right. As you fellows know, I was foreign correspondent of the Sketch Mirror Group. And one of my assignments was to interview celebrities before they became celebrities. Well, I had to make a quick trip to England. It looked very much as if the Asquith government was about to fall, and that Lloyd George would be in the saddle. So I had to interview Lloyd George before the news broke. I concluded my interview and was all ready to leave when I met an old friend. He had become a lord since I first knew him, but that made no difference to him. And the result was that I found myself in their Northumberland home, being greeted by her ladyship and her very charming daughter.
Hello there, Major. Hello, sis. I want you both to meet a very old friend of mine, Jackson.
Well, not you, Mr. Jackson.
The very same.
I'm so glad to meet you, Mr. Jackson. Keith has spoken of you so much.
And I'm delighted to meet Keith's mother and sister.
Oh, come, Evelyn, dear. We mustn't keep Mr. Jackson standing in the cold.
We shan't want to carry any more tonight, Dobbs.
Very good, sir. All right.
Baxter will take your caps up. Come right into the hall and get your bones thrown out.
Thanks, old man. It is a bit chilly out.
Riding up to the house here in a carriage is an experience to one accustomed to riding in a closed car. We don't use the car much up here, and tonight Arthur has it down in the village, getting in some supplies.
It was charming, even if chilly. But then this open fire makes up for all the cold.
Drink, Jackson?
Oh, thanks, yes.
Say when?
Thanks.
Oh, here's how.
Oh, did you boys have dinner tonight?
Thank you, we did, on the train. And by the way, I take back all I've ever thought or said about dinners on an English train. That was one of the best meals I ever had.
Possibly you were more hungry than usual.
There's something I must say, even if all the books ever written on etiquette say that it's contrary to good taste.
What is that, Mr. Jackson? I'm sure we'll forgive you.
Your home. It is without question the most beautiful place I've ever seen. Why, when we were driving up the hill, it looked like some picture out of a children's storybook. A picture of an old medieval castle. The drawbridge, the portcullis, the moat, the towers, and the turrets.
It is somewhat of a medieval castle. The north wing was built in the days of Henry II, and each generation since has added its little bit. And we added electric lights and plumbing.
The plumbing was the devout approval of the family. The electric lights against my own most ardent objection.
Well, with electric lights and plumbing, I can't think of anything more to be desired.
We even have one of the best ghosts in all England.
Yes? By Joseph, you might at least give a chap time to warm his feet before you drag out the family skeleton.
Our ghost is not a skeleton. You shouldn't say things like that. You must forgive Evelyn, Mr. Jackson. But Lady Evelyn's ghost is almost an obsession with Evelyn.
Well, I'm sure that if Lady Evelyn's ghost is half as charming as you are, Miss Evelyn, and she's a ghost I'd like very much to meet.
Oh, thank you. Let's go to the gallery and show Mr. Jackson Lady Evelyn's portrait. No, my dear.
I'd be delighted, really, if it isn't too much trouble.
No trouble at all, Jackson. In fact, we're all tired, since the gallery's on the way to the bedroom.
Come along, Mr. Jackson. You come with me. You see, Mr. Jackson, Lady Evelyn's ghost is a very special ghost. She always warns us of any impending disaster.
And do you always heed her warning?
We do know. And she warned Mother about Father. Father paid no attention. He was killed. Just as the ghost warned Mother he would be.
Is that the only instance?
Oh, no. It's a family tradition dating back several hundred years. Here's the gallery. I'll switch on the light.
No need to tell me which one. There she is.
Yes.
Why, it could be a portrait of you.
I say, old man, Don't pay too much attention to what Evelyn tells you about the family skeleton, you know.
Keith is quite right, Mr. Jackson. Evelyn is unduly enthusiastic.
She's not any more enthusiastic than I am. I'm enjoying the whole thing immensely. Fact is, I'd rather like to meet this ghost, Lady Evelyn.
Then why don't you sleep in the haunted wing? No, my dear, my dear.
Yes, by Jove. Invite a fellow up here, and the first night you want to stick him in the haunted wing.
But Jackson did sleep in the haunted wing. The wind howled dismally among the turrets and along the roof leads. The oak-paneled walls creaked as night wore on and the cold became more intense. One by one, the sounds in the old castle died away, and soon Jackson fell into a sound sleep. He wakened with the feeling that someone was in the room. Sat up in the big four-poster bed. A woman stood against the far wall.
Miss Evelyn, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, playing the part of the ghost.
But the figure shook its head, turned a pair of luminous eyes on him, and started to write on the wall. For a moment, the warning message blazed out in letters of fire. Jackson closed his eyes and looked again.
A trick. She's writing with phosphorus or something.
Again, the figure shook its head, gave him a searching look that went right through him, and turning, walked out of the room through the 3-foot stone wall.
By George, 8 o'clock. I didn't realize I was taking so long to tell this story. We'll be late for the theater.
Oh, hang the theater. Finish the story.
Yes,
sure.
Well, I did my best to disregard the ghost warning. His lordship drove me to the boat. Or I should say he tried to, but the car broke down. I missed the boat, and 2 days later, Keith, with a face as white as a sheet, handed me the morning paper. In glaring headlines, I read, "Steamship Titanic sunk. All on board lost." Of course, that was an exaggeration. But I might have been one of the more than 1,000 who were lost.
Good Lord. What did the warning that was written on the wall say?
Beware of the Titanic. Nothing more. I told her ladyship next morning, and she was the one who instructed the chauffeur when she found I was determined to sail. She instructed him to break the car, if necessary, to prevent my sailing on the Titanic.
Now, do you fellows believe in ghosts? Imagination enough, Jackson, old boy. We're glad you missed the Titanic. And we're darn glad you're here to be our host at this dinner party. Well, we've got time for one toast and off to the theater.
Out of deference to people who are still alive, character names in these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character exist in the solution that will be presented after you have heard from your sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
Of course, I don't blame you for believing in ghosts after an experience like that.
But just the same, you can't really explain it.
I think I can.
I'd like to hear you.
Have you ever met a perfect stranger and had the strange sensation of having met him somewhere before?
Yes, certainly.
Well, the same thing applies to buildings. And the older these buildings are, the more vibration of previous happenings there will be to make their effect upon you.
You mean to say that if I go into a building where a murder has been committed, I'll be aware of a strange feeling?
You will, if you're sufficiently sensitive.
I'll agree there, but that doesn't explain actually seeing what is generally called a ghost.
If you've ever tried lying down in perfect ease and comfort, allowing your imagination to drift back to some particularly memorable scene, the picture will come to you as vividly as if it had happened yesterday. Or take an author writing a story. The characters are just as real in his mind as any group of living people about whom he has only read.
I'll agree to all that.
Very well. Don't you think that if, over a period of centuries, people living in a certain house are all agreed that the ghost of a beautiful woman haunts the house, don't you think that that impression will impress itself very strongly upon a stranger who sleeps in the so-called haunted room?
Yes, I think that's perfectly reasonable. I really do think that if a sufficient number of people all think along one line, something is going to result. And, of course, you were thinking of your trip on the Titanic as well as the ghost.
So you're willing to admit that concentrated thinking will produce a manifestation. And if that's the case, why deny that an extremely emotional incident would produce a similar manifestation?
Hey, there's something to that, isn't there? Yeah, you've got me almost convinced. But just the same, I'll have a stronger belief in ghosts when I meet one face to face. Well, if I ever meet a ghost, I hope it will be like the ghost of the Lady Evelyn. One that will have such good intentions bred in it that even if I'm a stranger, it will warn me of any impending disaster.
Of course, the ghost of Lady Evelyn would have warned anyone who had been in the room, whether or not they had had any intention of sailing on the Titanic. That part of it, I think, is coincidence.
Do you?
Suspense, with Virginia Bruce and Robert Young.
Hey, Mary, have you noticed there's a big dent in the left rear fender of our car? How'd it get there?
What's that, dear?
The dent in our rear fender.
Oh, the dent? Oh, yes, of course. Well, dear, it's very simple.
Yes?
You see, I was going down to see Frank Martin. He's the Autolite salesman, you know.
Yes, I know Frank better than you do.
Well, you know the Autolite people, dear. They make those spark plugs you always talk about.
Autolite resistor spark plugs, Mom.
That's right.
And Autolite makes stay-full batteries,
Yes,
too.
I know, and Autolite makes complete ignition systems and over 400 other automotive, aviation, and marine products. But what about that dent?
Well, dear... Oh, shh. Here's the Autolite show.
Okay, but I'm not licked yet.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Mr. Robert Young and Miss Virginia Bruce in Anton Leader's production of Celebration, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Just a couple more miles and I'll be there. I wonder how she is today. If there were only some way to get through to her, to make her understand. Well, I can't put it off any longer. For her sake.
It's a big, wide, wonderful world. I sang. Todd was coming for me. As I packed my suitcase, I looked out of the windows. The gardens were lovely, the patio with the peasant furniture. Some of the girls were playing badminton. Some were in the pool. Todd was coming for me, and I had a surprise for him.
It's a big, wide, wonderful world. Oh, let's see. Where's my pink bed jacket? Bottom drawer. It was here, I think. Well, where's the white one? Oh, dear. I couldn't seem to find anything, but I didn't care. Todd was coming for me. It's a big, wide, wonderful world. I knew what he'd say. Oh, Emily. Emily, how I've missed you. He'd hold me so hard and rub his cheek on my hair and kiss me. And I'd tell him about the surprise. I'd say...
Ward?
Yes?
It's Mrs. Halleck.
Oh, one moment, Mrs. Halleck. I pushed this suitcase under the bed. Come in, Mrs. Halleck.
Your husband just phoned, Mrs. Ward. He'll be here soon.
Oh, Todd, such a darling. Thank you, Mrs. Halleck. You've been so kind to me.
Well, I try to be to all the ladies.
I just have to put on my perfume. It's passionate nice. Do you like it?
Grand. Oh, careful, you're spilling it.
Oh, I can't seem to hold things.
Well, it didn't break. Stand back. I'll wipe it.
Oh, thanks. Heavens, I used to fill this dress out, and now I look like a scarecrow in it, don't I?
You look grand. Now, you have everything. Your hat, gloves, purse.
Oh, of course.
Well, you remember last time you went for a drive.
Last time?
Oh, I didn't see your suitcase.
I was just packing it. I thought I wouldn't come back tonight.
Well, did you want to get this bunch of letters in your suitcase, too?
Of course. Give them to me. They're Todd's letters. Todd simply adores me, Mrs. Halleck.
I'm sure he does.
Just listen to this letter and you'll see. Darling, you are my happiness. I can't live without you. You're as necessary as... When I looked up, she was gone. She had left while I was reading. I knew what she'd do. She'd tell Todd I dropped that perfume.
I think you should understand, Mr. Ward.
I could hear her talking to Todd downstairs in the vestibule.
I appreciate all you've done for her, Mrs. Halleck.
As I told you in the letter, she would be better off in a place where she'd get personal attention.
I'll take care of it.
That woman, that two-faced. She came in and told me Todd was waiting downstairs. I danced down the stairs to Todd.
Oh, darling.
Oh, Todd. Todd.
And now, if you'll excuse me, please.
Oh, of course. Thank you. Emily, come here.
Oh, Todd.
Emily. Oh, Emily, how I've missed you.
Darling.
You know, dear, today's an important day. Our 8th wedding anniversary.
Why, Todd, we were married only 6 weeks ago.
What?
I never can remember dates.
Well, we're going to celebrate.
Oh, darling.
Really celebrate this anniversary. We're going to all the places we used to go. The lake, Lover's Lane. Come on, darling, let's go. How can I tell her? What can I say? How can I do the things I must do? If only we could really turn back the clock. Back to before she fell down the stairs. Back to a time before the doctors told me about the pressure on her brain. The fact that any operation would prove fatal. If we only could go back to those wonderful days so long ago and keep them forever. But there's no turning back the clock. Not ever.
Smell those pines.
Yes.
Todd, didn't you wonder why I brought a suitcase?
Well, yes, I did.
That's because of the surprise.
Surprise?
Yes. I'm not going back to the club, Todd. I'm coming home with you.
Wonderful, dear.
I'm going to make chin straights for the living room and do the bathroom over with a full-length mirror and the kitchen lots of stunning color.
Now you're talking.
It'll be a big job, but we don't care, do we?
Of course not. But let's celebrate first, huh? If she only could understand how much that home of ours meant to me. If only she knew how deeply it hurt to see her. To hear her now the way she has been ever since the accident. The way she must be as long as that pressure is on her brain. If only she could understand.
Todd didn't want to go home. I saw the side of his face. He was looking straight ahead. A sad look. Closed up, sort of. Then we turned in at the lake, and he cheered up.
Look at that water, Emily.
Yes.
Have you ever seen anything so blue?
No.
Nothing is blue except your eyes.
Oh, you darling flatterer.
Well, here's our old parking place.
Isn't it awfully quiet?
You know, Emily, we could live a whole lifetime and never find anything better than we have right here.
He opened the door.
I'll get some blankets out of the back.
I sat there while he went around to the back. I was alone again. People were always going away and leaving me alone. Oh, now, put a brave face on it, Emily. Powder your face and fix your lips. I opened my purse and groped around for my lipstick. Oh, dear, I wanted to spill like that. I reached down to pick up my thing. Lipstick, compact. And my hand touched something. A little box. It was heavy. I read the words on the label. 38 caliber soft-nosed shells. Bullets.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Robert Young and Miss Virginia Bruce in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Dad, who's taking the hard knocks on this show, Emily or Todd?
I don't know, Billy, but speaking of hard knocks, I still haven't gotten the lowdown from your mother on the knocking about she gave the car. Say, here's Frank Martin. Now, Frank, maybe you can tell me what happened to my car this morning.
Well, what could happen to your car, Hap? You've got Autolite resistor spark plugs, haven't you?
Yeah, but I got a big dent in the fender, too.
Say, Mr. Martin, what does the word resistor mean?
Well, it's like this, Billy. Autolite Ignition engineered a 10,000-ohm resistor right into the Autolite spark plug that permits a wider spark gap setting and maintains it far longer than in any other spark plugs. The Autolite resistor spark plug is the best thing that's happened in spark plugs in years. A great new development of Autolite Ignition engineers working with the country's leading car and truck manufacturers. When you replace your narrow gap spark plugs with the sensational new wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, you can tell the difference in your car. You get advantages like smooth idling and saving gas. And friends, right now you can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs anywhere in the United States. So don't delay. Get a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs now.
But Frank, Mary, Billy, somebody, please tell me what happened to the fender of my car.
Quiet, Hap.
Here comes Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Robert Young and Miss Virginia Bruce in Celebration, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Everything was so lovely until I found that little box. I opened it, looked down at the bullets in it. What did Todd want with bullets? The box was only half full. I could hear Todd still rummaging around in the back of the car. I put the cover back on the box when I heard him coming around to the side.
All set? I've got the blankets.
I held the box of bullets under my purse.
Come on, darling, let's get out on that beach.
You lead the way.
Okay.
I followed Todd 3 or 4 steps. And then I let the box slip out of my hand.
Here we are. I'll spread the blankets. Come on, Emily, let's curl up and take it easy.
Thank you.
Look at that thing.
Todd, what were you going to do with those bullets in the car?
What bullets? That imagination of yours.
Oh, but I saw them, held them in my hands. The box was about half full.
Come on, dear. Close to me. Here.
Todd, I'm sure
Darling,
I saw...
please. Here, put your head on my shoulder. There.
My head aches, Todd.
Oh, rubbing's the thing.
Oh, you're hurting me.
I'm sorry, darling.
Oh, no.
Something the matter?
Oh, man.
Yes. What do you want?
I heard her cry as I was passing.
Well, she's all right.
Mm-hmm. Nice car you got over there.
Yes.
Thought the missus wasn't feeling well.
She's all right. Lonely place here, huh? Well, I'll be getting along.
Where did he come from?
I thought we were alone here.
Alone?
We have so few moments together, Emily.
I get so scared. I look it, don't I?
Darling, why, when you came down the stairs today, you were radiant.
Was I? Was I really?
You were beautiful.
Why am I like that sometimes and sometimes?
You were my life, Emily. Come here.
Oh, Todd. Oh, you do want me. Kiss me again.
Emily. Emily, in all the world, there could never be another woman like you. You've given me more happiness than...
God, I dream of this. I live for it.
Yes, but, Emily,
Todd!
Emily, listen to me.
Todd, please!
Darling, the doctor said...
What doctor?
You know, when you went to see the doctor...
But that was ages ago. You all talk behind my back, so I can't hear what you say. You and Mrs. Halleck.
I just asked her how you were, and you must believe I love you, Emily.
Oh, I do.
That's fine. Here's where we built a sand castle, remember?
And the waves melted it. Oh, Todd, that day when I was caught in the undertow.
But I pulled you out, dear.
I was thinking, I keep dreaming about that. Sinking down into the black and you not there.
I'll be with you always, Emily.
Let's leave here, Todd. You said we'd go to all the places and celebrate. I mean, there'll be lots of people around.
People?
Yes, it'll be fun. We can have dinner at the inn.
No, it'll be crowded, Emily, and...
Say.
Oh, it's that man again.
Did you lose these things?
What things?
This box of bullets.
Bullets?
Found them in the sand, just a few steps from your car. Thought maybe you dropped them.
I dropped them. See, I told you, Todd. Those are the bullets I found in the car. Is the box half full?
Well, looks like somebody loaded a gun out of it. 38 caliber, soft-nosed shell, says on the box.
Oh, I'll bet I know. I let Ernie take the car yesterday.
Ernie?
Yeah, he's gone in for target practice.
Who's Ernie?
Why, he's...
Maybe he got them for you.
Yeah, I figured they were yours, mister. Look like they just been dropped beside your car up there.
Oh, thanks. Well, Emily, if we're going to the inn, we'd better get started. That was too close. She nearly caught me. But it's too soon for her to know. I've got to be careful. But I can't wait too long. I have to cut the celebration short. You wait here, Emily. It's been so long since we were here. I'd better see what it's like.
All right.
I'll be back in a minute.
I was alone again. Oh, relax, Emily. If Todd didn't come out in a minute, I'd go in after him. What I needed was a cigarette. I opened the glove compartment. Handkerchiefs, map, flashlight, gloves. No cigarette. I pulled out an envelope. An envelope addressed to Todd at his office, marked personal. I unfolded the letter. Dear Mr. Ward, Dr. Kernitz today confirmed that Mrs. Ward's condition is becoming progressively worse, and she needs more personal attention than we can give her. And since we are not equipped to care for hypomanic patients, we request that you make other arrangements for her at your earliest convenience. Sincerely, Bertha Halleck. Mrs. Halleck! I threw the letter back in the glove compartment and slammed the door.
This place is terrible.
Is it?
It's all run down. We'll drive out into the country, find a quiet spot.
Oh, no, Todd. Drive into town. We can have dinner at the hotel. There'll be music and we can dance.
You know, excitement isn't good for you.
Please, Todd. Please take me.
Anything the matter here, mister?
No. My wife doesn't feel well.
Something wrong, lady?
No, I'm all right. Oh, let's drive into the hotel, Todd.
Oh, okay.
wonderful, darling.
Wonderful. Let's drink to us, dear.
To us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Todd, you do really mean it.
More than anything in the world.
Would you care to order now, sir?
Yes. What would you like, Emily? Roast beef, southern fried chicken, lobster thermidor, duck with orange?
I'll have the southern fried chicken.
Good.
I'm afraid the chicken is all gone, madame.
Oh, that's the one thing I want. Southern fried chicken and everything that goes with it.
I'm sorry, madame.
Well, maybe there's just one order left.
I'll see what I can do. You, sir?
Lobster thermidor.
Yes, sir.
A Roomba.
Shall we dance?
Oh, yes, let's.
Come on. The way your face lights up, darling.
Being in your arms. Oh.
Just relax, dear. Oh, excuse us, please. I'm sorry.
Well, the music isn't right, and why is everybody bumping into us?
Let's go back to our table.
All right. Oh, thank heaven.
There was just one more order of chicken left, sir. I'll serve you in a moment.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Where's my purse?
Right here, behind the flower bowl. And bulging full. What have you got in there?
Your letters.
Oh, no.
Yes, I read them over and over. You wrote this one from Omaha. Darling, you are my happiness. I can't live without you.
Emily.
You're as necessary as the air I breathe.
Emily, people are listening. Better give me those letters.
No, but they're mine. You wrote them to me.
Of course, Emily.
Did you mean what you said in them?
Certainly I do. Only, please, quiet down.
Oh, that awful music. Those lights.
Emily, here's the waiter with our food.
May I serve you, madame?
What's that?
Fried chicken.
Oh, Todd, you know I never eat anything fried.
What the lady insisted, sir. Southern fried chicken and everything that goes with it.
Well, take it away. I'll pay for it.
Yes.
Oh, maybe this once won't hurt.
Very good. Here you are, madame. The lobster, sir?
Thank you.
Not very appetizing chicken, is it?
Why not try it? Go ahead, darling.
Oh, there's no taste to it. Oh, why are all these people making so much noise? Todd, take me home. I'm not hungry. I want to go home.
Emily, we sublet our house 3 months ago. Don't you remember when you...
When I...
Darling, we have no... Emily, dear, you must realize that we no longer have a place.
Todd was talking, but I couldn't seem to hear what he was saying. Inside, I was all stirred up.
The best thing we can do is get out of here. Come on, darling.
We got up and left. Got into our car out in the parking lot.
Where are those keys? Let's see,
Todd, are you taking me home?
We're going out where we can be together, alone. To our lover's lane, remember? Where it's quiet and peaceful.
No, Todd, I want to go home.
This is our 8th wedding anniversary, Emily. We're celebrating.
Oh, Todd.
Where are those keys?
Well, maybe they're in your top coat in the back seat.
No, they're not there.
What makes your coat so heavy? Oh. What are you doing with the revolver?
Give it to me. I'll put it in my pocket so it... Oh, here are my keys.
Todd, those bullets were...
Emily, please.
Now I see what you... Now I know.
Yes, now she knows. There's no time to lose. I've got to drive fast, get there, and do it. Only she could understand. Understand that it will be better this way. Better for both of us. Emily, try not to get so excited.
But those bullets, you said they were Ernie's. Who's Ernie?
Half an hour ago, I told you I loved you. Remember?
Yes, I know you did, but...
Well, I do. I love you more than living.
Why are you slowing down?
Here's our lover's lane. You used to call it our paradise, remember?
It's so dark now.
Here's our magic circle. Under our big tree.
Todd,
Come, darling. Come into my arms. There.
You do love me. You do want to be with me, don't you?
Forever, Emily. The one way we can be together forever, dear, is...
No, Todd. Put that gun down. I want to live with you.
I have to tell you, darling. Listen carefully. You're not well, Emily. You're never going to be well again.
Oh, yes, I will, Todd. Yes, I will. I'll be a real wife to you. I'll be everything you want me to be.
I can't stand living without you. We'll go together.
Together?
Yes. Now, rest against me, sweetheart. Close your eyes. There.
Will it hurt much, Todd?
Only an instant, dear.
Oh, the gun is so cold on my temple.
Quiet now. I'll be with you in a moment.
No. Don't you worry.
Emily,
you kill me and leave me alone. No, Todd, don't.
I won't kill you. I didn't. I won't go through with it. Emily, stop it. Stop it, Emily.
Slowly, I became aware of pain in my head. There was a smell, like a hospital. I fought to remember what had happened. I'd fallen downstairs. Oh, no, that had been a long time ago. There was a gun. Todd and I struggling. That was it. Then I heard Todd talking.
Doctor, I want to tell you what happened.
I think I know, Mr. Ward. Your wife suffered a head injury some time ago, which caused the bone to press on the frontal lobe of her brain, causing acute hypomania. Isn't that right?
Yes, but
I've seen many people, Mr. Ward, whose loved ones faced a living death, so I can imagine your thoughts.
Yes, but you must understand, I meant to end it.
Hmm?
For both of us. But when the time came, I couldn't. I just couldn't. Well, what happened was an accident.
A very fortunate accident, because the bullet which struck your wife's head tonight did what medical science could not do.
Huh?
The operations necessary to remove the bullet served two purposes. And your speed in getting her here saved both her life and her sanity.
She'll be all right.
After a couple of weeks of rest. And your wife is no longer a hypomanic, Mr. Ward. If I were you, I'd give thanks to whatever fate guided that bullet along the course it took.
Right then, I knew that everything was wonderful, even the pain in my head. And Todd was by my side, bending over me.
Emily.
Oh, Todd.
Emily, darling. Can you ever forgive me?
Forgive you, darling? After what the doctor said? Oh, Todd.
I just couldn't live without you. I wanted us always to be together.
And now we will be. Darling, isn't this our 8th wedding anniversary?
Yeah.
Well, then, let's celebrate.
Thank you, Robert Young and Virginia Bruce, for such splendid performances tonight. Our stars will return in just a moment.
What a show. What a wallop before that happy ending.
Yeah, but I still want to know who walloped my fender.
Your fender hat?
Yeah.
Oh, that. Well, one of the boys brushed your car when he was turning around after the lodge meeting last night.
Well, I give up, Frank. Go on.
Here's an important message for Autolite spark plug dealers everywhere. When you install the new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, set the spark plug gap at .040 for all cars. Let me repeat. Set the spark plug gap at .040 for all cars. And friends, get a set of the new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs tomorrow if you want the improved operating performance and gas saving that Autolite resistor spark plugs have already given millions of car owners. Don't delay. Get a set of new Autolite resistor spark plugs right away. And remember, Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plugs.
Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means ignition systems.
The lifeline of your car.
In its 26 nationwide plants, Autolite manufactures bumpers, die castings, horns, instruments and gauges lights, ornamental plastics, and more than 400 other automotive, aviation, and marine products. All are famous the world over for their Autolite engineered dependability.
And now, here is Mr. Robert Young.
It's been a pleasure to appear again on Suspense, and doubly a pleasure when it meant co-starring with beautiful Virginia Bruce.
Thank you, Bob. It's been a pleasure for me, too. But there's another pleasure I'm looking forward to, hearing next week's Suspense.
We all are. Because next week, Edward G. Robinson will star in an unusual story called The Man Who Wanted to Be Edward G. Robinson. Another gripping study in suspense.
Virginia Bruce may soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Night Has 1,000 Eyes. And Robert Young appears soon in his latest RKO production, Baltimore Escapade. Tonight's suspense play was written by Phyllis Parker and Arnold Marquis, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Ray Milland, William Powell, Lucille Ball, John Garfield, and many others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Edward G. Robinson in The Man Who Wanted to Be Edward G. Robinson.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Drive as if your life depends on it. It does. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, Suspense with Edward G. Robinson.
Boy, have I got the hiccups.
I'll say you have. And the way you're sputtering, you sound like a car that needs a set of new Autolite spark plugs.
Now, Hap, it isn't funny. Billy, have you tried drinking a glass of water while you hold your breath?
Mom, I'm so full of water now, I feel like an Autolite stay full battery.
Men never take anything seriously.
Maybe what Billy needs is a hiccup. I mean a checkup at an Autolite ignition service station.
It might help if I could get my mind on something else.
Say, I know what'll make you forget those hiccups and give you a bunch of thrills to boot. Switch to Autolite, Mary. It's time for Suspense. Suspense.
Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Mr. Edward G. Robinson in Anton Leader's production of The Man Who Wanted to Be Edward G. Robinson. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'm making this statement in accordance with a promise to a very dear friend. It's a complete statement in every detail, even including those matters which are, to me personally, most incriminating. Because my trust in my friend is such that I haven't the slightest concern on that score, or any other. What follows concerns primarily two persons. Myself, Homer J. Hubbard, and my wife, Ada Sampsey Hubbard. Even when I was courting Ada, I was aware that hers was a strong and domineering personality, to say the least. And after we were married, well, at first I put up with Ada's constant nagging and petty persecutions as best I could. I put up with them for 20 long years. It wasn't until a memorable evening a little over a year ago that the first dim outlines of an escape and finally a plan began to take shape in my mind. You see, I never was much of a one for movies, but Ada and I had gone to see a picture called Little Caesar. It was a reissue, I think they call it, with an actor in it whom I never even heard of before.
Oh, so you thought you ran on me, huh? Well, get this. Nobody rats on Little Caesar, see?
The moment I saw that face on the screen, the minute I heard that voice, the world of reality around me simply ceased to exist. I lived that picture. I was Little Caesar. I was Edward G. Robinson. I was dimly conscious that my voice was like his, that even my face without my spectacles and with my hair parted differently might have been mistaken for his, but it was more than that. It was his personality that fascinated me, and that I assumed. Calm, assured, tough. Kind of a man who made people do what he wanted done, the way he wanted it done. Walking out of the movie theater afterward, I knew something had happened that was going to change my whole life.
Well, there's a man.
Yes.
Caesar, they call him, and well they may.
Yes.
And that Edward G. Robinson, I'll wager he's no cast for milk toast either.
Yes, dear.
Is that all you have to say?
Well,
yes, dear. What does it take to arouse a little enthusiasm in you anyway?
Well,
Here you've seen a fine performance, a picture that'd get anybody in the world excited, and all you can say is, yes, dear. I wish you were half the man that Robinson is.
But from that moment, I no longer really cared what Ada wished or thought. I'd begun my escape into a dream world of my own making, a world in which I was Edward G. Robinson. As the weeks went by, I began to identify myself with him more and more. I imagined myself in countless dangerous situations, and when no one was looking, I imitated him and I affected his mannerisms. I would start daydreaming at my desk, wondering what the other people in the office would think if I suddenly exposed this hidden side of my personality.
Okay, everybody. Stay where you are. Will you? Hold your hands over your head. What is this? I don't want any monkey business, see? Now stand back there, Ryan. Any funny stuff from you, and I'll let you have it.
Robert, this is preposterous. What do you mean by such behavior? Is this your idea of a joke?
You'll see whether it's a joke or not if you make one false move. Now, this isn't a water pistol I'm holding here, you know.
You're fired. Leave this office immediately.
Well, I'm getting out all right, but I'm not fired, see? I'm leaving well heeled, and that's where you come in, Mr. Ryan.
Oh, please, Hubbard, be reasonable.
Now, shut up and do what I tell you. Give your hands up in the air, will you? Walk over to that safe. Open it up. Get all the money out of it and put it right here on the desk in front of me. Now, get moving. I don't want to have any trouble with you, Ryan. I'm going to count 3, and if you're not moving when I finish, you'll never move again, see? 1, 2...
Hubbard. What are you doing daydreaming?
Oh.
Better get busy, or I shall be forced to report you to Mr. Pemberton again.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, Mr. Ryan. I'm terribly sorry. I can't understand what could have come over me. Well, that's the way it went. At the office, walking down the street, riding home on the bus. My life, outwardly calm and well ordered, possibly even dull, was actually 24 hours of harrowing adventure, with myself as the central figure. I saw every Edward G. Robinson picture that came out. It was the day after seeing Key Largo for the 3rd time that Ada finally caught me. I was lathering my face and talking to myself.
Okay, rats, you asked for it. You don't come out, say we're coming in and get you, see? And we're coming in shooting, see? What's that? Oh, yeah? Well, only a dirty yellow rat would say that. Okay, boys, let him have it.
Well, I never. Of all the full performances I ever heard of, this beats everything.
Yeah.
What in the world are you jabbering about in here?
Well, it's really nothing, dear Ada. I was just sort of trying to imitate Edward G. Robinson.
You were... what? Edward G. Robinson?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rich. You trying to imitate Edward G. Robinson? Don't stop. Don't let me interrupt the performance, Mr. Movie Star. Come on. Do your act for me.
Well, dear, I don't see anything so funny about it.
Oh, maybe you don't, but you're the only person in the world who wants Oh, my. Well, I'll leave you to your rehearsing. Why don't you imitate Eddie Bracken or Margaret O'Brien? I think you'll find it easier.
It was right then that I decided to kill her.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Edward G. Robinson in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Looks like Billy's all over those hiccups, thanks to Edward G. Robinson and Suspense.
Shh, don't mention hiccups again. He might get him back. Let's switch his mind to something else.
Well, you know how he is about anything Autolite makes. Mm-hmm. Let's listen to Frank Martin. That'll do the trick.
Friends, money can't buy better electrical equipment for your car than Autolite. And here's why. In the first place, Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Original factory equipment for many of the finest cars and trucks in America. In its 26 nationwide plants, Autolite manufactures distributors, generators, starting motors, spark plugs, batteries, wire, not to mention such things as bumpers, die castings, horns, instruments and gauges, lights, ornamental plastics, and over 400 other products. What's more, Autolite service stations all over the country are staffed with trained men and specialized machines to give your car the best possible electrical service. So, friends, when your car's electrical equipment needs attention, drive into your nearest Autolite service station or the dealer who sells your make of car and ask for original factory parts and service.
Remember, Autolite service stations are listed in your classified telephone directory under Automotive Electrical Equipment.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Edward G. Robinson in The Man Who Wanted to Be Edward G. Robinson. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I might have decided to have Missy on her if she'd only let me alone. But Ada could never leave anyone alone. She ridiculed me at home and in front of our friends. Sometimes she'd let a few weeks go by without saying anything, and I would think that perhaps she had forgotten. No, Ada never forgot. She would wait until we were in a group of people, and then she would come out with it.
Well, my dear, you mean I haven't told you about Homer's dream world?
No.
He thinks he's Edward G. Robinson.
Edward? Oh, no.
Do tell us, Mr. Homer G. Robinson, when do you think you'll be getting your next contract from Hollywood? Oh, you folks have got Homer all wrong. He's a killer at heart. Just a cold-blooded killer.
I want to buy a gun.
Yes, sir. What kind of a gun?
I don't know much about guns, but that one looks all right.
Oh, yes. It's a nice little gun.
Yes, isn't it?
2850.
Do I have to have a license?
Oh, not unless you're going to carry it on your person.
Oh.
Otherwise, we just register it for the police records under your name.
Oh, yeah.
What's the name?
Edward G. Robinson.
I beg your pardon.
You heard me, Mug. Edward G. Robinson. See? I had made my plans very carefully. My plan was that her murder would look like suicide. It would be a night when the moon was full, so that I could see ahead on the pillow and aim carefully. I would fire the shot through the temple, quickly wipe my fingerprints from the handle of the gun, and then push it into her hand. And as the shocked and bereaved husband, I would call Dr. Wallace. The police wouldn't come until later, and when they did, I would be ready for them. I was so busy laying my plans that I hadn't been reading the papers and had to be told the big news.
Homer? Oh, I beg your pardon. Mr. Robinson.
Please.
Would you mind passing the spinach? That is, if you're not too preoccupied with planning your next murder.
Oh, please, Ada.
Yeah, held up any banks lately, Homer?
Here you are, dear.
Oh, say, that reminds me, all kidding aside. Did you know that he's going to be here next week?
Who?
Edward G. Robinson. What? He's going to address the hobbyist convention.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'd like to hear him.
I would, too. Oh, I'd love to see what a real He-Man is like. Not just a poor imitation.
We went. And at first, it was the most terrible disappointment of my life. Because he wasn't tough or hard-boiled or anything like it. He seemed to be a mild-mannered little fellow, a little shy, almost like me. And he talked about orchids and modern art. They were his hobbies, he said, raising orchids and collecting paintings, modern paintings. Yes, but as the lecture went on, I began to understand. By the time it was over, I knew.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, I consider myself twice blessed. Every man is blessed who has a hobby, but I am among the fortunate few who have two hobbies. And as the fellow said, whose fiancée had a twin sister, I love them both. Thank you very much.
Later that evening, I made an excuse to get away from Ada and went down to the hotel where I knew Mr. Robinson was staying. I bribed the bellboy $1.75 to tell me which was his room. I went down the hall and knocked at the door of 708.
Yeah?
The Western Union.
Come on in. Just put it on me.
Well, say, Western Union dresses their boys up pretty snappy in this town, don't they? I must apologize for adopting the subterfuge, Mr. Robinson, but I have something of the utmost importance to discuss with you, and I was afraid you might not see me since, well, we've never been formally introduced.
Formally introduced? Why, that's all right. What is it, autograph?
I'm afraid it's something a good deal more serious than that, Mr. Robinson.
Yeah? Well, you caught me right in the middle of shaving, as you see, but if you don't mind my finishing the job while you talk, why, come right along inside. Tell me all about it.
Thank you.
Well, now, what's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Robinson, I have a problem, and I feel you are the person best fitted in the world to tell me what to do.
That's so. Well, what is the problem?
Mr. Robinson, suppose, of course, this is purely hypothetical, but suppose you were going to kill somebody.
Kill somebody?
Yes, in your own home, somebody who's, shall we say, related to you.
Yeah, now, hold on a minute, Mr.
Hubbard. Homer J. Hubbard.
Yeah, Mr. Hubbard. I may look like a bad guy on the screen, but when I'm not working, I'm just a plain, peace-loving citizen like anybody else.
You can fool people like that audience tonight with all that talk about orchids and modern art, and it was very good, and I quite understand why you do it. A man in your position must have a front, of course, but you didn't fool me.
I didn't, huh?
Well, I know, rather, I knew I could come to you and be perfectly frank.
Yeah, about what?
About the murder.
About the what?
Well, look at me, Mr. Robinson. I'm a shy, inhibited, weak, utterly ineffectual person. I have none of your assurance, your hardness, your ability to cope with any situation the direct, ruthless way.
Yeah?
Well, how many times I wished I had, because for 20 years my life has been made horribly, unbearably miserable by one person. My wife.
Oh, so that's the way it is.
Yes. For years I bore it as best I could, and then one day I thought, how would you have coped with it? And of course I knew at once, you would kill her.
Yeah, now wait a minute, are you kidding me?
Oh, no, Mr. Robinson, I wouldn't think of such a thing. Look here. I've even secured a gun to do it with. Hey, yeah, here, you better give me that. No, don't point it. Hand it to me by the barrel. Here. I'll put it over here. Safer, you know. Yeah, I must admit I know very little about firearms, and they're quite distasteful to me. Yes, you and me both. You, Mr. Robinson? Well, I mean, small arms like that. Of course, a Tommy gun, that's different. That's the only thing to use. Yeah, I suppose you're right. But I didn't know where to get a Tommy gun. I was afraid even if I did, I'd never master the art of using it. Yeah, well, now you want to kill your wife, is that it? You want me to help you? If you would, Mr. Robinson, if you could spare the time, I can't tell you how grateful I'd be. Yeah, well, you know, Mr. Hubbard, you look like a pretty nice little guy. Wife must really be an old battle axe to have got you in a frame of mind like this. All right, now I'll tell you what I'll do. I will help you. Oh, Mr. Robinson. Yes, but it's got to be done my way, see? It's got to be done right. You got to plan these things. Yeah, now, take this gap, this little fleet, for instance, that you got over there. That's no kind of a rod to kill your wife with. Why, the caliber is all wrong. The ballistics would be all wrong. Things would be on your trail just like that. Now, I got a gat home that's perfect for the job. Get me? I've knocked off Orson Welles, Jimmy Cag. Oh, I don't know how many guys with this. Now, the first thing when I get home, I'll send it to your parcel post, see? Would you, Mr. Robinson? Oh, sure. Now, when you get it, just lay low, see? Now, don't do a thing till you hear from me. I'll lay this thing out to some of my boys, and then I'll get in touch with you, okay? Oh, yes, Mr. Robinson. I don't know how to thank you. Forget it, pal. What's a little murder between friends? I could scarcely maintain my composure in the 2 days that followed. The second day, sure enough, the gun arrived. It was a great, heavy thing, the kind that's referred to, I think, as an automatic. Remembering its history, I handled it with the utmost care and reverence. I hid it in the garage where I keep my pipe that Peter won't let me smoke in the house. It was the next afternoon, a Saturday, that the phone rang. I rushed into the bedroom to answer it and close the door after me so Ada wouldn't hear in case it was.
Hello, Homer.
Yes?
This is Eddie.
Eddie?
Yeah, you know, Eddie Robinson.
Oh, yes, Miss... Eddie.
You get that package I sent you?
Oh, yes, I got it.
Okay, but don't fool around with it, will you, until the time comes. Kind of tricky.
Oh, no, I won't.
Now, listen. The deadline is tomorrow night. Midnight, got it?
Yes?
Now, here's the layout. Tomorrow night, you go to bed, just as always, but have that gat handy and leave the front door open, see?
I understand.
Oh, say, wait a minute. I meant to ask you, is it safe to talk where you are?
Oh, yes. The phone's in the bedroom and the door is closed.
The bedroom, huh? That's swell. Well, now, listen. A little before midnight, you get up, see? When she's asleep, you take a spot just outside the bedroom door, see? Where you can keep an eye on her and on the front door, too, see?
Yes?
Well, at midnight, I'll contact you. We'll do your job and then make a quick getaway and you can hold up in the hideout until the heat's off. Get it? Tomorrow night, midnight.
I'll do everything just as you say, Eddie. I followed his instructions to the letter. It seemed hours before Ada went to sleep that night. It seemed days until my watch finally crept around towards midnight. But at last, the time had come. I crept out of bed, got the gun out of my coat pocket, and took my position on the landing outside the bedroom door as he had told me to. And then suddenly the phone rang. The plan was ruined. Even Edward G. Robinson couldn't have foreseen this. I rushed back into the bedroom, hoping against hope that I could catch it before Ada woke up. But she already had the light on.
Homer! What in the world are you doing prowling around at this time of night with a gun in your hand?
Why, I thought I heard a burglar.
Burglar? When I've answered this phone, I want to talk to you, Homer Jeremiah Hubbard.
Yeah.
Hello? Yes. What?
Hmm?
Oh.
What?
Homer, there is a burglar.
Is there?
Someone just saw him trying to get into the house.
Oh, are you sure?
Of course I am. A man just phoned that he saw the burglar. Well, don't just stand there.
Yeah, no.
You've got a gun. Go on down and stop him.
Yes, but Ada...
Come on. Do you want us to be killed in our beds?
No.
Go on, I say.
Oh, Ada, why do you have to spoil everything? There was nothing to do but go. I crept down the stairs in the darkness. I knew what Edward G. Robinson would have done. He would have gone down and captured the burglar without the slightest trouble and turned him over to the police after giving him the beating he deserved. But somehow I didn't feel much like Edward G. Robinson just then. It was at that moment that the terrible thought occurred to me that maybe it wasn't a burglar. Maybe this was Edward G. Robinson. I had no time to pursue the thought further.
Let him have it! Suddenly, there was a barrage of shots and a confused yelling of voices. In my terror, I suppose I could squeeze the trigger of my own gun. So they began jumping and screaming in my hand. I tripped on something, and the next thing I knew, I was tumbling headlong down the stairs, and that was the last I remember.
I woke up. Ada was holding my head in her arms. She was crying. They made me stay in bed for a couple of days, but I really didn't mind. There were reporters to see me and take my picture for the paper, and all kinds of people. Even Mr. Ryan and Mr. Pemberton came to see me. Ada? Well, Ada was simply a changed person. Nothing was too good for me. My slightest wish was literally her command. If the whole thing hadn't been an accident, if I planned it that way, it couldn't have turned out better. Then as the final climax that afternoon when the phone rang by my bed. Yes? Oh, yes. Eddie? You did, huh? Oh, nothing really. Yes? Oh. Well, about that, things have changed. Oh, yes, they've changed quite a lot. And I don't think we'll have to go through with it. Yeah, that's right. Oh, sure, she's right here. Just a minute. Eddie wants to talk to you, Ada.
Eddie?
Yeah, Eddie Robinson. Quite a pal of mine.
You mean Edward G. Robinson?
Oh, yes. We had quite a little chat that night. He was in town after I left you. We got pretty chummy. Yeah, go on.
Hello? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Mr. Robinson. Oh, I know he is. Oh, I certainly will, Mr. Robinson. Yes, I know. I'm very lucky. All right, Mr. Robinson. Goodbye. Oh, Homer, he knew all about it. He'd seen it in the paper.
Yeah, so he said.
And he said you were a hero. A real hero. Bigger than any movie hero that ever was.
He did, huh?
Oh, Homer.
Well, if Eddie Robinson says I'm a hero, well, I guess maybe I am. Couldn't have turned out better, Eddie. You know how grateful I am. I'm a regular little Caesar around town now, and my married life is all I've ever wanted to be. Of course, there are some things about the whole thing that confuse me a little. It has even occurred to me, I'll confess, that you might have had more of a hand in it that was generally known, and that the gun you sent me might have contained blanks. I believe you called them, because in spite of all the shooting, there wasn't one bullet hole anywhere in the house. And the gun had disappeared, which confused the police somewhat, too, and the burglars might have been some of your boys playing a little joke. But I don't think you would do a thing like that to a pal, Eddie. Would you? I don't even think you would use the statement that you asked me to send you to hold over my head as a guarantee that I wouldn't try to kill Ada again. Now, not that I ever would. Yes, but even if you did all that, Eddie, I don't really mind. Because, as you might say yourself, what's a little joke between pals?
Thank you, Edward G. Robinson, for a splendid performance. Mr. Robinson will return in just a moment.
My, that was a wonderful performance, wasn't it, Hap?
Sure was. Oh, say, Billy, how are the hiccups?
Oh, God, Dad. I think I lost them during Mr. Martin's last Autolite commercial.
Well, that's fine. Well, I guess it's time to... Oh, my gosh. Now I've got them. Mary, turn up Frank Martin again, quick.
Autolite original factory parts and Autolite service stations work as a team to help you maintain carefree, economical performance for your car. So, friends, when your car's electrical system needs attention, drive into your nearest Autolite service station or the dealer who sells your make of car and ask for original factory parts and Autolite service. Money can't buy better electrical equipment than Autolite. And remember, Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered spark plugs.
Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means ignition system.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Mr. Edward G. Robinson.
It's been fun appearing in our suspense story tonight, but just so nobody gets the wrong idea, it was only a story. I'm not really so tough.
Only get this. I'm telling you, see, you better listen to Suspense next week, see? Because Ray Milan will be here in the story called Night Cry by William L. Stewart. Another gripping study in...
Suspense.
Edward G. Robinson may soon be seen in the Paramount production Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Tonight's suspense play was written by Leslie Raditz, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as William Powell, Lucille Ball, John Garfield, Sidney Greenstreet, and many others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Ray Milland in Night Cry.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Drive as if your life depends on it. It does. Good night. Switch to